hidden for 20 years, and exposed by Scarlet Witch. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Shame on Krypton. Kayla. Kate said to Bai Xi, if Kayla is more confident, she is also a beauty. I know 35, Bai Xi said with a smile. Sometimes you can't see it, and some people like to hide themselves deeply. Seeing Bai Xi's smile, Kate was also very interested in this young boy. If it weren't for her already old and pearly, Kate tried her best not to think about it. She looked at the young and golden Bai Xi in front of her and sighed that Kayla was really lucky. After chatting for a while, Kate went to go through the formalities immediately. Although at first glance it is clear that Bai Xi doesn't care about this thing at all. What she did was Kayla, but she couldn't ignore it. But honestly, Kate also doesn't know why Kayla is attracted. Although she has a good figure, there are countless people like her in the lighthouse country. In a flash, it was night. Bai Xi took the formalities given by Kate. He already owns shares in Kate International. Then he went straight to block Kayla, who was about to run away from get off work. Seeing Bai Xi blocking her, Kayla immediately knew that her thoughts were in vain. She originally wanted to get off work and run immediately while the crowd was crowded. Come on, beautiful Kayla. Bai Xi stretched out a hand to invite. Kayla had no choice but to hold him, and then Bai Xi refused to let go. Why are you staring at me? I'm so ordinary. 99, Kayla asked immediately. Due to the close distance between the two, she was not used to it. Because I want to conquer you, Bai Xi said in her ear. Hearing this, Kayla's ears instantly turned red. What she thought was Bai Xi was driving, but in fact, what Bai Xi said was literally, Kayla was dragged away by Bai Xi in an instant. Not far from the two, one of May 47 wears glasses, Kayla's colleague, and at the same time a person she has had a crush on for a long time. Immediately felt grief stricken. It turns out that every goddess is rich. Bai Xi left Kate International directly, holding Kayla, who was a little weak. Kate also shook her head when she saw this scene. Kayla really is a silly woman. It is so easy to be obtained by a man. How can it be cherished? Subsequently, Bai Xi took Kayla to the restaurant for dinner and then helped Kayla choose a dress. Kayla is the only one who doesn't look good in long dresses because she suits cuteness, although it can be forced to dress up a little more beautiful. Kayla looked shyly in the mirror. Why are you being so nice to me? She looked at Bai Xi unaccustomedly. Bai Xi immediately said in her ear, because only I know your ability, Kayla. Kayla's body froze for a moment. What do you mean? She immediately took 2 steps back. But Bai Xi directly took her to pay and left them all. Afterwards, Bai Xi directly hugged her and flew in the crowd. Wow. 39, all ordinary people were taken aback. Then he immediately raised his head and looked at the two of them. It's a pity that no one can see what the two of them look like. Who cares about such a couple? You let me go, Kayla said immediately when she saw the two flying into the air, and in an instant, Bai Xi flew over the clouds. Okay, Bai Xi said, and immediately let go. What? Kayla's body fell instantly. But soon she stabilized her body. She is smarter than Clark. At least she knows how strong her ability is to secretly experiment. So now you can control yourself a little. Flight. But not too fast. She couldn't control it because it was too fast. Kayla controlled her body and flew to Bai Xi. But she didn't dare to get close. How do you know this? Kayla's glasses have fallen out of nowhere. But she wasn't nearsighted at all. Just learn how Clark hides himself with his glasses. Because I'm just like you, Bai Xi said. I'm your god 99, but I haven't heard of you. Kayla frowned, thinking with her few memories. Kayla has memories of Krypton. Because she was 13 years old when she came to Earth from Krypton. However, there are not many memories of Krypton. Just remember your relatives, parents, and aunts not impressed with Clark. But you know now, Bai Xi said. What are you doing with me? I just want to live an ordinary life. Kayla steadied herself and said, I need your help, Kayla. Bai Xi's tone became calm. I recreated Krypton in one place, but In addition to me, there are only 7 Kryptonian soldiers and a few newborns, and there is no way to expand Krypton. I need you to come back and rebuild Krypton, Kayla. Bai Xi stretched out his hand and said. Kayla hesitated for a moment. After a while of hesitation, she said, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Why? Bai Xi asked with a smile. Because I'm already an Earthling, and I don't have much memory of Krypton. Also, I want to be a normal person. Kayla stammered. This should be her truest thought, but you were born different. Bai Xi said. But Kayla still shook her head. She wanted to hide herself and be a completely ordinary person. I am disappointed. Bai Xi said. Although he already knew it would be the result. But he also knew that Kayla would eventually stand up. But he also understood why General Zod was angry with Clark. Because Clark and Kayla are Kryptonians, but he chose to forget his origin. Bai Xi felt nothing before. But when it came to me, I felt uneasy. Reality position determines the head. Bai Xi was still on the opposite side of General Zod at the time, and had not yet had the task of rebuilding Krypton. But now that he already has this task, his thoughts are naturally different. Trust me, Kayla, you'll be different after all. Bai Xi said. Do not. Kayla shook her head. I just want to live like this. That's not up to you. Bai Xi said, and flew directly in front of Kayla. Then he directly pinched Kayla. Just like if I hit you now, can you not resist? Bai Xi asked in front of her to Kayla. Bai Xi is like a devil. Among the Kryptonians, why are there demons like Bai Xi? Do not. Kayla still shook her head. Then Bai Xi really punched her stomach. Bai Xi really knew why General Zod hated Clark so much. Sure enough, they owe it themselves. Kayla suddenly wobbled and almost vomited. Her physical fitness is not as strong as Bai Xi. And maybe it's because of this world. They absorb the sun's energy with less intensity than the DC main universe. It is the Superman of this world, not as powerful as Clark of that world. This is inevitable. Specifically, it may be due to financial reasons. The performance lies in Kayla's and this world's Clark's hot sites. Both blue. Are you hot site or cold site? Kayla fell down uncontrollably. But Bai Xi grabbed her hair directly. A hand still hit her in the abdomen. Rebel against me, Kayla. Bai Xi said. However, Kayla just clutched her stomach. She is suffering now. I don't understand why Bai Xi did this, but in fact, Bai Xi just wanted to arouse her wildness. Revolt against me. Bai Xi grabbed her head, flew straight ahead, and then descended. Boom. Kayla was smashed directly into the desert by him. Kayla took a bite of the sand and slid forward for some distance. The clothes I just bought were all torn. She didn't even know how Bai Xi had changed so much. Bai Xi said, stand up, I'm teaching you how to fight. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Kayla finally understood. However, she almost cried. Kayla said, I really didn't think about fighting. The voice was weeping. It made Bai Xi feel a little unbearable. But it still flew in front of her. Bai Xi knows that Kayla has a very resounding title. That is, the Shame of Krypton. The reason why it is called Kryptonian Shamies, because other Kryptonians are extremely powerful. But only Kayla, not being beaten, or on the way to being beaten. Even ordinary people can beat Kayla, the Kryptonian. Therefore, Kayla has this resounding title. This is simply humiliating for the Kryptonians. In order to prevent Kayla from going down the path of no return to the shame of Krypton, Bai Xi decided to help her improve. Stand up. Bai Xi lifted Kayla up and made her stand opposite him. Since you don't resist, then learn to dodge. Bai Xi punched slowly in order to avoid being beaten. Kayla finally knew how to dodge. After all, when Bai Xi punched her, she felt like she was going to die. So she finally learned to dodge. Kryptonians have a strong sense of self-confidence. After all, relying on his strong physical fitness, even if others hit him, it doesn't hurt. Therefore, the dodge value is generally 0. Clark was like that, and so was Fire. Facing the giant King Lorth, Fire did not hide. But that's because she's really strong. But Kayla, it's just honeyed confidence. He has been beaten countless times, but he still does not hide in the face of crisis, as if he didn't know that his defense was different from other Kryptonians. Therefore, Bai Xi wanted to teach her to dodge first. If you don't have the strength of Clark, don't learn to dress up first. Kayla started to hide. Unfortunately she still couldn't escape. Boom. Kayla was blown away with a punch, scraping a trench-like pit in the desert. The entire desert seemed to collapse. Countless poisonous insects and poisons ran out of the sand and scattered. But Kayla's body was okay, and she immediately got up from the desert. It seems to have gotten used to it gradually. Kryptonians just adapt very quickly. Also, Kayla seemed to be incensed. It flew upside down and flew towards Bai Xi. Punching towards him, idiot, Bai Xi said, turning away directly. Kayla couldn't even change her movements at the moment because she used all her strength. Can only watch Bai Xi grab his hand and then put the other hand on her abdomen. One push. Boom. Kayla was smashed aside again. Fortunately, it's all sand here, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get up. You can't do without a little skill because you're too weak, Kayla, Bai Xi said. And at the moment, Kayla also discovered Bai Xi's intentions. He seems to be trying to teach himself something. 18. She obviously just wants to be an ordinary person, Kayla thought, getting up and flying straight away. She tried her best to fly and seemed to break through her own limits. She had never been like this before. 18. Kayla came to her senses and found herself back where she was. Can't even run. Kayla felt like she was going to break down. You have only one choice, be beaten by me all the time, or shoot at me and be beaten. Bai Xi showed a devilish smile. Doesn't Kayla feel like both options are the same? But she gritted her teeth and continued to move towards Bai Xi because she knew that Bai Xi would not listen to what she said. He is a devil. Kayla feels that she has been beaten in her entire life, not as many as she is today. Soon, she felt herself lying on the ground weakly. Bai Xi finally stopped hitting her. You are really stupid. Bai Xi looked down at Kayla, who was lying on the ground. After beating you for so long, you didn't even hit me. If it was Clark, it would be impossible. It can only be said that Kayla is ashamed of Krypton. It really has no ability. No wonder it is called the shame of Krypton. 4.5. So embarrassing. Kayla was just incompetent and furious. She couldn't even stand up. You're a devil. 99. Kayla looked at Bai Xi and said, I'm not a demon, I'm a conqueror. Bai Xi crouched down and said. Then he shot straight into the sky. It took a while for Kayla to get up from the ground. Looking at the situation around her, she could only fly up, and it took a lot of time to get back home. Why is that? Looking at herself in the mirror, Kayla said. However, she did not tell the others about it. Because Bai Xi didn't mean to kill her. Instead, it's owning her. Bai Xi didn't know whether it was the problem of Krypton's constitution in this universe, or simply because of the sun. He flew directly into the universe, absorbing the energy of the sun. Then he found that the solar energy here seems to be weaker. No wonder Kayla looks so vulnerable. Don't say it's him. Even if the current fire comes over, he can hang Kayla at will, and he will not be counter-killed. That's still less than a year's worth of solar energy that fire has absorbed, while Kayla has been absorbing it here for decades. Therefore, Bai Xi flew back to Earth. He saw that a space fortress flew towards the Earth not far away. The show is about to begin. But Kayla is still so weak, she must be given a good push, Bai Xi thought, and returned to Kayla City. Superhero in DC world is weird. Like Green Arrow, the Flash. They all guard their city, and Batman is more obvious. Gotham City is his home. Chapter 150 to Kayla, so Iron-039, I'm so strong. The next day, Kayla hurried to Kate International. She felt a dull pain in her body. Was beaten too hard by Bai Xi yesterday. However, when her whole body was uncomfortable, she was seen by the tech otaku, and she suddenly felt a burst of despair. Kayla has been hit. But Kayla didn't pay attention to him, and stared at Bai Xi, who appeared in front of her with wide eyes. I saw Bai Xi walked over and said, I told Kate that the rest of your time is mine. 5. Kayla is tempted to say no, but so many people around were looking at her, which made her hurriedly bow her head. The newly bought glasses were a little uncomfortable and slipped off a bit. She was so frightened that she quickly put it on, and Bai Xi directly pulled her away from Kate International. Kate can't help it. Who asked Bai Xi to give enough money? She didn't want it either, but Bai Xi gave it too much. Bai Xi grabbed Kayla and left, and took Kayla to no man's land with a single teleportation. However, yesterday was the desert, and today is the sea. Kayla quickly controlled her body and stepped on the sea, preventing herself from falling. "Are you ready?" Bai Xi asked with a devilish smile. "Do not." Kayla shook her head, and Bai Xi called directly. Fortunately, after yesterday's beating, there are reflections after going back. Kayla ducked subconsciously. Moreover, she has finally made progress. Although he couldn't beat Bai Xi, he could at least escape Bai Xi's attack. However, it is only for a moment. Boom. Kayla was blasted away again. Next, this scene does not know how many times. Although Bai Xi thinks Kayla is stupid and slow to learn, but that is compared with Clark, who is also a novice. The speed of Clark's learning in battle is clearly not comparable to Kayla. This is also due to genetics. Clark is the only one born naturally, and he's more likely. And Kayla's genes may be a little more scientists. Therefore, this led to Clark being able to kill General Zod during the battle. And Kayla will still be abused. But it's better to be slower than not to improve 08 all the time. Kayla's strength has also steadily improved during the process of being trained and taught by Bai Xi. Like this, a week has passed. On this day, Kayla and Bai Xi fought directly into the night. Bai Xi punched, and Kayla was able to dodge and then catch it. It's just a pity that her strength is too far behind Bai Xi. It was she who was knocked out. But it's much better than the beginning. Kayla looked at Bai Xi's eyes, which seemed to be a little different from the beginning. With a feeling of being conquered. Although she still looks unconfident at other times, it is no longer like this when fighting. Also, at first she hated Bai Xi and thought Bai Xi was a devil, but now, as Bai Xi punched her, it was as if something broke into her heart. Bai Xi lifted Kayla from the ground and grabbed her chin. He likes it very much because there is a sense of conquest. Kayla looked at him strangely. Bai Xi chuckled lightly. It seems, whether it's an introvert like Kayla or a lunatic like Hella, they all like bad people. Why does licking a dog have nothing? Because the more you lick, the other party will think that you are easy to get, so they will not look down on it. But you scold each other, ridicule, express disdain, but it is easier to conquer. It's just that Kayla and Hella were an accident. If Bai Xi was not stronger than them, they would not be able to conquer. It is instinct to desire the strong. You have made great progress 99, Bai Xi said. Can we have dinner together? Kayla asked suddenly. Yes 35, Bai Xi said with a smile. Kayla has really been beaten by him. Substitutions are hung up and beaten by him every day, and I can't wait to run farther and farther. How could Kayla take the initiative to invite him to eat together? The two flew straight back to the city, and Kayla put on her glasses. Superman's metaphysical glasses seem to be the same on her, and Bai Xi doesn't need that. He has super hypnotic ability, which can create double body. You can also make yourself forget your own ability. It just won't be too long. Dang 99, Alex knocked on Kayla's door, but no one responded. Where did Kayla go? She had to pry open the door herself, only to find that Kayla hadn't come back. It's rare, because Kayla seems to be a good girl since she was a child. Basically don't go out and play with these. So Alex was not in a hurry, but sat on the sofa and waited for Kayla to come back. She wasn't worried about Kayla going wrong either after all. No one knows Kayla's ability better than she does. Even for a while, she was extremely jealous of Kayla's super ability. Why only Kayla has it and she doesn't? But fortunately, she finally calmed down. Kayla isn't from Earth after all. And Alex also profited from Kayla and joined the alien warfare department. Alex looks at the time. Kayla hasn't come back yet. Just when she wanted to leave, because she was in a hurry, Kayla flew back from outside and flew directly to the windowsill. Moreover, she is hugging with a man. Alex. Seeing that Alex let go of Bai Xi immediately, Kayla seemed a little shy. It's like being caught in a relationship by a parent. Kayla, you. Alex looked at Kayla in shock. What shocked her was not that Kayla found a boyfriend or something, but that Kayla used her ability at will in front of Bai Xi. Shouldn't this kind of thing be hidden? Kayla looked at Alex and said, "This is Bai Xi." "He is. I'm a shareholder of Kate International," Bai Xi said. Then he reached out and shook hands with Alex. Although Alex hesitated, he still grabbed Bai Xi's palm. Unexpectedly, Bai Xi exerted a little force. It made her feel like her palm was almost crushed. She looked at Bai Xi and immediately knew that Bai Xi's identity was not ordinary. No wonder Kayla dared to use ability at will in front of him. Having seen so many abilities, Alex is actually a little envious. "I'm Alex, the scientist 99," Alex said to Bai Xi, and then immediately dragged Kayla aside to chat in secret. "Who is he?" "Bai Xi is the same as me. You can't be so casual." "What do you mean?" 66.99 The relationship between the two sisters may seem a little weak, but it is actually very good, but it's easy to get into an argument. In the end, Alex had no choice but to leave because he had to catch a plane. Before leaving, she forced a smile to Bai Xi. "Goodbye, be careful 35," Bai Xi said to Alex. And Kayla doesn't have the heart to fall in love with Bai Xi anymore. "See you tomorrow." Seeing this, Bai Xi also said he also spent a lot of effort before he was ready to take Kayla. Unexpectedly, Alex is actually there. Bai Xi never thought that if he treated Kayla like this, Kayla actually fell in love with him. It's really weird. Kayla watched Bai Xi leave and just sat on the sofa watching TV. But soon, she focused on TV. The plane that Alex was on had a malfunction and was about to crash. This is actually a deliberate plan by an alien criminal. But Kayla at the moment didn't know it. All she knew was that Alex was on the plane. Hey. 35 Kayla didn't have time to think about it, so she threw her glasses aside and flew out. Now, I can finally see the results of her training by Bai Xi. She can fly freely in the air without a cape. In just an instant, it seemed to fly under the plane that was about to crash. Then, Kayla raised her hands. When she directly supported the falling plane. What? Passengers on the plane felt the plane vibrate for a while, and then it began to level off. What happened? Alex looked out the window. At this time, the plane was directly carried by Kayla and landed on the water. Then, Kayla flew out of the water, stood directly on the wing, and nodded towards Alex. Alex looked at Kayla in surprise. Kayla's ability can actually do this? Kayla didn't stay too long, and she was a little uncomfortable being photographed by everyone for a while. After all, she was a low-key person. So, she just flew home. But because of her actions, it suddenly became popular. Alex lowered his head, not knowing what his expression was. She was suddenly jealous of this sister again. Why doesn't she have this ability? She wants to be a superhero too. The next day's newspapers featured Kayla's image in the city's newspapers. However, because the picture quality is not as good as Genshin, it is naturally blurry, but still cannot resist the enthusiasm of people's discussion. People in this city have been waiting for this scene for a long time. In the sky of the metropolis, Superman flies around, protecting the masses. This makes ordinary people in other cities yearn for it. Because of the existence of Superman, the crime rate in the metropolis is greatly reduced. Ordinary criminals simply don't dare to enter the metropolis. Definitely, once you dare to find Superman, you will definitely have some ability. Therefore, under the discussion of the crowd, Raw's voice called Kayla Supergirl is getting louder and louder. But Kayla herself didn't really like the title. "Why call me Superman?" Kayla asked Bai Xi angrily. "Just because Clark became famous first." 55 up. "Can this also punch?" Bai Xi asked. Kayla just glared at him, feel very uncomfortable. "Then you've got to try to present yourself and tell them you're not like Clark," Bai Xi said with a smile. Kayla nodded immediately. "You're right. I won't be training today." Kayla then looked at Bai Xi and said, "I'm going to make a uniform." 23 Bai Xi nodded in agreement. Soon, he and Kayla designed a uniform. Very classic red and blue Supergirl dress. A big S, the symbol of the Air family. Why have a cape? Isn't that also imitating Clark? 35 Kayla asked Bai Xi. "The cloak is not good looking. If you can't control your ability, it's easy to lose your balance in the air," Bai Xi said. Kryptonians like to get a cape just because they want to better control themselves in high-speed flight. However, Bai Xi does not need these. Kayla heard the words and had to obey. Too bad there's only a Superman outfit for Clark in the Kryptonian ship. There is no dress for a woman like Kayla. Otherwise, you don't have to design it yourself. The Air family had already designed it. I'll go to 547 to experiment. Kayla put on a Supergirl outfit, looked in the mirror and said, "Blue top, red cape, red skirt, and high silken boots." Or Bai Xi knows more about aesthetics. This set is worn on Kayla, with a hint of heroism in her cuteness. Kayla herself is satisfied. So she just flew out definitely. There may be a hint of escape from Bai Xi in this. Otherwise, Bai Xi would definitely beat her up, to see how the clothes were made of. Kayla had damaged a lot of clothing in the previous battle with Bai Xi. Fortunately, those were all paid for by Bai Xi. Bai Xi also kept telling her to make her a uniform, but Kayla refused. Until now, Kayla flew in the sky and felt that it was very refreshing to be sought after. So, she agreed to make a uniform too. She felt that, if she guarded the city, she might have a different experience. Just like Clark, flying around in the sky of the metropolis every day. Although many people hate Superman's nausea, but when you look up and see that figure, you will still feel very at ease at this time. Kayla, flying free, heard a voice. It was Raw calling her enemy, and it was clear that he was deliberately trying to trouble her. Kayla flew over there immediately. Krypton's super hearing really works well. Even if you don't turn it on, you will hear it as soon as it happens. Wattis did find Kayla on purpose, because he was an alien criminal who was imprisoned by the Kryptonian Empire at the time, and the person imprisoning him is Kayla's mother Aurora. So, after he knew Kayla, he wanted revenge. She was imprisoned by Aurora, and since Aurora was dead, she was naturally placed on her daughter. Wattis never thought that Kayla's strength would be so strong. He also wanted to teach Kayla, a superhero who just debuted, a lesson. As a result, Kayla flew down and directly dodged his attack. After Kayla was constantly educated by Bai Xi, now when you see the attack, you will dodge subconsciously, instead of just standing there watching a play just like before, relying on his strong physical fitness. Dodging Wattis' attack, Kayla flew directly in front of him. While Wattis didn't respond, he punched him directly. Wattis was directly knocked away by her. Then, hot sight. Kayla's heat sight is blue. It melted Wattis directly, but her intention was not to kill the opponent directly. But Wattis is just too weak. Kayla, so I'm already so strong? Chapter 153 Female Superman 039 S Aunt. After Kayla killed Wattis directly caused a series of reactions. Alex's department approached her and told her something. Originally, Alex thought Kayla couldn't do it, but Kayla directly showed her powerful strength, especially killing the alien criminal Wattis. Then Alex had nothing to say. Kayla also promises to help them solve the alien criminals together. As for the other side, Rhodesburg. This is a criminal fortress located in a phantom space. Back then, the Krypton Empire imprisoned many criminals in Rhodesburg. Moreover, they will never be able to escape from phantom space. At that time, General Zod and his party were also detained in the phantom space. It wasn't until Krypton exploded that it couldn't get out of it. But Rhodes is even worse. I spent a lot of time in the phantom space, until Kayla broke into the phantom space, where time was suspended, because of the appearance of the spaceship. Then with Kayla's spaceship out of trouble, Rhodesburg was brought out. So, Rosberg also came to Earth. It's because Kayla has been in phantom space for so long, and she hasn't grown up. She just went from Clark's cousin to suddenly becoming a cousin. This made Kayla gloomy for a while. She is clearly more than 10 years older than Clark, but now, her actual age is even younger, and the strength is also weaker than Clark. After all, Clark absorbed the sun's energy decades more than she did, and in Rhodesburg, at that time, Kayla's mother, Aurora, not only held many alien criminals, he also imprisoned his own sister, Estella. Estella was also the commander of Krypton at the time. It's just that he had a conflict with his sister Aurora, and was eventually locked in. Definitely, she also took over Rhodesburg naturally. How could anyone in Rhodes be a match for the mighty Kryptonians? Now on Earth, Estella saw her sister's daughter. Kayla, my niece, you didn't die when Krypton exploded 99, Estella said with some hatred. Being imprisoned by his own sister and imprisoned, it is no wonder that there is no hatred. Even the best relationship can become very angry. But it's fine. Estella suddenly returned to normal. If you're not here, how can I take Aurora's hatred on you? However, if you are willing to rule the earth with me, you can be forgiven. Estella murmured to herself and decided to find Kayla herself. At this time, Kayla was having dinner with Bai Xi. She was happily telling Bai Xi about herself. There is a saying that goes well, if you want to beat someone, you must learn to be beaten first. Bai Xi said 66.99. Kayla felt sore all over when she heard the words. However, Bai Xi was right. If it weren't for Bai Xi's training all this time, she probably won't be an opponent of Watus. Although Watus is not strong, if she has never experienced this, the results are not expected to be much better. So, Kayla made up her mind to continue training with Bai Xi. But right now, a voice came from her ear. Estella, Kayla said. When Bai Xi heard the words, he also looked at her. He was also very interested in Estella. After all, Estella's status on Krypton is not low, which is caused by her genes. Estella was in Krypton society at the time and could be a commander. Let her go to New Krypton and she will definitely make a difference. After all, Bai Xi really couldn't get Fyra, the female adjutant, to do more work beyond her ability. Fyra is really good at fighting. Maybe Estella is not her opponent. After all, Fyra's genes were made to fight. Kayla looked at Bai Xi and said, Estella is my aunt. I didn't expect her to come to Earth too. And, Alex was caught by her. Kayla said, got up straight from the table, and walked out. Bai Xi naturally followed. Afterwards, Kayla ripped off her shirt directly. Supergirl costumes are worn inside. She came for me. Kayla said to Bai Xi. I thought I had to figure it out myself. And Bai Xi said, I'm waiting for her 99 what? Kayla thought that Bai Xi had a crush on Estella. Bai Xi said, I need more Kryptonians, and you don't want to come with me. Kayla blushed when she heard the words. Bai Xi proposed to let her leave. Unfortunately, Kayla has a bond in this world. Although her biological parents are gone, like Clark. But Alex is still there. She has a sister named Alex. Moreover, the matter of adoptive parents and adoptive mothers made them feel doubtful. Kayla is naturally reluctant to leave this world. Aunt Estella was indeed a good choice. Kayla said. She thought Estella had a place too. Wouldn't want the trouble of coming to Earth. Now in Kayla's view, Estella is here to trouble the Earth. As long as she doesn't make trouble on Earth. So, the two immediately flew over to look for Estella. Estella grabbed Alex and smiled when she saw Kayla appear. Kayla, my good niece, you're finally here. Estella spoke up. Auntie, let go of Alex. Kayla said. Alex didn't expect it. It's just a family drama for Estella and Kayla. It's simple, as long as you promise me one thing, Kayla. Estella said. It's hard to age a Kryptonian. Unless they are really going to die, their appearance will age rapidly. So, Estella looks like Kayla's older sister. And it has the same temperament as Hela, the goddess of death. Perhaps because of power, it is a catalyst for a woman's temperament. Estella looked young, about 30 years old, wearing a black uniform with the S logo on the front of her body. L family. The layout of the L family is still very large. What's up? Kayla asked. Estella looked at the S sign in front of Kayla and nodded, then smiled. That is you and I, rule this planet, and rebuild the brilliance of Krypton. No, I won't promise you. Kayla shook her head immediately. Then no wonder why after Estella finished speaking, she flew directly towards Kayla. Kayla immediately prepared to dodge. This was already her subconscious action. She realized that, even if she was strong, being beaten would still hurt. The only way to avoid pain is to dodge 18. She was just about to hide when she saw Bai Xi standing up. Bai Xi raised his hand casually, grabbed the fist of Estella who flew over, and held it tightly in his hand. Only then did Estella notice Bai Xi. After all, her hateful eyes were on Kayla. She fell down, no longer stagnant in midair. Then she didn't say a word. Another fist hit Bai Xi's abdomen directly. When 99 however, severe pain came, but it was her hand. The sound waves that came out directly caused Alex and the criminal larvae who caught her to be sent flying. Estella finally realized that she was not Bai Xi's opponent. Who are you? She looked up at Bai Xi in shock. I'm the god of Krypton 39. After Bai Xi finished speaking, he kicked Estella directly. Still a conqueror, Estella was directly kicked out of the cave. Everything that stands in the way is destroyed. However, Bai Xi flew in front of her again and grabbed her directly. Estella looked at Bai Xi. She finally heard what Bai Xi said. But Bai Xi grabbed her again and smashed it to the ground. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed into a deep hole. Estella couldn't get up for a long time. Bai Xi fell down and stepped on her directly. Estella grabbed his feet with difficulty. "I've never heard of you." Estella looked at Bai Xi and said. There was blood coming out of her mouth. "The sun in this world is too weak. Because I'm from another world 35, Bai Xi said. "You're a Kryptonian too?" Estella asked uncertainly. Because the energy in Bai Xi's body made her feel extremely frightened. "Definitely, I'm the god of Krypton." Bai Xi looked at Estella at his feet and said. However, Estella simply said, Krypton never had a Kryptonian god. 995. After speaking, she pulled out a kryptonite dagger from nowhere. He stabbed directly at Bai Xi. Kryptonite is the only weakness of Kryptonians. The old sun just doesn't give Kryptonians energy. However, kryptonite is extremely weak when touched by Kryptonians. Not even Superman, Clark and Doomsday can ignore this weakness. King. The kryptonite dagger stabbed Bai Xi, and even Bai Xi's skin was not cut. I said, "I'm the god of Krypton, and I don't have the same weaknesses as you." 99. Bai Xi looked down at Estella. He stretched out his hand and crushed the kryptonite dagger into pieces. He is a silver level superpower. Moreover, it is the body of the Kryptonian of the system, and the weakness of the Kryptonian has long ceased to exist for him. Therefore, kryptonite, the old sun, are useless against him. Otherwise, how dare you call yourself the god of Krypton? Bai Xi stepped on Estella heavily. The desperate Estella groaned. She is also a Kryptonian, but she seems vulnerable in front of Bai Xi. Estella only listened to Bai Xi and said, "I rebuilt Krypton, and now I need to build it." 35. You have only two choices. Surrender to me, or die. 5. Estella fell into silence when she heard the words. She was locked up by Aurora because she wanted to be queen. The result was naturally a failure, so he was locked in the phantom space. She wanted to rebuild Krypton, but she also wanted to be the queen herself. But now it seems she has no other choice. If I surrender, what power do I have? Estella asked. Now there are only a dozen people in New Krypton, and they are all warriors. Bai Xi said, you can become a commander. 35. Commander, the same position as she was on Krypton. Estella thought for a moment. Agreed directly. I surrender. Hearing Estella's words, Bai Xi let go of his feet. Only then could Estella get up from the pit. And the blood on the corners of his mouth is already self-healing. Kayla and Alex, who came out, were also relieved when they heard that Estella surrendered. After all, Estella was her aunt. She also doesn't want Estella to continue to be extreme. Kayla still wants Estella to live. Although she also thinks that she is an Earthling, she is not the same as Clark after all. She still has Kryptonian memories. She didn't want the Kryptonians to the end. There were really only a few left. Bai Xi took Estella and flew up. How many Kryptonians are there in Rotsburg? Bai Xi asked. Only me, Estella said. 6.99. Bai Xi could only nod his head. Then leave them to Kayla. Kayla on the side was stunned. This is your test. 35. Bai Xi said to Kayla. Kayla had to agree. How about you? She asked Bai Xi. I'm leaving soon, and you don't want to follow me? Bai Xi said. Kayla was suddenly hesitation. Alex looked at Kayla, anxious for a while. Although sometimes she is envious of this sister. But I don't want her to leave here. This is my home. 35. Finally, Kayla spoke up. Bai Xi nodded when he heard the words. Limazeo, then you are welcome to visit at any time. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Kayla agreed. Then she mustered the courage to ask. Can you go later? What's up? I want to have dinner with you again. Kayla blushed as she spoke. Estella and Alex both looked at Kayla. As women, they naturally know what it means. So Alex coughed twice and said, then I'll go back and report first. She was afraid that, if she stayed any longer, everything would have happened without her. After all, who knows what other hobbies Bai Xi has? And as an ordinary person, she couldn't resist at all. Looking at Alex fleeing, Bai Xi seemed to see through her thoughts. It was obviously invited by Kayla. Bai Xi glanced at Estella and said, alright then, let's go. He hugged Kayla and flew away directly, as if he had forgotten about Estella. Moreover, Bai Xi flew directly into space with Kayla dressed as a supergirl and went directly to the moon. Estella stood there, not knowing for a moment whether she should run or not, but run to where? If she was going to run away, Bai Xi would know instantly. As a Kryptonian, she naturally knows what super ability Bai Xi has. Supervision, super hearing, She can see and hear everything on Earth. Not to mention Bai Xi, who is so much stronger than her. Unless she can run to the solar system in an instant. But then, the energy in her will also be weakened, so Estella gave up the idea of running away. If there is a new Krypton, she seems to be fine if she goes. At least she's back. When she was in power, Estella, in a black uniform, stood where she was. Watch Bai Xi and Kayla fly to the moon. This is the kind of romance that only Kryptonians can have. Chapter 154. Kryptonians are all gods on Earth. Only Kayla can follow Bai Xi to the moon, then spend the night romantically. Definitely, and Captain Marvel Carol. But obviously, Bai Xi was not interested in her. Other than that, there seems to be no one else. Even Wanda can't survive in the universe. It's just powerful. Neither did Jane or Diana. Diana was even a demigod. Thor is still a god after all. After staying in the universe for a long time, almost no one was left. Only the Kryptonians are special. That's why it's called God of the World. No one knows what Bai Xi and Kayla did on the moon. Only with high technology can see a few more craters on the moon. Back the next day, Bai Xi said goodbye to Kayla directly. Kayla had no choice but to say goodbye to Bai Xi. She hugged and kissed Bai Xi, then let go of Bai Xi. Estella watched this scene indifferently. She knew it would be so. With such a powerful person as Bai Xi, how could Kayla not attack him? All she needs to do is be the new Kryptonian commander, honestly. Then, Kayla watched Bai Xi and Estella stand together. Bai Xi directly grabbed Estella. Dimensional teleportation. Incredible Man's ability is activated again. This time I left without feeling any resistance. The Supreme God obviously did not want to keep him. Kayla only saw a flash of white light. Bai Xi and Estella seemed to have turned into two shooting stars. It flew directly from the ground and then cut through the sky and disappeared in front of the eyes. Kayla flew up, then turned around and left. In the eyes of Captain Marvel Carol, the space-time wormhole that had suddenly grown bigger before suddenly became bigger again. This scene has happened many times. This space-time wormhole seems to be special, and every change is caused by it. Fortunately, this did not drive other time-space wormholes to change together. This also gave the Avengers plenty of time to prepare. They decided it was better to call them Avengers. For various reasons, they were finally reconciled. Under the stimulation of foreign enemies, it is a fool's behavior to start a civil war. And, Avengers has also expanded. Captain Marvel also joined in. This makes the Avengers' combat effectiveness at least not so weak. It is estimated that in a few months, the people from the other end of the wormhole will come over. Tony Stark predicts. Definitely, provided that the 563 expansion is not continued. Dr. Banner added. In terms of ingenuity, the people here add up. Not enough for the two of them to fight. After all, Tony was someone Thanos recognized, cursed by knowledge. We have to get ready. Captain Marvel Carol said. I don't believe the opposite is a good guy. I don't believe it either. Tony spoke up. But maybe they want to get in touch with us first, the United States Captain Steve said. The old man likes to see things on the bright side. 35 Tony almost spat at Steve again. Because of Howard Stark, the two of them are very difficult to deal with. Black Panther and others immediately stood up and grabbed the two of them. I don't know which corner of the universe. Thanos sat down on a piece of cosmic rubble, a little lost. What is the heart of the universe? He has been searching in the vast universe, but there is no clue. From the time he failed to collect infinite gems until now, he only knew what the heart of the universe was. The heart of the universe, to be precise, is actually an energy in the universe. The Marvel universe and the DC universe are different. Lucifer said that the DC universe was created by the Supreme God, so he is omniscient and omnipotent. 18. The Marvel universe is different. The heart of the universe is an incomplete part of the OAA, and there is even a saying that without the heart of the universe there is nothing in the universe. But in any case, the heart of the universe is an energy. Those who have mastered this energy are not even his opponents in the court of life. Thanos also only knows that the heart of the universe is energy. If it weren't for Nebula, to learn that other universes have it, Thanos is sure that there is this power, nor will he embark on a journey. But right now, don't know anything about it. Master, I found out. Ebony Moore at the moment floated over and said, what? 35 Thanos asked dully. The collector once said the words heart of the universe. Ebony Moore said, crack. 35 The gravel that Thanos sat on turned straight into smashes. He still wears the Infinity Gauntlet, although it only has a power gem on it. Well done. Thanos spat softly. He got up from the ground. The Darkseid went to the place of nothingness, AF, in an instant. New Krypton. A meteor streaked across the sky. Then, it smashed directly towards the new Krypton. Fire flew out immediately, and then saw who was coming. Bai Xi and Estella appeared in the sky. This scene was naturally discovered by everyone in the 9 realms. Just like Odin throwing the Spear of Eternity, it will be seen by people on Earth, like a shooting star. Not to mention Bai Xi and Estella are so obvious. God King. Fire immediately lowered her head, and shouted when she saw Bai Xi. Fire, this is Estella. Bai Xi said. However, this is Estella from another world. 35 Fire suddenly looked at Estella. It was a little different from the Estella she remembered, but it was roughly the same. I see. Fire nodded immediately. Bai Xi said, from today, Estella is the commander of the new Krypton, guiding the development of Krypton. Yes. Fire replied immediately. Soon, other Kryptonians also flew out of the ground. Commander. All the Kryptonian warriors said to Estella. When Estella saw several Kryptonian warriors, she immediately felt back to the days of Krypton. Motivated immediately. Her whole person's temperament seemed to become even colder. A curly black hair with a little white hair in it. The black uniform has an S in front of the Air Family logo. Let's go see. She asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi nodded. Estella slowed down Bai Xi and flew into Krypton City. Now there is only one city in the entire new Krypton. And it's not very popular. After all, there are only a few Kryptonian warriors. So it's completely useless. That is, just to look good. Plus, hide something. Estella asked Fire coldly. The King of God said there is a newborn baby? She also learned to shout like Fire. After all, the new Krypton is now built by Bai Xi. And he is powerful. Calling him the King of Gods is definitely a no-brainer. We have a total of 4 breeding pods and now have 8 newborns. 35 Fire looked at Bai Xi before answering. 4 warrior genes. 4 scientist genes. Estella immediately froze when she heard the words. God King has. Central Collection. 35 She looked at Bai Xi with burning eyes. Bai Xi definitely nodded. Estella heard that Raw was about to stop sucking. Others are not important. Only the Central Collection is important. Because it has the complete genes of Kryptonian society. With it, the relationship of the whole society can be nurtured. After all, a race can't be all warriors or scientists. There is no way to form a society. In simple terms, the social group structure is composed of occupations definitely, that requires a lot of quantity. So, having a new baby now is the key. And wait until they grow up fast. But right now, 35 Estella cried out in pain. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Bai Xi immediately covered her eyes. Estella's heat gaze was sent out uncontrollably. It's just that, in the previous world, the blue thermal vision was different, and now her thermal vision has become red. Sure enough, it's all because of the sun's energy. Fire and the others watched this scene and waited silently. After a while, Estella was able to control the new heat sight. She has hot sight in another world. But now, it's like evolution. She saw that the evolution's hot sight could not cause any harm to Bai Xi, and she could be regarded as a complete resignation. Just surrender. Thank you. 35 Estella said softly to Bai Xi. Then he immediately returned to his coldness towards the other Kryptonian warriors. Fire and others took Estella to visit Krypton City. It was very different from what Estella remembered. But this is also normal. Bai Xi had never been to Kryptonian City after all. The so-called god of Krypton is just a matter of strength. And there are too few people in Krypton City, and now other races are not allowed to come, so there's nothing good about Estella either. She immediately followed a group of people to a hidden space. The 4 newborns who have already come out of the breeding barn are all here. Only in such a short time, they can already start walking. This is the ability of genes. At least make sure that each one is a genius. Estella looked at these young lives and immediately felt the hope of the rise of Krypton. Afterwards, Estella saw the nurturing warehouse and the central collection. After a while, Estella came out of the cave. She looked at Bai Xi next to her and said, God King, we need more breeding warehouses. Bai Xi definitely nodded. Yes, but no one else can find out. Estella looked at Bai Xi and raised her head. With the strong solar energy, her physical fitness is also improving rapidly. After all, her previous solar energy was too weak. As if the energy levels of the two worlds are different. After all, it is impossible for the Supreme God to make every universe with the same energy. Therefore, her supervision has gradually seen farther and clearly see QHO. She can see the Xianjian Bureau space station outside the Earth, as well as several other realms. Presumably, many people are secretly observing Krypton. I see 99, Estella said. Then she looked around. The embarrassing thing is that these people in fire are fighters who don't know anything, only know how to fight, so Estella looked around and could only come by herself. Fortunately, her genes are scientists. The genes of the Air family are biased towards scientific research, not the General's family. It is also fortunate that Estella was brought back. Otherwise, even if these Kryptonian warriors study for them, they will not understand how to make a breeding warehouse. Estella looked at these cultivation warehouses and said immediately, how many years ago is this old technology? It's just too slow for this type of breeding tank. Estella immediately went to the spacecraft brought by General Zod and began to collect information. Bai Xi and others could only watch her busy. Bai Xi can also learn quickly because he is not restricted by genes. He learns anything in an instant. But he was definitely too lazy to learn. As for Fire, Bai Xi discovered the disadvantages of genes. When they don't have these in their genes, they can't learn how. But if they learn something related to combat, they will master it very quickly. The general's son must be a general. Even if Estella didn't start relying on the super physical fitness of the Kryptonian people, she made a new generation of cultivation warehouse by herself. Fortunately, the breeding room does not need to be updated. The incubator hasn't changed much over the years. It's just that the speed at which the nurturing warehouse provides nutrients and the speed of growth are different. But even so, Estella is only one person, and the speed of making the cultivation warehouse is still too slow. Everything on Krypton happens in the dark, not found by other races. After all, the new Krypton needs enough time to develop now, and it needs to hide its true intentions. Otherwise, the crazy use of the cultivation warehouse will be regarded as a public enemy by the 9 realms. Kryptonians are so powerful. If you breed a bunch of Kryptonian warriors, what about other races? Bai Xi left Krypton. Krypton would only have Estella on it. Estella is now the commander of Krypton. Besides him, is the biggest. Moreover, with Fire around, Estella couldn't make any waves. Estella's strength is no match for Fire. Bai Xi flew directly to the space station of the Xianjian Bureau. The technology of the Xianjian Bureau. Even the organization of the Earth could not find it. No one knows that outside the Earth, there is a space station protecting the Earth. As soon as Bai Xi fell, he saw the Avengers. All of them gathered on the space station. Because the space-time wormhole in the distance is getting bigger and bigger, they are all preparing, and they do not know if it is war or what. Only Spider-Gwen stood by, and she looked at the unknown number of wormholes in the universe. Bai Xi fell, but no one noticed. What are you thinking? Bai Xi simply asked Spider-Gwen, ignoring the busy Avengers. Spider-Gwen was startled, but saw that it was Bai Xi. Probably because Bai Xi and Lorna are the first people she sees in this world. So Spider-Gwen thought for a while and asked, am I thinking, among these worlds, are there any worlds that belong to me? After hearing this, Bai Xi sighed for a while. He patted Spider-Gwen on the head. Gwen glared at him immediately. I'm not a child anymore. Bai Xi knew that she was homesick. Chapter 155 Blacken 039 S Avengers? There will be a chance to go back. Bai Xi said to Spider-Gwen. Gwen just nodded. She is also lonely in this world because it doesn't belong to her here. Bai Xi still remembered that she was a very miserable person. At that time, because of Jinben's quantum collider, he came to this world inexplicably. Smashed directly on a billboard. Just happened to be seen by Bai Xi and Lorna. Then, the very simple Gwen was fooled by Nick Fury, the old fox. Time flies, I guess. It's been more than 10 years. She also changed from a high school girl at the time to a big beauty one, but never went home. When SHIELD, Nick Fury told her that he would find a way to send her back. As a result, she still remains here. Even go back. Those of her companions probably almost didn't recognize her. Whenever I think of these, Spider-Gwen feels very sad. Gwen twisted her hair, going to the side to go sad alone. Natasha Romanoff came over and patted Bai Xi. I heard her say that the first thing I saw when I came to this world was who I saw you. Natasha Romanoff's raspy, magnetic voice. Bai Xi said suddenly, "Don't talk nonsense 99, it's me and Lorna." Natasha Romanoff made the statement that Gwen was his and Lorna's child. As soon as he came to this world, what he saw was him. What about filming the animal world? Natasha Romanoff gave him a flirtatious look. I don't care, it's not me anyway. The time-space wormhole has grown again. Bai Xi changed the subject and looked at the expanding space-time wormhole in the distance. In this moment, it seems to have a planet file size. Moreover, a ray of white light was about to flicker out from inside. All vigilance. The entire space station sounded a warning sound. The Avengers were all ready to go. Not only Avengers, but other races in the 9 realms are also vigilant. This time-space wormhole is very close to the 9 realms. In the at the moment universe, other countries and empires are at war. All stopped the war, ready to face the arrival of the multi-universe. But at the moment, this space-time wormhole opened first. It is like an infinite shuttle, the other end of this gradually opening time-space wormhole. It is such a sight. The same as the Earth. The Earth people here are all laughing, and they are all handsome men and women at a glance. On the edge of the wormhole, a lot of people gathered. If people look at them, they will immediately recognize that these are acquaintances. Tony Stark, Dr. Hulk Banner, and Captain Steve of the United States with a shield. Tony, what do you think other worlds are like? The United States Captain Steve asked Tony Stark with a smile. It seems that the relationship between the two is not bad. Tony in this world looked a little strange, very uninhibited. He opened his mouth and said, "It must be the way we like it. Like those women, she has everything you like." Tony is still a playboy. No matter what world you're in, you can't change that. Everyone laughed when they heard this. It seems that the world is no different. However, there is still a slight difference. For example, Tony Stark's steel battlesuit is silver and white. Like the Captain of the United States, he hastily changed himself into a uniform. Dr. Banner, for example, seems unable to control himself to transform. Boom. 55. The opening of the space-time wormhole had a big impact. Just like the Big Bang, the entire 9 realms seemed to have been affected, slightly shaking. But the world tree seems to exist, not just Odin's theory. Soon the 9 realms returned to calm. However, a light appeared in the wormhole. It's like teleporting through endless time and space. Whizzing. Appeared in the universe. But here, it is not unprepared. The spaceships of the Xianjian Bureau flew out, directly welcoming the arrival of the enemy. Krypton. Fire flew into the air, but without Bai Xi's order, she did not approach, and did not meddle in her own business. However, the Kryptonian warriors are still ready to fight at any time. Asgard. Bifrost opened instantly. Along with Bifrost, there are countless Asgard battleships. When Asgard prepares for war, you can understand how great Asgard's war potential is. The old Asgard didn't show up at all. But when the god King Hela was ready, everything changed. In the universe of the 9 realms, countless battleships confronted each other. But what surprised them was that the other party had only a few spaceships. Inside the spaceship of the Xianjian Bureau, Bai Xi also followed the crowd. He was also curious as to who the other party was. Do you think they are good people or bad people? Yelena asked, standing beside Bai Xi. Even after all this time, she has grown up. But Bai Xi is still a mystery to her. Bai Xi asked rhetorically, then how do you define good or bad? Am I a good person or a bad person? Bai Xi asked Yelena. Yelena said suddenly, you are a big bad guy. 35. 66.99. Just when the two were teasing, Nick Fury had already sent someone to fight Raw. There was no direct fire on the opposite side, so they naturally had to talk about martial arts. Let's see who the other person is first. Immediately, everyone was a little nervous. At this time, Thor also came to their spaceship through the first. The other party agreed to connect. Mariah Hill said. She glanced back and pressed the button. Drop. There was a light sound, and then the scene in the opponent's spaceship appeared on the screen in front of him. The moment it was connected, everyone looked at each other. The other side looked like they were in another world. Tony Stark, Captain the United States Steve. Nick Fury suddenly asked, "Who are you? Why did you take the initiative to speed up and come to our world? We are the Avengers, and of course we are here to help you." Steve on the other side said with a smile. But Steve, Captain of the United States, on their side, always felt a little weird. Nick Fury pondered suddenly, wondering if he believed it. At this time, Thor suddenly asked, "Why is there no other me? What about Thor?" "Oh, our Thor, unfortunately, he lost his life." The other side Steve said. "What? Thor is a bit silly, but he definitely doesn't believe it. Who can kill the great Thor?" Only to hear the other side Steve say, "It's a pity that Hela, the goddess of death, killed Thor." The other party was telling the truth, which made Thor a little convinced. Then, the two sides began to exchange the historical process. "I don't know how long it took," Nick Fury said. "If you can, please board our spaceship." "Definitely, I can't ask for it." At this time, the other side's Tony Stark spoke. Mariah Hill instantly closed the conversation. She turned to Nick Fury and asked, "Nick, do you believe in another world of you? Wouldn't you show up at a time like this?" "Definitely, unless he's dead," Nick Fury said calmly. "But they are also Avengers," Spider-Gwen said. "Who knows?" Tony, the playboy, stood up. He came to the front. Thor was in doubt. In another world, was he really killed by Hela, the goddess of death, soon? The other party's spaceship took over. The Avengers made contact immediately. The opponent was led by the United States Captain Steve, with Tony and the others following behind. Here it was the other way around, with Tony walking ahead. Tony looked at the silver-white battlesuit on the opponent's body, and suddenly became surprised. The two parties at the moment have not yet communicated seriously. "Why is your battlesuit this color?" "Because I like silver." "Oh, what material is it made of?" "Extremis." The two Tony Starks exchanged very briefly. At this time, Tony, who belongs to the main universe, laughed. He said in a short tone, "No one knows myself better than I do, and I'm sure you're an asshole." Tony said. The nano armor appeared directly in his hand. Boom. Next, he directly bombarded it with a palm. Everyone was stunned. Why didn't they start talking before they started fighting? Sure enough, it's Tony Stark, who doesn't play cards according to the routine. However, everyone chose to trust Tony, because he was right. No one knew himself better than he did, and since he said the Silver Iron Man across from him was an asshole, he must be an asshole. The Silver Iron Man immediately set up, dodging the palm cannon. "I underestimate you." The Silver Iron Man laughed. Tony's nano armor was immediately put on and said, "Your bastard's eyes reveal everything. I suspect you are questioning my IQ. And I've known for a long time that battle suits made by Extremis affect the mind zero. **** Definitely, Extremis is fine if used normally," Tony said and added to the Black Widows. It turns out that the wise Tony has seen through everything. How else could he possibly be dismissive of Extremis? Because unless he injects himself, making a battle suit will only do harm and no good. The two Iron Mans were suddenly fighting together. The battle suits of the two are not the Mark's number at the beginning. Tony upgraded the battle suit to a nanotech iron battle suit. The enemy's is made directly with Extremis, but Tony's nano battle suit was actually hanged by the desperate battle suit. The desperate battle suit becomes like the venom of the symbiote. Possesses at any time, but also can change shape at will. Nano battle suit can also do it, but it is too thin. The powerful force of the desperate battlesuit directly broke his nano battlesuit, then blast Tony away really. Blacken is 10 times stronger. At this time, others were also staring at these Avengers in front of them. They couldn't believe that Tony was the only one who was bad. "Believe me, we are here to save you." The opposing team's Captain of the United States, Steve, spoke up. However, apparently no one believed it. "Then tell me, where is the other me?" Nick Fury stared into his eyes tightly. "The other you are just as annoying as you, so I killed you." Steve spoke up. This made everyone pale for a while. Steve killed Nick Fury. At this time, the other party also revealed his true identity. He immediately scraped off his uniform, revealing the innermost set. The sign in front of him is not the symbol of the Lighthouse Nation. Rather, a Hydra logo. Captain Hydra. He's not really good either. Everyone looked at each other. Suddenly someone joked, "It seems that Steve is not so perfect." The United States Captain Steve smiled awkwardly. How can a variant of another world become Captain Hydra? This is so special. What nonsense. Just blow them up. At this time, Captain Marvel Carol took flight. However, she did not dare to fly too fast inside the spaceship. Otherwise, like the countless spaceships she destroyed before, it would explode from the beginning to the end in an instant. So, boom. Captain Marvel Carol was knocked straight away. It is the Hulk who directly transformed into Hulk. And this Hulk looks so evil. My god, what a wicked world. Natasha Romanoff immediately complained. This Hulk actually glowed with black light. Is this the Black Giant or the Hulk? Hydra Captain Steve laughed when he heard this. Hydra is the real savior, building the best world. I managed to get Hydra to rule the Lighthouse country, and now I'm here to save you. No, you're just a lunatic. The United States Captain Steve said. Afterwards, he also directly threw out the vibranium shield in his hand. When Captain Hydra immediately resisted. After the two sides got to know each other, they immediately scuffled together. The spacecraft of the entire Xianjian Bureau was in a mess. After all, he already knew where he was coming from. There is nothing to explain. The other party is the real big bad guy. Good people, probably killed. Like Thor at the moment. He didn't do anything, but asked, "What about me in another world?" GG. Torn in half by Hulk. Iron Man of the Extremis battlesuit took the time to laugh. He's hanging on Tony in the nano battlesuit. As it turns out, nano battlesuits are rubbish. 39 Tony was very helpless, because the nano battlesuit will be repaired automatically though. But they also gave up defense. Damn. Thor was furious when he heard this. Although he was killed in another world. However, he felt extremely angry, because isn't it all about him? He held the storm axe high, but was immediately stopped by his own people. Captain Marvel flew over and held him down. Idiot, do you want everyone else to die here? 39 If the Storm Tomahawk exerts power, it doesn't even need to do anything, just mobilize a little power. This spaceship is about to be destroyed. If this spaceship is destroyed, except for a few people, all the people in this spaceship will be killed by Thor. Maybe Thor can't survive on his own. After all, he can't survive in the universe like Captain Marvel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Captain Hydra, Extremis. Hearing this, Thor suppressed his anger. How could this dark Hulk beat him? Thor? He must teach this guy to be a man with a storm axe. Unfortunately, the battlefield limits their strength. This is also the reason why Avengers can't be used by everyone. They want to fight, but they can't destroy the spaceship otherwise. It's over. But the Avengers of Blacken didn't seem to care. Especially Tony in the Extremis battlesuit, who laughed like he was going to kill everyone. A little bit arrogant. So, Natasha Romanoff immediately rolled over to Bai Xi's side. She didn't expect Bai Xi to shoot, but said, "Can you get us all away? Change the battlefield in our favor." Hearing this, Bai Xi said immediately, "You said it earlier." He had been watching the play with relish just now. This Tony from Extremis is like Batman from Blacken. But obviously there is no such means as the Laughing Bat. Otherwise, the Avengers here will be killed by him. The Laughing Bat could easily slaughter the Justice League. Superman can't even play him. As for Blacken's Hulk, it's even more evil. Looks much stronger than the genuine Hulk. Sure enough, Blacken is several times stronger. Thinking of this, Bai Xi directly teleported in one dimension and left with everyone. However, it was only teleported to Krypton. A clearing on Krypton. There was black earth all around. Everyone appeared instantly. Fire also flew over with the Kryptonian warrior. This time, the terrain advantage finally disappeared. On the spaceship, the Avengers 563 Alliance did not dare to make a full shot. But here it is different. The two sides suddenly stood on both sides, and the gap between the numbers was extremely wide. After all, there are too many genuine Avengers. And Blacken's Avengers, perhaps killing the disobedient, only a few. However, everything else is Hydra. These crossbones are all there. In the sky, Nick Fury and Mariah Hill remained in the spaceship. They immediately controlled the spacecraft and opened fire towards the Hydra spacecraft on the opposite side. Boom. 99 When Asgard's spaceship saw them make a move, it immediately took action without saying a word. Almost instantly, the spaceship brought by Captain Hydra was completely destroyed. On Krypton, Hydra Captain Steve cursed at this scene. Their original purpose was to hide their identities. Let the people here think they are good people, and then secretly plan result. It's all the idiot's fault. How could you let them see it? He cursed at Iron Man. Tony in the Extremis battlesuit. Iron Man in the silver-white battlesuit was also speechless. He didn't expect that he was discovered by the Self in this world just by looking at him. As a result, their plan has not yet begun. Directly exposed. I had no idea what to say. But no matter what, Tony really knows himself too well. Even he knew exactly what Blacken would become. The Avengers. Assemble. 99 On this side, the United States Captain Steve said in a deep voice. Then, a group of Avengers rushed up directly. At this time, Dr. Banner transformed recklessly. The two Hulks were directly hammered together. But already Blacken's Hulk, even more shy and stronger. Sometimes the strongest thing is not the original ability, but the change of mentality. Like Batman, when he becomes free from moral ties, he is invincible. The normal Hulk is directly knocked out by Blacken's Hulk. Then Blacken's Hulk rampaged through the crowd. Unlucky Gwen, though spider telepathy kept the alarm, but still got knocked out. Fine. Spider-Man's body is strong and will not be directly paralyzed. At the front, the United States Captain Steve and Hydra also fought. Both of them are strengtheners of the super soldier serum. Say your own words. You can spend a day with each other. The two of them are fisted to the flesh, and they both know themselves incomparably well. 18. Captain Hydra is darker than Captain Steve of the United States. Although both are Steve, but he is more ruthless. The moment the shield flew, the two were about to collide their fists, and he took out the military thorn and hit the United States Captain Steve in the abdomen. Although Steve is a super soldier serum strengthening, but not indestructible. Otherwise, don't use the vibranium shield. The United States Captain Steve stepped back, clutching his stomach. But the vibranium shield in his hand was blown away, and Captain Hydra took out more weapons from his body to deal with him. It made the Captain of the United States dare not touch it at all. Others wanted to come up to support, but were also resisted by other Hydra people. Natasha Romanoff looked at the crossbones in front of her, feeling that they were nothing. But soon, she found that the people at Hydra seemed to be injected with super soldier serum. The battlefield on the side of the United States Captain was losing ground for a while. On Tony's side, he was flying around in his Extremis battlesuit. The two seemed to be on the hook. Tony kept asking, I just want to know, what's the point of you being Blacken? Rule the world? Stupid, I made the world's money. Tony of the Extremis battlesuit said. You are such an idiot. Tony cursed at the words. You're Blacken, and you just want to make money? Hearing their conversation, Bai Xi wanted to laugh a little. This is so, as expected of a playboy. Madness. The two called each other a fool. Tony of the Extremis battlesuit said, you don't know how great I am. I give Extremis to all the people. Extremis can make them handsome and beautiful. Everyone lives in a virtual world and deceives themselves. And once I cancelled the Extremis offer, everyone went crazy. Ha 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 ha. They simply can't accept how ugly and hateful they really are. So they can only buy Extremis from me. Listening to him, Tony knew instantly that this was a lunatic. You really are an idiot. Tony opened his mouth. I've ruled the world, and you? Tony of the Extremis battlesuit cursed. Then he went straight to catch up with Tony, and the Extremis battlesuit instantly transformed into a huge amount of hammer. Smashed Tony straight to the ground. Death to me. Tony of Extremis yelled at him. The palm cannon hit Tony's mask, knocking Tony's mask off. For a time, even the nanoparticles could not be repaired. He immediately took another shot. Are you going to die? The intense light made Tony subconsciously close his eyes. 18. The shot missed directly. The little Spider-Man Peter Parker swung over and knocked Tony out of the extremis battlesuit in the air. Sir, don't give up. 33. Peter Parker to Tony Stark. You're right. 99. Tony took off immediately. He looked at each other seriously. At this time, Thor can use the Storm Axe unscrupulously. Black and Hulk, who was rampaging through the crowd, was targeted by Thor. The power of the thunder and lightning gathered by the Storm Axe sent Thor flying, then immediately flew up. Boom. Black and Hulk was caught off guard, and the Storm Axe hit him directly in the arm. Ow. Under the pain of Black and Hulk, his right arm was directly cut off by the Storm Axe. Facts have proved that the Storm Axe is indeed a very powerful artifact in the original plot. Even Thanos, a purple potato essence from infinite gems, was almost killed by Thor's axe. If it is a direct hacking of the head, it will end directly. Hulk, although the defense is also very strong, it can resist the power of cold weapons, hot weapons, etc., and the explosion will not happen. 18. But still could not resist the Storm Tomahawk. Ow. Black and Hulk got angrier and started getting stronger constantly. Also, Thor looked at Hulk with wide eyes, because his severed right hand actually started to regenerate. Hulk also has a powerful regeneration ability, only, it's hard to see someone able to destroy his vital organs. Who? Black and Hulk directly punched the rushing Hulk. It's all Hulk. Why is the gap so big? Tolton, who was still flying in the air, asked. Then, he saw Black and Hulk suddenly jump in front of him. Hulk's jumping power is amazing, with the power of jumping planets. Thanks to his very strong leg muscles, Thor resisted immediately. 18. Bang. 35. The Hulk's hand slapped him directly from both sides. It's like trying to make him a human-shaped cookie. Thor almost fainted. The whole person fell from the air. 0. This time, he kind of understood why he was killed by Hulk in another world. Hulk is so perverted. At this time, Thor heard Bai Xi's voice entering his ears. Remember, next time I'm going to chop his head. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Thor almost burst into tears. This is the most painful realization. If he chopped Hulk's head off with an axe, he didn't believe Hulk would be able to recover. Unfortunately, Hulk was already wary of him and wouldn't give him another chance to hack so easily. Even if there is such an artifact as the Storm Axe, then you have to be able to hit it. It's not Odin's eternal spear. You can definitely hit it. This time, Thor finally knew why the Spear of Eternity was so powerful. Because it has the necessary properties. The United States Captain Steve was finally beaten again by the Hydra Captain. He fell to the ground covered in blood. Hydra Captain Steve was also covered in blood, but not his own. You are too weak. Captain Hydra said. You have scruples in your heart, so you can never show your true strength. Captain Hydra's words made the United States Captain Steve disagree. Captain the United States Steve crawls back and speaks with difficulty. But you never know what kind of power I can exert. 5. Really? I don't need to see either. Captain Hydra holds up his vibranium shield. His shield was not a round shield, but a shield like the one on the ancient battlefield. It has a shape, and the bottom is still pointed. This time, the United States Captain Steve will definitely be pierced directly by him. However, he didn't see the scared look on the United States Captain Steve's face. Instead, it was calm. Aren't you afraid of dying? Captain Hydra asked. I won't die. The United States Captain Steve stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the distance. What are you doing? Captain Hydra had not finished asking when he saw a hammer flying over in the distance. Boom. Stepping on the Captain of the United States, he was directly smashed by a hammer. The hammer then landed firmly in the hands of the United States Captain Steve, and his injuries were treated. The United States Captain Steve instantly stood up from the ground. Holding Mjolnir in his hand, his aura changed instantly. Like you'll never be able to use it. The United States Captain Steve said righteously to the Hydra Captain. Captain Hydra was furious when he saw this. But I knew in my heart that it wasn't going to work. Mjolnir. He definitely knew it, and he tried to hold it. After Black and Hulk killed Thor of their world. 18. obviously failed. Because Captain Hydra does not meet Odin's spell requirements. Odin's spell, not everyone can break it in 4.5. So, Captain Hydra knew more and more how terrible Mjolnir was. At the moment, Thor, who got up from the ground in a daze, saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly widened. This Steve, when will he be able to pick up his hammer? Has Hammer completely lost his love for him? Captain the United States Steve, sorry, I could have picked it up a long time ago. When Steve tried a little harder at first, he noticed that the hammer moved slightly, but in order not to irritate Thor, he chose to let go. It's just that Thor obviously doesn't think he can actually pick it up. Because Thor doesn't care about that, but now, the United States Captain Steve said, "Showdown. I'm not pretending. I just got Mjolnir's approval." The United States Captain Steve held Mjolnir high and jumped straight up. This is naturally not his jump ability. It was Mjolnir himself who drove him to fly. It seems to be teaching him how to use it. Thor saw this scene, and his heart suddenly became mixed. His hammer is stained. Boom. The power of the thunder and lightning gathers on Mjolnir. The United States Captain Steve holds Mjolnir aloft. Quickly smashed towards Hydra Captain Steve on the ground. Upon seeing this, Captain Hydra immediately picked up his vibranium shield to resist. Then he was still half squatting on the ground, ready to bear the impact, when vibranium is sound absorbing steel, and the sound is basically not transmitted through it. Even the strength has been absorbed a lot. 18. The United States Captain Stephen Mjolnir's move is still powerful. The sound absorbing steel did not fully absorb the force. Chapter 157 IT and -039. Time to end this farce. What? Hydra Captain Steve yelled. Steve, Captain of the United States, holds Mjolnir as if he were transformed into a mighty Hulk. A hammer fell, and Hydra Captain Steve's legs felt like lead. Can't even lift it. Subsequently. It was even smashed by the Captain of the United States, who continued to increase his strength. The entire leg suddenly fell into the ground. Half body buried in it. At this moment, Captain Hydra was finally unable to resist. The shield in his hand was directly smashed into the air. This means that the vibranium is of good quality and is not damaged. If it was replaced with other metals, Mjolnir had already smashed it through with a hammer. Do not kill me. Hydra Captain Steve looked up at the United States Captain and said, "We are all the same, and our careers are the same. You kill me, you kill yourself." Captain Hydra spoke quickly. However, he doesn't know himself at all like Tony does. Steve, Captain of the United States with a tenacious character like a virgin alive. Will not be shaken. Steve, the United States Captain, said, "No, you're not like me, and I'll never feel guilty. That's the downside of super serum soldiers. Good people will be very good, and their hearts will be full of sunshine, just like the Virgin Mary. But if there is a dark person deep inside, then he will become completely dark, just like the devil is alive." The United States Captain Steve and Hydra Captain Steve. Is the obvious example. If your heart is not upright enough, or if you are influenced, you will immediately become a big villain. For Hydra, you can fight, and fight hard. So, the United States Captain showed no mercy. What about another multi-universe self for justice? The United States Captain Steve stepped on Captain Hydra, holding Mjolnir high. Perhaps sensing his heart, Mjolnir drew more lightning power. Boom, boom. Under the dark clouds, endless thunder and lightning gathered on Mjolnir. Rolling thunder, punishing sins. Boom! 08. No. Under the terrified screams of Hydra Captain Steve, the United States Captain Steve smashed Mjolnir right on the head. For the first time, Steve Rogers discovered that he had such an ugly, hideous side to himself. It's just, it won't appear on him. The face of Hydra Captain Steve at this moment seems to become the Hydra logo in front of him. Like a skeleton. His eyes popped out in horror, and his mouth opened wide. And then under the electric shock, Mjolnir knocked down, and the endless power of the thunder and lightning poured into Captain Hydra. Even Thor, if he has no godhead, relies only on his Asgard physique. They will all be stunned by the lightning. Not to mention an ordinary person like Captain Hydra who just used super soldier serum. A super soldier is just a stronger person. Hydra Captain Steve was struck by lightning, and the bones in his body were looming like a real skeleton. This reminds the United States Captain Steve of the Red Skull before, but he still didn't give up. 35 35 Captain Hydra under the perfusion of endless lightning. Gradually there was no sound. The eyes stared at the United States Captain just like that, and then his head lowered limply. The United States Captain Steve picked up Mjolnir with a serious look. He let out a heavy breath. He felt that the Hydra Captain below could not die any longer. There was no smell at all, and there was still a strong burnt smell wafting up. Another Red Skull in real life. Seeing that Hydra Captain Steve was killed, all Hydra trembled in their hearts, and the United States Captain Steve swung the Mjolnir into the air again. See if you can grow 2 more heads. Just treat it for yourself in another world and atone for it. Tony gave up a lot of attack power for the nano battle suit. Although it looks fancy, the damage is actually very low. Give up attack, give up defense. Therefore, he will be chased by the Extremis battle suit at this moment. 18. Tony immediately connected to Earth's satellite. New Krypton is too close to Earth. Tony's technology was barely able to connect to Earth. Moreover, he has already sent a lot of satellites before. Personally sent. This is where Tony has his money. On the satellites, all of Tony's weapons or steel battle suit sits. Just that the steel battle suit can only be controlled by himself. At the moment, countless steel battle suits and those weapons flew over here like a meteor shower. Boom. Boom boom. Tony's steel battle suits are pretty weird. Because he also has a lot like Batman. What kind of armor do you like to resist? Just like Batman likes to treat his teammates and companions as imaginary enemies, whoever it is, he has a way to deal with him. Even Superman's weaknesses, Batman knows all too well. Tony, on the other hand, likes to make all kinds of anti-20th armor like the previous anti-Hulk armor and stuff like that. Countless steel battle suits rushed in front of Tony in the Extremis battle suit. This is my home. Tony spoke in a stern manner. Then countless steel battle suits surrounded it. No matter how strong Tony of the Extremis battle suit is, facing the siege of countless steel battle suits at this moment, he can only be passively beaten. That is, Extremis has strong defense, and like a nano battle suit, it will automatically repair. It's like a parasite. Then keep changing shape to resist. This will not immediately collapse. But even so, he couldn't take it anymore. Escape. Tony is a very smart person. Smart people don't just go to the bottom. Unless there is no other way, then you can only choose to sacrifice yourself. So, Tony, at the moment Extremis battlesuit, wanted to run away. But where can he run to? He managed to break out of the encirclement of the steel battlesuit and saw a burgeoning city ahead. The city was deserted, but he flew over regardless. The more complex the terrain, the easier it is to avoid the pursuit. However, before he got close to the city, a Kryptonian warrior appeared in front of him. Black and Hulk seemed invincible. Hulk is just that. According to the setting, his strength has no upper limit. Just to see how angry he can get. No one knows how angry he is, but anyway, Hulk can't beat him without Black and at this time. Captain Marvel no longer restrained his strength and flew directly towards Black and Hulk. Although Black and Hulk's reaction speed is fast, it is still no faster than the super light Captain Marvel Carol. The powerful force of Captain Marvel instantly overturned Black and Hulk. Then, an energy radiation was sent out. Boom. Carol's hands were like cannon barrels, and she kept releasing energy towards Black and Hulk. 18. Under everyone's attention, Black and Hulk was covered in black spots and stood up from the ground. All the radioactive energy that Carol hit him was absorbed by Black and Hulk, isn't it? Captain Marvel Carol tilted his head and said, boom. Black and Hulk clapped his hands directly in front of his eyes. Two pairs of huge amounts of palms slapped together forms a shockwave similar to the one unleashed by Invisible Woman Susan. Only this shockwave is huge. Carol didn't dodge and was blown away by the shockwave. Butte, of course it didn't hurt her, it just made her feel a little bit painful. This angered Carol. She is Captain Marvel, who is famous in the universe. She flew straight towards Black and Hulk. And the others were not idle either. Dr. Banner transformed into a normal Hulk, although not as strong as the Blacken Hulk. But he kept getting angry. Anger constantly stacks. He lunged directly at Blacken Hulk, trying to catch Blacken Hulk. However, Blacken Hulk punched him directly in the face. Just about to continue rushing up to a set of military boxing like Thanos. Captain Marvel beat Blacken Hulk back. Captain Marvel rushed over like this, with the greatest strength under the blessing of speed, and he couldn't hurt him. Blacken Hulk got stronger again. Under infinite anger, it seemed that the longer he fought, the stronger he became. Unless there is some way to get him to let go of his anger, you can't keep fighting with him. Thor finally slowed down. He almost got knocked out by Blacken Hulk. If it weren't for the Asgard's physical explosion, you can just shoot him to death. Got hit by Hulk's palms like flies. It hurts to think about it. He took the storm axe and said, "You helped me catch him. He's going to hack Hulk's head this time." Roar. Blacken Hulk growled, as if looking down on him. How many trash fish want to catch him? Hulk understood the provocation. Immediately he couldn't control his anger and rushed up. The two Hulks were like angry bulls. Their heads collided fiercely. But obviously, Blacken Hulk is better. He didn't fall into a daze, and Hulk seemed to be stopped. Then, Blacken Hulk grabbed his head and punched him directly. Boom, boom. He punched in the face several times in a row. Captain Marvel rushed up immediately. She was afraid that Hulk would just be beaten to death like this. 1. She is still late. Hulk was hit directly on the ground and couldn't get up. Afterwards, Hulk's body gradually shrank and became normal. Some Dr. Banner, who had been knocked out, lay on the ground, unconscious. 66. Thor saw this scene and suddenly wanted to scold Hulk's teammates. As soon as the plan was finished, it failed before it even started. Thor, I'm going to report Hulk for giving away. Captain Marvel is also a little helpless, but now it's up to her, and Thor. Others simply can't join this kind of battle. Otherwise Blacken Hulk will punch a kid. Oh, and Bai Xi, who is watching the drama on the side, can join. However, he was just watching the play and had no intention of doing it. It seems that he feels that an enemy of this level is not worth his shot at all. Carol was very curious about how powerful Bai Xi was. Roar. Blacken Hulk jumped up in front of her. Although Hulk can't fly, this bounce ability is no less than flight. Some people say that Superman's flight is actually a jump. It's just that he kept himself from falling. But in fact, at this point, it doesn't matter whether it is a jump or a flight. Carol crossed hands, trying to fend off Hulk's Iron Fist. 563, but she probably thinks she's a Wonder Woman. Naturally, it was not blocked and was directly hit by the hammer. It hit the hill behind and was buried in gravel. Carol rushed out of it in an instant. As Captain Marvel, he was knocked out again. It's so embarrassing. Although the fighting power she has always shown is somewhat inconsistent with her identity. At this time, Blacken Hulk took advantage of this time to rush towards Thor again. He knew which people were a threat to him. Thor slashed straight down with the Storm Axe. But the nimble Hulk just dodged. Then he punched the Storm Axe. Huge amounts of power came from the Storm Axe. It is naturally impossible for the Storm Axe to be broken by Hulk's punch. After all, it is the last crystallization of the Dwarf King H.U. The last artifact. It is also a powerful artifact far exceeding all the artifacts forged before! 1. Thor couldn't bear the force. The Storm Tomahawk directly let go. God King Hela, who was watching this scene with magic from a distance, couldn't help shaking his head. When can I grow up a bit? Even if he was given an artifact, he would not be able to become very strong. This made Hela speechless. Thor watched the Storm Axe let go before he could wave Roar back. Blacken Hulk grabbed him straight away. Bang, bang. Blacken Hulk grabbed Thor and slammed it all over the place. Bai Xi, who was watching from a distance, always felt like he had seen this scene before. Isn't this the pain Loki has endured? He was also mocked by Hulk for a very weak god. Now Thor has suffered 2. As expected of a good brother. Fortunately, Captain Marvel saved him again. Otherwise, Blacken Hulk is afraid that he will kill another Thor to solve his hatred. Then you can get the title Thor's Nemesis. Captain Marvel floated in the air, directly opening the double star state point like a massive scorching energy. It rushed towards Black and Hulk like a flash of light point. The hair on her head turned into armor, and her eyes were filled with energy rays. Boom. 39 Black and Hulk was blasted directly to the ground by her then. Captain Marvel rushed down reluctantly, grabbed Black and Hulk, and continued to smash into the ground. Boom. The surface of the ground seemed to have collapsed. It spreads out in circles and circles this time. Fire finally couldn't sit still. If I fight Captain Marvel again, I'm afraid the entire Krypton planet will be destroyed. So, she also flew directly over. Boom. Fire knocked the two out directly from the ground. Carol was defenseless, and Black and Hulk was a big ball. It's over this fast. Fire said, while floating in the air. Chapter 158 The Sun, Are You Polite? Call out, when Tony in the Extremis battlesuit didn't have time to control his body and slammed into the Kryptonian warrior in front of him. But he didn't panic. Instead he sneered. But what he didn't expect was the Kryptonian warrior stood in place with nothing to do, but instead he hit it and was thrown away. Then surrounded by countless steel battlesuits, pulled together to expose themselves. The Extremis battlesuit was nearly blown up. Mind affected Tony nearly died in the explosion. But the dust cleared, and the Kryptonian warrior was still standing in front of him. And just ripped off his Extremis battlesuit at will. The parasite-like Extremis battlesuit was ripped apart. It tried to fix it, but it continued to be broken. The Kryptonian warrior was a little impatient, and immediately melted it with a hot gaze. Extremis battlesuit. That's it. Then the Kryptonian warrior grabbed this Tony and flew over like a dead dog. Iron Man Tony suddenly sighed when he saw this scene. The strength of these Kryptonians is too strong. Before he felt the strongest is Captain Marvel. After all, she doesn't look like a human at all. But now seeing the Kryptonians, Tony feels like everyone is Captain Marvel. Do not kill me. Picked up by the Kryptonian warriors, another world. Tony said, to be honest, I don't really like having another myself. Tony in the nano battlesuit said. His expression was also very confused. He might be able to defuse Extremis influence on his self. But he didn't want to do that. And I think I'm a jerk, but I didn't expect you to do more than me. Tony flew over and said so. Then shoot the palm gun directly. He didn't want to be friends with another self. Like Steve Rogers smashing Captain Hydra with a hammer. 18. There really is a feeling that I'm killing myself. Tony watched his own variant being smashed to death by him and was also emotional for a while. But as he said, this variant has committed an unforgivable sin. He didn't even know what the world after the wormhole was like. Nothing wrong can be forgiven. Can you forgive everything if you put down the butcher knife? The Kryptonian warrior handed him the body and then flew directly back to the Kryptonian city behind him. They want to protect the city. After all, there are only newborns in here. Fire looked at the two in front of her. Captain Marvel Carol looked unconvinced, but she also knew that this was a friendly army. And Black and Hulk headed straight for Fire. Fire didn't care when she saw it. After all, Black and Hulk has already beaten up a few Avengers. Fire directly accumulated strength and punched up. Boom. Black and Hulk really failed to gain the upper hand this time and was smashed again by Fire. Fire has been in this world for a long time. The main reason is that the time for absorbing solar energy is not short. Although not the same as Clark's absorbing the sun's energy for more than 3 decades. But the strength is also much stronger than General Zod at that time. Fire flew straight down. Black and Hulk wanted to get up. But it was stepped on by Fire when Fire raised her fist and slammed it down at Black and Hulk. But was caught by Black and Hulk. Although Black and Hulk felt a throbbing pain. But still hold Fire tightly. Then the other hand hammered Fire when Fire stepped on him and didn't move. A hand also smashed down. They were both actually hurt, but they were all suffering. Only Black and Hulk the more angry the stronger. If Fire shot directly at the beginning, Black and Hulk may have been suppressed. But at the moment, Black and Hulk's level of anger has grown. Boom. Black and Hulk punched straight. Fire's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Her whole body became an upside down C in the air. However, Fire forcibly controlled his body. She rushed back, her hot eyes squinting at Black and Hulk. Black and Hulk felt his skin burn as he absorbed the energy. 18. Black and Hulk's current strength allows him to quickly recover from his injury. Bang. 35. With a slap of both hands, Shockwave interrupted Fyra's hot vision point, then he jumped towards Fyra. Captain Marvel aerial interception, although she is also very upset with Fyra, but knows that Hulk is the enemy point. But when the two bumped into each other, it was her who was knocked flying. Black and Hulk is getting stronger and stronger. Boom. Black and Hulk hit Fyra directly. 4 kills completed. However, just when Black and Hulk is ready to continue killing the quartet, Bai Xi couldn't help but start. It would be too embarrassing to let him hit again. All the other Black and Avengers are dead. Both Black and Iron Man and Captain Hydra were killed. There is only one Hulk, and it can't be solved. When 55. Bai Xi came to Hulk with a teleportation and grabbed his hand directly. Hulk's palm was huge, so Bai Xi could only resist it. But he squeezed hard. Black and Hulk huge amounts of palms were instantly crushed to pieces by him. Then blow lightly. Raw. 55. Super or suck. Black and Hulk was immediately blown into the universe by him. Hulk also does not have the ability to survive in the universe, although he can survive in the universe for a short time. But they can't do whatever they want in a vacuum environment like the Kryptonians. Then Bai Xi flew into the universe and directly grabbed Hulk and threw him to the sun. Son, are you polite? First General Zod, then Black and Hulk. This is to treat it as a sun cemetery, but I have to say, this trick works really well. Even Hulk, the defense and regeneration ability is strong. When he got closer and closer to the core of the sun, his body couldn't stand the burning. It's like melting. Moreover, Bai Xi also gave him a hot look. Melted Hulk directly. Make sure that Black and Hulk is completely dead and will not be resurrected with a drop of blood like Deadpool. Only then did Bai Xi return to Krypton. At this time, everyone recovered from the shock caused by Bai Xi. Mighty Black and Hulk, who was hanged everywhere, just thrown into the sun. The people who came back to their senses began to massacre the people of Hydra. Hydra, a cancerous tissue, must be completely destroyed. Without a leader, Hydra's group of rotten fish and rotten shrimp was quickly solved by the Black Widow. Although they were injected with super soldier serum. But the Black Widows have extremis and will cooperate. As long as you touch them, you can directly heat and melt. So the Hydra group was quickly resolved. Natasha Romanoff shook her hair, looking at the Kryptonian battlefield. Actually no. Damage was done. And there is nothing here. For a continent, it will repair itself. Just change the landscape. So Fyra flew towards Kryptonite City with the Kryptonian warriors. Hey, at this time, Captain Marvel Carol stopped her. Fyra looked back at Carol. You are strong, Carol said. You too. After all, Fyra was not too arrogant and said. She also recognized Carol's strength. But Carol will gradually become weaker than her because she is absorbing the energy of the sun all the time. Fyra flew away with the Kryptonian warriors. The Avengers also cleaned up the battlefield. Everyone felt a little heavy. Although victorious, but it felt bad. Just one world is so exhausting. Then there are so many space-time wormholes. What should we do? And Blackens are so strong. A sudden space-time invasion made them even more vigilant. Can they really win the multi-universe war? Nobody knows the answer. It's just a Black and Hulk that leaves them a little overwhelmed. Hey, Thor. At this time, the United States Captain Steve shouted to Thor, who was leaving with the Storm Axe. Thor put down his axe and looked at him. Your hammer. The United States Captain Steve threw Mjolnir straight to him. Thor almost said, "This is your hammer," because he really forgot about Mjolnir hammer, who had been with him for thousands of years, had no love after all. Thor put Mjolnir on him, hesitation said, "Find me if you need it." 665 Steve nodded silently. It feels like some kind of deal. Fortunately, they don't care about that either. Thor raised the Storm Axe, and Bifrost left in an instant. Avengers and Shang-Chi and Bureau also left directly. But I thought this was the end, but unexpectedly, the space-time wormholes in the universe have not disappeared. Also, it's not one way. Shang-Chi and Bureau immediately began to detect the space-time wormhole. Space-time Wormholes will exist for at least 50 years soon. They came to a conclusion. Then they looked at each other. This is not the resources of another world are in front of you. Estella looked at the space-time wormhole in the universe and said, another universe is right in front of you. Isn't the King of Gods moved? Estella asked. Bai Xi shook his head and said, what's the use for us? We just need to have Kryptonian babies as soon as possible. Estella then extinguished her conquest. The Kryptonians' conquest psychology is also very strong. Otherwise, it would not have conquered the entire universe in the DC universe. At its peak, the Kryptonian Empire had hundreds of thousands of outposts, almost all over the universe, but now the general population is of no use to the Kryptonians. The Kryptonians are also a more arrogant race than the Asgard's resources and the like. They are not short of it for the time being. Moreover, it can cooperate with Xianjian Bureau. On Limbo, for they started. Someone had already started. Hela, who waited for a long time, dispatched Asgard's fleet when everyone in the 9 realms was stunned. Hela directly sent the fleet over. According to Thor, the Asgard of that world is destroyed. So, who can stop them? Even if it still exists, Hela is not afraid. Seeing this situation, the Xianjian Bureau immediately sent a spaceship. Can't let the Asgard people get all the benefits. In just an instant, countless spaceships rushed into the only open space-time wormhole. Tony Stark, also curious about the world. The Avengers all came. They want to see what the world really looks like. So they came over, and the spaceship almost smashed to the ground. Backquote. Vomit. Tony got off the ship and saw a woman who almost vomited. Originally, he wanted to recruit Raw because this woman is so beautiful. Although Tony has turned his back on the prodigal son, he doesn't mind the rhetoric. However, under his gaze, this woman suddenly became extremely ugly and her face seemed to be shriveled. Tony retched and knew what was going on in an instant. Extremis. Extremis was meant to heal wounds, but it was used by Tony of this world to make up for the defectiveness. So, let everyone become a perfect handsome man and woman. Only. Extremis also has side effects. In addition to affecting the minds of ordinary people, it also made their original appearance uglier. Lee Wang Heo. It's like losing moisture. Just like now. The entire people of New York, under the watchful eyes of the Avengers, turned into monsters. Definitely, they discovered it themselves. Then they all howled. They need to buy Extremis like crazy. However, Extremis is gone. For a time, the whole of New York seemed to have become a purgatory on Earth. The people walking on the street are not people, but demons from hell. Sure enough, killing that scourge was the right choice. Tony muttered to himself. For a time, they suddenly felt extremely happy. At least their world is normal. Asgard's fleet didn't care about that. They are here to rule the 9 realms here. The 9 realms here were supposed to celebrate Asgard Ragnarok. But I didn't expect the time-space wormhole to open, and another group of Asgard people came, and still pure new Asgard. This is a bit frustrating. As for this Earth, the Avengers began to set things right. Because the lighthouse country of this world has been completely controlled by Hydra. Naturally they cannot tolerate this, because no matter what the beliefs of Hydra believers are. But in fact, their goals are made to harm human society. So, Avengers seems to have gone back a few years. Let's start destroying Hydra bases all over the world together. Definitely. At the same time, the Xianjian Bureau began to plunder the resources of this world. This is the result of defeat in a multi-universe war. If you lose your autonomy, you will be oppressed. All resources will be plundered. No matter what kind of war it is, the purpose is actually the same. All of this has nothing to do with the newly established Krypton. Krypton now needs few resources. Chapter 159. Superman is dead. The mother box has moved. Only when the Avengers destroyed the Hydra base, they encountered a big obstacle. The Hydra of this world is no longer hidden. Due to Hydra's control of the lighthouse state, the numbers are quite large. The Avengers and the Black Widow are not enough to win this war, so I can only go back and choose to ask for help. They just wiped out a few bases, and they were stubbornly resisted by Hydra. It turns out. Sometimes it's true that ants bite to death. At least they can't face so many enemies. They had no choice but to go back and ask for more help from the army. Sadly, Asgard doesn't care about Earth. In Hela's view, the general strength of the Earthlings is too weak. It's more interesting than going to conquer other races. Natasha Romanoff said, let's go to Bai for help. Yelena asked, are there too few Kryptonians too? I don't believe he's the only one. Natasha Romanoff smiled. In her intuition, she still felt that Bai Xi would not be so simple. Moreover, she also understands Bai Xi better. No one knows Bai Xi better than her. At the moment, Bai Xi is bringing Lorna to Krypton. Lorna, Wanda, Susan and Phoenix. These four. At first glance, Bai Xi does not have a world viewpoint, but it's all here. It's really fate. They thought it was boring to be on Earth, so when Bai Xi came back, they pestered him to visit Krypton. They also know that Bai Xi has his own planet. It's this Krypton. Lorna looked around curiously. Krypton still looks pretty barren. After all, the dark world has been transformed. And besides Krypton City, there is no other place where there is life. The Dark Elves were slaughtered by the Kryptonian warriors. It can be said that the Dark Elves of this world are completely extinct. Like the dwarf family. Then, the Kryptonian warriors flew out to greet him. Everyone of them can fly. Susan said. Finothy can also fly. Susan is glad that her ability can also flight, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Lorna, Wanda and Kin's Phoenix Force are all free to fly. It's just that Lorna's is weaker. After all, she's controlling magnetic field. Fire flew over and said to Bai Xi, God King. Bai Xi waved his hands and let them leave. 563 This is my lieutenant. Looking at the eyes of the four, Bai Xi explained, let me show you around the city, but there's no one there right now. Bai Xi said depressedly. There are not many people in such a big city. Something is really wrong. It looks like a ghost town. If the Kryptonians are not afraid of these, it is estimated that no one dares to live. Bai Xi wants to bring some other races, but with the strength of the Kryptonians, no matter who comes to live with the Kryptonians, the final status may be very different. This is also what Bai Xi does not want to see. After all, no matter what, they all follow him. Like Amazon and Mutant. Bai Xi also disliked those who were willing to be slaves so soon. Bai Xi took a few people to visit Krypton Star City. Wanda, who originally wanted to live here, didn't have much thought. Because I can't see anyone. Although the architecture is very stylish, it is very empty. At this time, Natasha Romanoff and others also came to him. The spaceship of the Xianjian Bureau fell directly. Carefree Natasha Romanoff comes over for a bear hug. Also, she doesn't talk too much. We need help. What? Help her? Bai Xi let go of her. Help us take that world, Natasha Romanoff said. Bai Xi suddenly thought of the Amazons. As for those races in the 9 realms, they are just cannon fodder, so there is no need to think that they will be obedient. It's just that when there is a crisis, they will act together. There are too few Kryptonians, Natasha Romanoff said. Although the Kryptonians are powerful, it is difficult for them to solve it in a short time. Don't worry, I will bring help, Bai Xi said. At the moment, Paradise Island. Queen Hippolyta and other warriors gathered in front of the mother box again. The mother box today is like it was decades ago. After falling asleep, he seemed to wake up again. Queen Hippolyta and Antiope looked at the mother box in front of them. Suddenly fell into silence. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the mother box, and then blue light came out from inside. However, there are not enough gaps, but it is spreading at an extremely fast rate. But soon, the gap of the mother box shrunk back again. Because Superman is still alive. The existence of Superman Clark makes the mother box not dare to expose it easily. Superman is the Asgardian of this world after all. It's him. General Antiope asked his sister. Queen Hippolyta immediately shook her head and said, he doesn't need to come in this way anymore. Queen Hippolyta said, of course. Bai Xi, who is that? There is only one possibility. The group of evil beings who left the mother box on Earth. Queen Hippolyta said. Antiope looked at the mother box that had returned to normal and was a little worried. It's not the same now as it was then. The Atlanteans don't know what's going on. The gods such as Zeus have long since disappeared. Can it work with only the Amazons and humans? Don't worry, as long as the king is here. 35 Queen Hippolyta said. As long as Bai Xi was around, the group of enemies back then would be nothing. He's not always around, Antiope said. The two then left the bunker. The mother box was sealed again. They don't know why the mother box is silent again. Don't even know what caused it. At the moment, Metropolis, the city guarded by the Superman point. Since the appearance of Superman Clark, it has been flying in the sky of the Med every day. The crime rate came down quickly. People love Superman and remember him when something goes wrong. However, there are also people who hate Superman and feel that he controls too much. But anyway, they are used to the existence of Superman Clark. But at the moment, Superman Clark is in trouble. He didn't know how he got Batman off. Maybe it's because flying around in the sky somehow damaged the Wayne family business. Anyway, Batman started targeting him. And also kryptonite. Before the mother box reacted, it was Clark who was stabbed with kryptonite by Batman. That's the scariest thing about Batman. He will find your weakness, then use your weaknesses to deal with you. Directly to the effect of one shot kill. The reason for dealing with Superman Clark. Because he was used by Lex Luke. Lex Luke is the guy who said that classic if God is omnipotent, he is not merciful. If God is merciful, he is not omnipotent. He is Superman Clark's enemy. He doesn't like Clark because he thinks Clark is like a god among men, so he's constantly in control, making Batman think Clark is a scourge. After all, the hearts of those who are not my race must be different. Although Batman didn't know this sentence, he knew the truth. Anyway, Clark is an alien, somewhere in the DC universe. Steppenwolf, driven from Apocalypse by Darkseid, sends the mother box. It's the mother box. Steppenwolf said ignorantly. However, he didn't dare to go there at all. Kryptonian breath. Apocalypse, the most feared other Kryptonians, especially when the Kryptonian Empire was rampant in the universe. Apocalypse had to hide from the Kryptonians, otherwise there is a danger of being killed. Go tell Darkseid and he'll forgive me. 99 Steppenwolf immediately made a decision. As long as he tells Darkseid about the AF box, Darkseid will forgive him. Because where the mother box was left, there is an anti-life equation. Bai Xi said apologetically to several people, I need to go out and bring helpers back. 99 We know. Wanda nodded obediently. So are others, but Lorna said, there was a lot of fun. Why didn't you bring us along? She was referring to the opening of the space-time wormhole. I didn't have time either. Bai Xi opened his mouth to explain, don't forget us next time. Lorna likes to play with a heavy heart and said directly, Bai Xi definitely agreed. Then he used the food house to get the top food out. Since having the food house, he doesn't need to make his own stuff. This naturally satisfies Bai Xi's hobbies. After all, eating is very important to him. Wanda and others also like the food of the gourmet house very much. Not bothering him to do it himself. Enjoying the perfect meal. Bai Xi didn't stop. He was going to find a helper. Dimensional teleportation. An ability can easily break the barrier and come to another world. Paradise Island. Queen Hippolyta is standing alone on the top of the mountain. Why is the queen here? As soon as Bai Xi fell, he saw Queen Hippolyta. I am waiting for the evil enemy. 35 Queen Hippolyta smiled unconsciously when she saw Bai Xi. Is it me? 35 Bai Xi asked interestingly. Queen Hippolyta shook her head. She said, evil affects the mother box. That's what you said about me at the time. 35 Bai Xi immediately laughed. You conquered Paradise Island, Queen Hippolyta said, a little resentful. Bai Xi is not really evil, but he is not a good person either. Bai Xi nodded in agreement, because I was originally a conqueror. Bai Xi said, and entered the palace on the island with Queen Hippolyta. The mother box was moved. Could it be that Clark is dead? Otherwise, how dare the mother box be arrogant? Bai Xi clearly remembered that it was because Clark and Doomsday were paired. As a result, Superman's wailing sound spread throughout the universe. Thus, the mother box is activated. Steppenwolf was attracted. But anyway, since the mother box has moved, it must be that Steppenwolf already knows the position of the mother box. It's just that I'm afraid they won't come over because there are Kryptonians. Bai Xi didn't care too much. Not to mention Steppenwolf. Darkseid seemed vulnerable to him. Darkseid has the Omega race. He has 2. The anti-life formula Darkseid didn't have. He already had it. How do you play? The time has come for you to fight for me. 99 Bai Xi said to Queen Hippolyta. But the mother box. Queen Hippolyta worried. Don't worry. The enemy will not dare to come for the time being. Bai Xi said to Queen Hippolyta. Then I'll let Antio prepare, and I'll call Diana back. Queen Hippolyta had to be obedient. She has no right to speak in front of Bai Xi. No, Diana, this time it's easy. Bai Xi said. After all, it's just dealing with Hydra. Let the female warriors of the Amazon try it first. Just get acquainted with a different world first, then let Antio plead. Queen Hippolyta complied. She couldn't help but obey. Bai Xi nodded in satisfaction. Even if she has all kinds of consideration and reluctance in her heart, she will not refute herself. No wonder Zeus liked her so much. Bai Xi suddenly sighed with emotion. There is indeed a sense of conquest. Soon, Antiope assembled all the Amazons. She glanced worriedly at Queen Hippolyta, then at Bai Xi. The mother box has moved. What if she took the warriors away and the enemy came? Queen Hippolyta shook her head, expressing her trust in Bai Xi. Only 2/3 will do, Bai Xi said. The others stay and guard the mother box. There are at least tens of thousands of Amazon women warriors. This time he took away more than half of it. However, their weapons and equipment need to evolve. Not to mention offensive hot weapons. At least be fully armed and protect yourself. You can't rely on your blood to fight the enemy. Bai Xi did not forget the scene where a group of Amazon female warriors were helpless against the battleship. Those were weapons from the First World War, and they could be killed at will. This is where the Amazonian warriors and humans are disconnected. Humans have been progressing, and they are fighting the same way they were thousands of years ago. Of course not. So Bai Xi must at least protect them. Bai Xi directly opened the transmission channel. God the Most High still has not hindered and is still helping him. Warriors, go in, Antiope shouted. She looked at Queen Hippolyta. The Hippolyta female dynasty nodded her head and asked her to be obedient. There are tens of thousands of people, and there are no boundaries. Countless Amazon female warriors have entered through the transmission channel. Then disappeared in place. It disappeared with a beam of light that reached the sky. The scene was magnificent. Queen Hippolyta had never seen such a scene. Paradise Island is in your hands. 35 Bai Xi said. After a pause, Bai Xi said, if it really doesn't work, give the mother box to the enemy and wait for me to come back and clean them up. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Queen Hippolyta nodded. However, Bai Xi didn't know whether she heard it or not. However, Queen Hippolyta will definitely not give her life for this. Amazon female warriors are very disciplined. It didn't take long for the large troops to enter. I'm leaving. After Bai Xi finished speaking, he flew over directly. Chapter 160 Tony, ISN-039, T this Bai Xi-039, S harem, nowhere. There are rumors that the void is the head of a god. After 100,000 years, it became this continent. From the outside, void land does look like a huge head. I just don't know how powerful it is to be able to cut off the natural head. Come on, but these have nothing to do with today's people. 100,000 years ago. Putting it on today is just a discussion after dinner. But now. Something happened in the void. It was attacked by the Dark Order. Even if this is an uncontrolled zone in the universe. But it couldn't resist the impact of the dark sect. But no one thought that Thanos would dare to be so arrogant. Dare to attack the void, in fact, is to declare war with other forces. Often this kind of three-way zone. Each empire has its own eyeliner, but now they have all been eradicated by the Dark Order. It was as if Thanos was about to destroy the void. And what he was looking for was just an ancient life collector, also known as the Collector, whose real name is Tana Tiffany. Tiffany is one of the elders of the universe. It looks like an ancient human, but it is actually alien life. He has the ability of immortality. So he has lived from the beginning of the universe to the present. Geo shines and is his brother, just like him, immortal. But because of this, the two brothers have been thinking about the meaning of life. Collector has not known how long he has lived, and his wife has accompanied him for 3 billion years, but because he was tired of longevity, he chose to give up his immortal life. Have to say longevity is also a kind of sadness sometimes. So Tiffany had to find a hobby for herself. So he became a collector, who likes to collect interesting artifacts and life forms from all over the universe. By now, he's even obsessed with collecting. He started collecting what he considered precious and rare for pure collecting. Even life Definitely. In addition to longevity, Tiffany also has some abilities such as foreseeing the future. On none of these abilities have any effect in front of Thanos. He finally met the person who punished him. Tiffany looked at Thanos and said, I know you. He had foreseen the future and knew what Thanos would be like. The Dark Order slaughtered and destroyed the Void Lands. At the moment, Tiffany could only be dragged into the ruins by Thanos. I know you too. Thanos looked at Tiffany cruelly and said, in the original timeline, Tiffany would have been coveted by Thanos for the reality gem. Tiffany just wants to collect infinite gems. But unexpectedly, the timeline was changed and he was still sanctioned by Thanos. Can only say, Collector Tiffany is really unlucky. What do you want? Collector Tiffany sat on the ruins, feeling extremely tired. Maybe it was the long life that really made him a little bit unbearable. At this moment, he also had the idea of giving up his life. I want the news in your head. Thanos didn't even look at his collection of junk. For Thanos, Collector Tiffany's collections are worthless, even those rare races in the universe. Tell me the news of the heart of the universe. Thanos grabbed Collector Tiffany's head, lifted him up and said, you know the heart of the universe? Collector Tiffany was shocked. He looked at Thanos in surprise. Why would he know the news of the heart of the universe? You know, this thing has no legend in the universe. You sure know it. Thanos gave a cruel smile. Tell me, Tiffany knew there was no way to resist. And he didn't know what his mentality was, so he decided to say it. Maybe sit because his life is too boring. So Tiffany's expressionless face was suddenly outlined. He opened his mouth and said, a long time ago, primitive beings were not willing to be lonely. 39 They were not satisfied with living on one planet, so they went to the universe. Ancient life explored the universe. 35 They don't know what the heart of the universe is, but as long as there is wisdom, life will not be content with loneliness. Corvus Glaive was suddenly impatient. Say the point. He put his sword on the ground. But instead, Thanos glared at him. Thanos loves hearing such old stories. Perhaps he thought it was also a kind of knowledge. Isn't the knowledge of intelligent life formed in conversation? Thanos said, you keep talking. In fact, Collector Tiffany ignored the idiot Corvus Glaive. He just said to himself, by a coincidence, this group of ancient explorers discovered a mass of energy bodies. That's what came to be called the heart of the universe. After they got this energy, they became omnipotent and became the most powerful existence in the universe, maintaining the peace of the universe and looking for specimens in various regions. Collector Tiffany said here, the story seems to end. The story is simple, but what is revealed makes Thanos yearn for. No wonder Thanos from another universe is going crazy to get the heart of the universe. If you have the heart of the universe, you can do anything. At that time, he is destiny. Isn't that much better than infinite gems? However, Collector Tiffany did not follow. And then Thanos asked, then the group of guys disappeared. Everyone was gone. It was like they had never been in this world. 99 Collector Tiffany sneered. The heart of the universe naturally disappeared together. Where is it? Thanos asked as if out of control. Then I saw Collector Tiffany looking at him like a fool. If I knew where the heart of the universe was, would I not go get it? After all, he's a lunatic collector. If you really know the heart of the universe, you will definitely not let it go. What is the difference between finding Thanos and sending him to death? No, you must know something. Thanos said, who knows? Maybe. The heart of the universe is on a certain meteor, maybe in a broken spaceship, maybe in the hands of some creature. Collector Tiffany began to talk about various possibilities. Boom. Thanos smashed his head directly into the rubble. Knowing that Collector Tiffany really doesn't know now, Thanos wasn't frustrated either. At least he knew the origin of the heart of the universe. Someone once got it. It will definitely leave traces. Boom. With Thanos' punch, the entire void turned directly into nothingness. This is really nothing. Completely destroyed by Thanos. Collector Tiffany naturally disappeared between heaven and earth along with the place of nothingness. I don't know how many years of long life just gave up with Collector himself. If Collector doesn't want to die, he can still live. The Darksect left the void in an instant. Not long after they teleported away, spaceships from countless forces came to this place immediately. Titans, caught Death. Krypton point. A transmission channel opened point. It's like a portal that separates countless worlds. Fire and the others flew over immediately, looking at the teleportation channel with extreme vigilance point. It was not until I felt the breath of Bai Xi that I relaxed point. However, it was not Bai Xi who came out of it point. Crowds of Amazon women came out of it point after Antiope came out. He looked at fire flying in the sky and shouted, "We are the servants of my king." Got King Bai Xi? Fire asked. Got King. Antiope was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Yes, it's King Bai Xi." Fire then fell, but the Kryptonian warrior did not relax his vigilance. "Welcome to Krypton." Fire said point. Antiope also came up and said, "We are the Amazons, warriors of the king." 9 point. Fire just nodded nonchalantly point. She glanced at the Amazons, just a little bit stronger than ordinary people point compared with the Kryptonians. It is not worth mentioning point. Aware of her indifference, Antiope didn't say much point. She just glanced at the Kryptonian warriors and then lined up the Amazon female warriors. These Kryptonian warriors, they can even fly. You know, only Diana can fly on Paradise Island. This is still Diana's demigod blood point. Her father was the God King Zeus. It would be funny if none of Zeus' daughters could fly point. Fortunately, not many people point. Antiope sighed inwardly, telling the Amazon female warriors not to mess around point. Although there are many of them, they already know it point. Sometimes it doesn't matter if there are too many people. For example, when facing Bai Xi point, they were a group and they were all defeated by Bai Xi point, and it was directly conquered point soon. Standing full of Amazon female warriors who couldn't see the side point. When Fire saw this scene, she was immediately envious. Zero. Ask for flowers. If there were so many Kryptonians straight across the universe, what about those multi-universes? Pity point. The Kryptonians lose in numbers this scene. Everyone in the Xianjian Bureau space station saw it point. The originally dull atmosphere was instantly shattered by Tony. Tony was shocked. Good guy. Did Bai Xi bring his harem? Natasha Romanoff and Yelena looked at him with bad eyes. Tony knew that he had said something wrong and should not smear Bai Xi, so he immediately stopped talking point. However, the people from the Xianjian Bureau immediately sent people to Krypton point soon. Bai Xi came out from inside point. The transmission channel just disappeared point. When Queen Hippolyta saw this scene, she immediately sent people to guard the mother box point. Although Bai Xi said there was no problem, she still wanted to do her best to protect her after all. Bai Xi didn't understand that kind of thing that had been guarded for thousands of years. How would he feel if he lost it all at once point? But for Queen Hippolyta, protecting the mother box was the task of the Amazons. Got King point. Fire came up. Bai Xi nodded and said, "Wait for them to come. I don't know if everything I want is ready." Fire looked at the rudimentary equipment of the Amazon female warrior and nodded immediately point. With this kind of equipment, it is impossible to fight the enemy point, especially when the original strength is not crushed point. If it were Kryptonians, then it doesn't matter. You don't need any equipment. You can just crush it all the way point. Soon point. The spaceship of the Xianjian Bureau fell. Tony flinched and walked last. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena walked at the forefront with a fierce look. Who are they? They asked in disbelief point. After all, this Amazon female warrior is amazing. More than 10,000 people, all female soldiers. This made Tony, the playboy, speechless. Or Bai Xi can play. Tony gave a thumbs up behind him. They are the female warriors of the Amazons and follow me to fight, Bai Xi said. Then they fight in such shabby clothes? Natasha Romanoff said point. The female warriors of the Amazons dress as if they lived in an ancient battlefield far away point. Except for a few key parts, there is no protection in other places, so brand new gear is needed, Bai Xi said. Fortunately, we have enough equipment. Mariah Hill came up from behind. Bai Xi finally dispelled Natasha Romanoff's doubts. This can continue. Bai Xi shook his head in confusion point. Soon, the Xianjian Bureau delivered the equipment point. After all, there are enough Amazons. Are they really capable of fighting? At this time, Tony came over and asked quietly, "Which way do you mean?" Bai Xi immediately asked back point. 66.99 Tony, can you drive on this road? I'm a decent man, my friend, Tony said solemnly point. Others looked at him badly point, but he really isn't the playboy he used to be. Definitely on the battlefield, Tony asked. Others are also curious. In another world, the Amazons followed the god King Zeus to defeat the alien invasion. Bai Xi said. This is how everyone recognized the fighting power of the Amazons' god King Zeus. This is another mythical character in this case. The Amazons' combat effectiveness is certainly not weak. Solving another multi-universe Hydra is certainly not a problem. After all, they are just a few people. It's like the Battle of New York facing the endless Chitauri at that time. At a glance, there are all enemies. And there is some despair, but now that there are so many Amazon female warriors, don't be afraid. At the moment, the Amazon female warriors looked curiously at the equipment in front of them. They hold it in their hands and don't even know how to put them on. The Black Widows immediately demonstrated to the Amazon female warriors they are all women, so naturally there is no problem of discrimination. Moreover, the Amazon female warriors saw that they were willing to cooperate. If it was someone else in the Xianjian Bureau, it is estimated that the Amazon female warriors would not be so cooperative. They put on body armor and other equipment in an instant, and they looked a bit like modern people. 18. Is this a bit of a breach? Natasha Romanoff asked. Because these Amazon warriors don't use modern weapons. Instead, they hold their bows and arrows and don't let go. At this time, Antiope held a bow and arrow and threw a bow at a boulder in the distance. 100 million. Chapter 161 DARKSEID and -039. S caution. Call out. The arrow swiftly flew out of Antiope's hands like a shooting star. Boom. The boulder in the distance was directly smashed by her sharp arrow. It was as if it was not an arrow, but a high energy weapon. The Avengers looked at each other. It seems that the Amazon female warriors really only need defensive equipment, not weapons, and even if you give them modern hot weapons, they won't be able to use them. If you haven't even seen this thing, you can't learn it now, right? And there is already a hockey button who uses a bow and arrow. So it's not that weird. Soon, the Amazon female warriors were ready to go. The Avengers did not delay, and several spaceships took off directly and went to another multi-universe to fight Hydra. Not to mention, Hydra under the leadership of Captain Hydra is really a tough bone to crack. Fortunately, Captain Hydra has been killed. Otherwise, it will be more tenacious, and this time, with the Amazon female warriors, under the leadership of the Avengers, the Hydra warriors couldn't stand it any longer. The Amazon female warriors rode war horses and shot thousands of arrows in the distance. As the round goes on, Hydra fighters will fall a lot. The range of the Amazon female warrior is obviously not the distance of ordinary people. And at the moment also has various armors coupled with the charge of the Avengers. They were quickly defeated. The United States Captain Steve also borrowed Mjolnir from Thor. At the moment, he's like a new Thor 1 Mjolnir. One vibranium shield. In Hydra fighters it is almost like no one else. The Hydra of this world has finally collapsed. Amazon female warriors are crazy. It's been a long time since I've had such an enjoyable battle. For a belligerent 563 race. This life is what they want. Apocalypse Star Steppenwolf's armor was all removed, and the whole person was like a pug. Steppenwolf without armor, and very cute. He knelt down tremblingly on the ground, waiting for Darkseid to come. Darkseid, the overlord of the Apocalypse Star, led the Apocalypse Star to conquer countless universes. Definitely, he has failed to. On Earth, he was almost killed by Ares, the god of war in the universe. He was almost destroyed by the Kryptonians when they found their old nest on Earth. It is because there is no strong strength, not even Omega Rays. Only the fledgling Darkseid was naturally defeated by the gods and others, and with the Omega Rays, Darkseid can't find the sad place on Earth. The most important thing is that there is a race to hang up. Kryptonians. After a Kryptonian has absorbed enough of the sun's energy, none of his Omega Rays can completely wipe them out. On the contrary, the Kryptonian can come up to beat him with his injuries. This made the Apocalypse Star out again, knowing that there was an open race in the universe. So now, before Apocalypse Star goes anywhere, figure it out. Are there any Kryptonians in this place? Darkseid is not handsome either. At least not as handsome as Thanos next door. Well, both are half a pound. But he was as large and burly as Thanos. Even Steppenwolf, a giant more than 2 meters tall, was one head shorter in front of Darkseid. Darkseid's height is close to 3 meters, about the same as Thanos. He looked down at Steppenwolf. Didn't I tell you to fuck off? Darkseid's low voice sounded. Darkseid, Steppenwolf didn't dare to be long-winded and immediately said, I sensed where the mother box is. 35 Darkseid, who was still a little indifferent, immediately lit up when he heard the words, where? 35 Darkseid said it wasn't the mother box that he cared about. This thing was just used by the Apocalypse Star to transmit. What he cares about is, at that time, where the mother box was lost, there was something he had longed for. Anti-life equation. As long as there is an anti-life equation, he can control everyone at will, and when the time comes to conquer one world after another, it won't be too much trouble. As long as the anti-life equation arrives, anyone who hears it will be controlled by Darkseid. Earth. Steppenwolf immediately said what he sensed. He doesn't actually know that the Earth has an anti-life equation right now. Only he thought that the mother box was also very important to Darkseid. After all, it is one of the technologies of Apocalypse Star. But Steppenwolf hesitated for a moment, then said, there's a Kryptonian sent there, so the mother box closed immediately. Kryptonian. Darkseid frowned upon hearing this. How many people are there? He asked. Only one. Steppenwolf immediately lowered his head. One. When Darkseid heard the words, he was not afraid immediately. However, the Kryptonians' losses have already been eaten. He didn't dare to be careless. Go figure it out first, Darkseid said. The entire Apocalypse Star suddenly started functioning. Darkseid is known as the Dark Lord. Naturally, it is not a brainless player. Even Thanos is not a brainless player. It's just that he finally waited for the opportunity, but found that the opportunity disappeared in an instant. Darkseid is not a brainless player either. I like to plan and then move. Lex Luthor. Batman looked at the arrogant rich man in front of him. The Lex group is equally wealthy in the Lighthouse country, not much worse than the Wayne group. He's just as smart, and even Bruce Wayne communicated with him. But is a lunatic. After Superman Clark came out, Lex Luthor worked to rid the world of this alien threat. He has always considered the existence of Superman to be a threat. He believes that the emergence of Superman has weakened the potential of human beings instead of thinking that Superman will hurt humans like Batman does. Superman flies around the Met sky all day. Humans become dependent on it. The potential of human beings themselves cannot be stimulated naturally. In this way of thinking, it cannot be said that Lex Luthor is wrong. So, Lex Luthor constantly proves to the world that he is better than Superman. Batman was even provoked against Superman Clark. It's just a pity Batman couldn't defeat Superman. Even if he found Kryptonite's weakness just made Superman weak for a while. Moreover, Batman also reacted that he was being tricked. So, Lex Luthor suffered. In the original plot, Lex Luthor would have used General Zod's body to create a Doomsday. Then let Superman and Doomsday die together. But unfortunately, General Zod's body was completely gone. Even the Krypton spacecraft was driven away by Fire and others. Naturally, Doomsday cannot appear out of thin air. Lex Luthor could only stare at the two people who surrounded him in frustration. Okay, I lost this time, Lex Luthor said. No one could see that this was a man who had run for supremacy in the Lighthouse State. Batman immediately followed his own principles and locked up Lex Luthor. Batman never kills after all. Before being locked up, Lex Luthor was shaved bald. It seems that the movement he made has come to an end. 18. How could someone like Lex Luthor be locked up for a long time in the Lighthouse country? Paradise Island. Wonder Woman Diana finally has time off. For her, a vacation is a return to Paradise Island. After all, there is nowhere more beautiful than here. Only this time she came back and found that there were far fewer Amazons on Paradise Island. Mother, what about Auntie and the others? Diana asked when she saw Queen Hippolyta. Of course she asked about Antiope. They followed the king to fight. Queen Hippolyta said. What? Diana said suddenly. Why don't you call me then? Looking a little pissed off, he said this level of combat doesn't require you. Queen Hippolyta said. You are different after all. Diana, you need to wait 35. I see. Diana said a little dejectedly. Then she started looking at the scenery and regained her mood. It just so happens that you are back, so don't leave too much recently. Queen Hippolyta said to Diana. What's wrong? Diana took a deep breath and calmed down. There was a change in the mother box some time ago. Queen Hippolyta frowned and said sadly, "What?" Diana was shocked. "That's taking so many people away." She took a look and decided that she couldn't leave Paradise Island anytime soon. Otherwise, Paradise Island is now so weak. If the enemy comes, isn't the mother box handed over? In the endless multi-universe, not all are good people. Bai Xi said with emotion. When he returned home, he really just wanted to lie flat. If he could pointer, he has great eyesight. Just looking up, you can see countless space-time wormholes. I lost my mind in an instant. But this universe is not necessarily all bad people. Lana said. I wonder if there is another me in other universes. Maybe not. Bai Xi thought for a while. Lana shouldn't be here. Bai Xi didn't even know why Lana appeared. Because she's a mutant. You know, this is a world without mutants. But Lana herself doesn't know why. Then there's no way. Maybe in another world, you are a big devil. Bai Xi said with a smile. That's good. The great demon king will punish you. Lana laughed. There are not many more leisurely days like this. Lana misses the old days when nothing happened. The whole world seems to be only her and Bai Xi. But unfortunately, there is no going back. Bai Xi took a good rest at home. He suddenly raised his head. Boom. In the space-time wormhole that was opened before, several spaceships flew out. Obviously, the Xianjian Bureau came triumphantly. Bai Xi immediately flew up. On Earth, people are used to seeing this scene, especially the people around New York. Since the Great War of New York, the aliens appeared. Everyone is starting to get used to it. Isn't it just that someone can fly into the sky at any time? Very normal operation. So everyone just looked up and then immediately ignored it. The sky is falling down and there are tall people on it. The spacecraft flew directly to Krypton. The space station of the Xianjian Bureau can't hold so many Amazon female warriors. My King 35 and Teop looked at Bai Xi and said, the task was completed perfectly. They're casualties? This is what Bai Xi cares about. The Amazons were physically strong, with only minor injuries, and Teop said proudly. Although not as good as the Kryptonians behind Bai Xi, they are stronger than ordinary humans. Definitely, the Amazons and Atlanteans were driven away by humans, just because the number is too small. Good. Bai Xi nodded. However, the enemy this time is just to make you warm up. Bai Xi warned that the female Amazon should not be arrogant. The Amazon female warriors nodded. They are not inflated. Because they know who is at the forefront. The strength of the Avengers has been recognized by them. Although not as powerful as Bai Xi, but the Captain of the United States with the hammer and shield, and Dr. Banner as the Hulk. It is simply a big killer on the battlefield. Go back, the Queen needs you. Bai Xi said. He wasn't going to leave the Amazons on Krypton. The same reason as before. The Amazon female warriors will not be used to staying here. Me. 4.5. The Kryptonians are much stronger than the Amazons. Over time, the status will become unequal. Everyone at Avengers looked exhausted. I didn't expect that just conquering a world would be so exhausting. Tony spoke up. Then jokingly looked at the countless space-time wormholes above. If I do it all over again, I can't do anything if I'm exhausted. I really don't know what happened to those conquerors. Tony said with emotion. Bai Xi also nodded in agreement. He didn't want to find one world after another. It's so tiring. Looked up. In that world that has been captured, the time-space wormhole has not disappeared. Even in another world, the 9 realms are not the opponents of the Asgard people. The Asgard people are looting resources unscrupulously. Then allow yourself to come back to life. The tangle of the main universe has been turbulent for years, and even Asgard can't bear it. Also, the resource is constant. The resources of this universe are almost occupied by Asgard. If you want to continue to develop, there is no other way but occupation. Everything seemed to be calm again. However, this is only short-lived. Bai Xi felt a moment of tranquility and then looked at Estella. Estella never appeared, hiding in Krypton Star City. No one knew what she was doing silently. Bai Xi looked at the Kryptonian newborns in front of him and suddenly smiled. I'll leave it to you here. Bai Xi said to Estella and fire a point in just a multi-universe. There is a terrifying existence like Black and Hulk. What if the whole world came? So Bai Xi couldn't stop. Chapter 162. The Apocalypse Star comes. Starlight. B. With Apocalypse's various abilities, he soon found out about the only Kryptonian on Earth. When Darkseid knew that Superman was just debuting. Immediately relieved. Still be wary. He still knows the ability of Kryptonians. The longer he absorbs the energy of the sun, the stronger he becomes. Not long ago, another group of Kryptonians arrived on Earth. Although it later disappeared without leaving a message. But this also made Darkseid decide to fight quickly. No one knows if those terrifying Kryptonians will come back. A Kryptonian he can still accept. Too much even he can't stand it. Darkseid has not forgotten the days when he was dominated by Kryptonians. Fortunately, the Kryptonian Empire has died out on its own. Otherwise, Darkseid really doesn't know who can defeat the Kryptonian Empire. We're going to invade Earth. After Darkseid finished speaking, the entire Apocalypse Star began to prepare. However, he knew the Kryptonians were tough. So he's looking for Superman's weakness. If Superman can be controlled with an anti-life equation, no world can stop him. Steppenwolf, it's time to show your loyalty. Darkseid sat on the throne and said while looking at the Steppenwolf kneeling on one knee in front of him. Darkseid, like Thanos, needs a throne to fly. The reason is naturally because they copied each other's settings, but this setting is really stupid. Darkseid, Apocalypse Star King, Dark King. Can't even fly. Steppenwolf immediately lowered his head. His eyes were a little happy, but he was also very cautious. Darkseid is asking him to be a target to attract that Kryptonian. Steppenwolf knows how terrifying the Kryptonians are. As long as there is enough power, even any warrior can beat him. Therefore, Steppenwolf is also a little afraid of death. The world barrier to cross this time is extraordinarily difficult. This also made Bai Xi realize that this may not be the world of Marvel and DC-08. However, his great strength also made him fearless, even if something goes wrong. No one can break his body of steel. So fearless, a streamer flashed, and Bai Xi appeared in the sky. He found that this world also has superhero. Online it's all a bunch of bad stuff, because the superhero of this world has become professional. Not hidden in the dark like Avengers, Justice League. Instead, he became a star-like character. Everyone wants to be a superhero that will have enough fans and enough prestige. To be able to enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight. To have everything you want to have. Even able to hang on billboards, for example. At this moment, Bai Xi saw the billboard. A superhero dressed like a Superman, or a supercriminal appears on it. Homelander, he is a weakened version of Superman. However, he also doesn't have Superman's absolute righteous heart. Instead, he's a big badass. These superhero are just a profession, but in fact they are all people with corrupted hearts. One is more jerk than the other. Even Bai Xi, he couldn't help but want to kill after seeing the black robe pickets. Even if he doesn't think he is a good person, now he thinks he is a conqueror, but it won't be that bad. Therefore, even a wicked person like Bai Xi couldn't help but kill a superhero like them. It simply tarnishes the word superhero. Water International Corporation. This is an organization that packs super ability people into superhero for profit. They commoditize the super ability. Every super ability person makes his debut as if a superstar appeared in the world. This also makes more and more people want to be a superhero. Like now. Another superhero is about to debut. She is a teenage girl with a dream of becoming a superhero. But what I didn't expect was, it's all different from what she said. My name is Starlight, she said with a smile on the screen, not knowing what she would face next. There are more than 200 super ability people under the Water International Group. But the best of all was the Super Sevens. That is the team that Starlight will join next. In addition to her, there are Homelander, Queen Maeve, Transparent Man, Locomotive, Deep Sea and Black. Homelander is a weakened Superman. Queen Maeve is a weakened version of Wonder Woman, and these others. The super ability of the Locomotive is speed, and it is self-evident for a transparent person. The ability of the Deep Sea is similar to that of the Aquaman. As for the black color, it is a clone of Homelander, and all abilities are stronger than Homelander, in order to prevent Homelander from getting out of control. Walter International can know his backhand at any time. Point in short, this world is extremely chaotic. Point. If people with super ability don't have a good heart, then they will go wrong. Point. Maybe many people will understand why Charles doesn't let mutant rule the world. Not everyone is a superman. Point. With such a powerful force, he can restrain himself. Point. Not everyone can be as perfect as the United States Captain Steve. Point. Therefore, the black robe picket came into being. Point. Nobody likes being ruled by a bunch of bad guys. Xinguang was very happy to be invited by the deep sea to participate in the welcome ceremony, but he did not expect to meet the deep sea's diving rule. If you don't promise me, then I will burn your hometown to the ground. Point. Deep sea knows best about needing such little girls. Xinguang suddenly exploded his ability when he heard the words her ability is like her name. Point. The whole body emits starlight, which has a certain power. However, she was frightened by the words and didn't dare to take the deep sea at all. Kneel down, deep sea snorted coldly. Point. Xinguang's face suddenly changed wildly just when she couldn't help crying and knelt down. Bang. 55. A figure fell from the sky. Point. Xinguang saw that the deep sea had been raised by the other party. Point. On the side, the transparent man appeared directly in fright. Point. The figure appeared to such an extent that he seemed to see Homelander. Bai Xi grabbed the deep sea and looked at the starlight in front of him. Wipe your tears. Hearing this, Xinguang immediately reached out and wiped away his tears of humiliation. Point. She didn't understand why she was so obedient. These scumbags don't deserve to be called superhero at all. 99. Bai Xi said. Point. Starlight nodded in agreement. Point. She thought superhero was the same as their glossy commercials, but she didn't expect that she would encounter scum as soon as she came in. Who are you? At this time, the transparent talent asked. I am a conqueror, but the world is too dirty. Bai Xi said. Point. He can't even despise the super ability people here, because even if there are rulers, most of them are bad guys. The world is so bad. Don't think about it. The deep sea in Bai Xi's hand shouted unwillingly, and then decisively activated his ability. Deep sea's status in the sevens is actually very low. Point. Because his strength is weak. Point. Compared with the real Aquaman, it is even worse. Point. Looks like a fish guy. Point. It can talk to marine life, can withstand water pressure, and has extraordinary physical fitness. In this case, he can only control the surrounding creatures to flush out with water for a time. The entire hole was submerged. That's it. 35. Bai Xi shook his head disdainfully. Point. It's better than Aquaman, who didn't get the trident, but Aquaman is also the king of the four seas after all. The real king of Atlantis. What is a smelly fish and rotten shrimp in the deep sea? Raw. Bai Xi blew his breath, and in an instant, the entire stream of water that came out was frozen. Point. The temperature in the entire hole dropped to freezing point in an instant. Seeing this scene, the transparent person felt more and more familiar with Bai Xi's ability. Point. Isn't this an ability that Homelander also has? It looks exactly the same. At this time, Bai Xi's arrogant actions here have alarmed the entire Water International Company. Point. And since this is a 7-man team, Homelander and Queen Maeve all arrived in an instant. Homelander has flight ability. Point. Maybe Queen Maeve is just physically strong, but jumps high. Point. Moreover, her powerful strength made no villains except Homelander dare to provoke her. Homelander's dressing is nondescript. Point. Looks like it's trying to imitate Superman, but with the element of Captain Steve of the United States. Who are you? Homelander looked at Bai Xi and asked in a deep voice. Point. He felt it. Bai Xi is so strong. The army of the Apocalypse Star did not come to Earth, but stopped at a distance. Point. At least one interstellar, but this is exactly the distance at which the mother box can be opened. Point. Although the current Darkseid has long ignored the role of the mother box. Point. But if it works, why not? With an uneasy mood, Steppenwolf immediately moved the position of the mother box. He sensed. Point. Only this mother box in Paradise Island had moved before. Point. Maybe it was inspired when Bai Xi arrived in this world a long time ago. Point. So this mother box has been activated a bit. Point. It's just that, because of the existence of Superman, the energy that has been suppressing the mother box dare not be exposed. Point. But Steppenwolf now summons it by itself. 35. A crack appeared in the mother box in an instant. At this time, the female warriors of Paradise Island have returned, and many people are still guarding the mother box. Seeing the movement of the mother box, all of them suddenly became nervous. They did not forget even the arrival of Bai Xi at that time. Although he did not kill the quartet. But it also made the female warriors of Paradise Island extremely unbearable. It was easily swept away. Therefore, the female warriors of Paradise Island have always been vigilant. And now Diana is gone too. Diana saw the return of the female warriors from Paradise Island and left Paradise Island after her vacation. Diana, who had seen the outside world, was no longer willing to stay in this small place like Paradise Island. Definitely, this is her hometown and the scenery is beautiful. Of course Diana will not fail to come back. 99 bus. The mother box is activated very quickly. In just an instant, the blue light of countless gaps came out from inside. Maybe it's because someone has done this before. This time, the Amazons believed that it was indeed an evil enemy who had come. Except for the group of people who threw the mother box on the earth. Who can move the mother box like this? Having received the news, Queen Hippolyta and General Antio rushed over immediately. However, as soon as I came to the bunker, I saw that the light of the mother box was already in full bloom. Then shrink suddenly. Be careful. Queen Hippolyta, who had already seen this scene, immediately shouted loudly. All Amazon female warriors are also quite experienced in squatting. That's how it got swept away last time. This time 563 can't do it. Really. Boom. The mother box suddenly burst open, and a sonic channel appeared next to the mother box. A huge guy appeared around the mother box. Coming. I am the conqueror. Bai Xi said, I have seen countless super ability worlds, but only you make me feel sick. Also, it's very murderous. Bai Xi looked at the Homelander in front of him, and made no secret of his maliciousness and killing intent. Although Homelander's ability is good. But Bai Xi didn't want to subdue him. This kind of scum, even if you conquer it, will betray you without hesitation. Therefore, Bai Xi has only endless killing intent. Then, it depends on your ability. Homelander sneered. He has no rivals in this world, so he is very inflated. Even after listening to Bai Xi's words, I feel that Bai Xi is no big deal. At most, he has an ability similar to his. Only Queen Maeve moved when she heard the words. Queen Maeve is not a badass. The reason why she is so afraid of Homelander is because she is afraid that Homelander will do something to the people around her as long as she's not around. Homelander can hurt those around her at any time. This is Queen Maeve's weakness and handle. He was caught by Homelander, so he didn't dare to resist Homelander at all. Even afraid of him. But in fact, Queen Maeve is a kind person in the 7-man team. At least not bullying, nor a big bad guy. So after hearing Bai Xi's self-introduction, she suddenly thought. However, it depends on how powerful Bai Xi is. Even if he conquers countless universes, maybe he is not the opponent of Homelander. Queen Maeve deeply knows the strength of Homelander. If Bai Xi knew what she was thinking. I'm afraid to die laughing. And at the moment, Homelander went straight to the point. He dropped a word. You will pay for your arrogance. After Homelander finished speaking, he flew to Bai Xi in an instant. Then a punch hit Bai Xi in the face. This punch is extremely fast. Definitely. This is in the eyes of Queen Maeve and Starlight, and others with their strength. This punch could not even see the trajectory. Queen Maeve can't fly, and her strength is weaker than Wonder Woman. It can be said that this world is weaker than the genuine Justice League. Not to mention Starlight. A fledgling little girl. Therefore, their strength is not enough for them to participate in this kind of battle. Even the onlookers are very exhausting. Therefore, this punch seemed extremely fast to them. But in Bai Xi's view, it is as slow as slow motion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Hanging Homelander strong. Bai Xi. Face this left and right hand in slow motion. Bai Xi directly stretched out his hand when Homelander's fist was directly caught in his hand. Seeing this, Homelander wanted to pull it back, but he didn't move. He was suddenly shocked, and his other hand also hit Bai Xi. But Bai Xi didn't give him a chance to hit himself at all. Grabbing Homelander's fist directly with one hand, he lifted him up and then threw it to the ice layer next to him. Boom. Homelander's powerful body smashed the ice and was covered in ice slag. Bai Xi glanced at Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve immediately raised her hand and took a step back, indicating that she was not participating in the battle. Seeing that she made such a wise choice, Bai Xi also ignored her. Xingguang stood directly behind Bai Xi. She finds out that these so-called superheroes of villains naturally became extremely disappointed. It's only the first day of joining this deep sea dares to dive and rule her. Speaking of the deep sea, he was affected in the battle between Bai Xi and Homelander and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Bai Xi kicked him aside. In midair, the deep sea was directly kicked in half by Bai Xi. Seeing this scene, everyone present took a deep breath. As one of the 7-man team, Shenhe was killed by Bai Xi in 1 second. And it's the kind that can't resist at all. Seeing the body twitching on the ground, the transparent man who was going to help Homelander didn't dare to move. Who knows if Bai Xi can spot him? Boom. At this time, Homelander flew out of the ice. He didn't seem to see the scene when Bai Xi kicked to death in the deep sea. Because he can do it too. Boom. Steppenwolf glanced around. These Amazon female warriors seemed to be ready. All stood firmly on the ground. Put 35. Queen Hippolyta shouted, and countless arrows fell on the Steppenwolf. Fortunately, Steppenwolf's armor is the technology of Apocalypse, so that he will not be injured and become a Civ 1. The mother box was taken away by Queen Hippolyta. Then it was like when Bai Xi came at the beginning. The stone gates closed one by one. Unless Steppenwolf was not as fierce as Bai Xi and was directly trapped inside. Boom. With the explosion of the bunker, the entire piece near the sea was shattered. Those Amazon female warriors were all buried with the Steppenwolf. Only before Queen Hippolyta could mourn, she saw the Steppenwolf jump up from the pile of ruins. Run, Antiope shouted immediately. The two immediately mounted their horses and galloped toward the distance. Boom. The Steppenwolf smashed directly behind them from the sky. Then continued to chase forward. Only this time is different from what Bai Xi faced before. Amazon female warriors have been cooperating in training. At the moment, there was movement and immediately ran out. The scene of galloping horses flew directly towards the Steppenwolf. The Steppenwolf looked at this scene, and the whole wolf's eyes were a little dazed. Isn't this bullying? However, he was still not afraid. The armor on his body can protect him well. Boom. Steppenwolf raised his axe high. Then hit the ground. Shut up. A ground shockwave passed. All the horses running in front were pulled up. Otherwise, the damage will be severe. Queen Hippolyta glanced back and continued to run. But when she turned around again, Steppenwolf is ahead. Call out. Steppenwolf's battle axe went straight to her hair. If it weren't for Queen Hippolyta's quick reaction, at the moment, was directly beheaded by Steppenwolf. However, this was just a dodgy escape. Queen Hippolyta rolled over and tucked her horse's belly. But the warhorse was kicked over by the Steppenwolf. Queen Hippolyta slammed to the ground, and the mother box naturally let go. Steppenwolf directly reached out to grab the mother box. But it was entangled with ropes. Naturally not Diana's lasso of mantra. Instead, the Amazons came over, tied him with ropes, and hit him with javelins directly surround the Steppenwolf in a circle. Countless people pulled Steppenwolf to keep him from moving. 18. Although Steppenwolf is no match for the Kryptonians, a group of Amazons can't stop him. The armor on the Steppenwolf seems to flow with life. Then he used all his powers. Everyone was pulled over. All the Amazon female warriors were pulled to the ground. However, the mother box was sent away by the Amazon female warrior with a bow and arrow. Tie it directly to the bow and arrow and send it far away. This made Steppenwolf furious when he saw this scene. Then he jumped straight up and flew towards the mother box. This time It's just an ordinary Amazon female warrior who keeps the mother box point. So Steppenwolf slashed her warhorse to death with an axe. Fortunately, the female warrior escaped in time to avoid the unity of the people and horses. 18. The mother box also fell directly under Steppenwolf's feet. Steppenwolf can't fly though. But the jump ability is strong. Just like Diana before. With the mantra lasso, one can leap over an unknown number of meters. Not quite as dashing as flight, but just as useful. This time. Finally no one stopped Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf leaned down and picked up the mother box. As he was about to leave, he remembered Darkseid's words, "When I find 3 mother boxes, it is the day when the army comes." Steppenwolf said aggressively. But there is a feeling that there is no silver 300 teals here. However, no one dared not believe it. Because the enemy has already arrived. Afterwards, Steppenwolf saw the overwhelming arrows coming towards him and immediately chose the mother box to send it away. Call out. The light of the mother box flashed by. Steppenwolf suddenly disappeared in place. Countless arrows overwhelmed where he was before. The Amazon female warriors were extremely annoyed. Queen Hippolyta also looked serious. Fortunately, she also thought of what Bai Xi said before. No need to give up your life for the mother box, Queen. Is what he said true? Antiope came over and asked. She was also beaten very badly by Steppenwolf just now. It's definitely not fake. The enemy has declared war. Of course Queen Hippolyta could not have thought it was false. But I didn't have the heart to think about whether there was any conspiracy. The mother box has been snatched away. The important thing now is to tell Diana. In a very primitive way, Queen Hippolyta tried to tell Diana somewhere in the world. With the arrival of Steppenwolf, the peaceful life is soon to be shattered. On an abandoned planet in the universe, Thanos punched the stone mountain in front of him directly. They searched for the news of the heart of the universe in the universe, but could not get it. Finally, there is news pointing directly to this abandoned planet. But Thanos still got nothing. Obviously, the heart of the universe will not be placed randomly like the cosmic spirit ball. After all, the two are not on the same level at all. So, Thanos got nothing. But right now. The power of the Power Stone makes the abandoned planet underfoot unable to withstand its power. Broken directly. A pattern suddenly floated before Thanos' eyes. This is an ancient totem record. No matter which civilization, when they did not invent language and writing, they could only use totem-like murals to record. In front of Thanos is an ancient fresco. The frescoes are basically invisible. But it can be vaguely seen that a group of ancient beings have found a massive light-like energy. Then set foot on the ancient spaceship. After that, there is no record. But that doesn't matter anymore. It was on the ship. Thanos murmured. Since there is no news that someone has obtained the heart of the universe or powerful energy. It means that it has not been found yet. Because if people can really get it, they won't be low-key. Thanos had momentum and direction in an instant. Just find those abandoned spaceships in the universe. Even space robbers are not interested in abandoned spaceships, because even if there is something, it has already been taken by others. So, this turned into an advantage for Thanos. The Darkseid took action again in the universe in an instant. The universe is boundless, and this is not an easy task. But Thanos, for his own family planning philosophy, naturally, you will not give up your ideals easily. Homelander floated in mid-air, looking at Bai Xi with anger. In this world, he has never been bullied like this since he was a child. Didn't even lose face in front of others. Even Queen Maeve suffered a broken arm as a child resisting a van. But Homelander doesn't. He has always been strong. So, Homelander has a super nerfed version of Hot Sight, or Homelander's is more appropriately called Laser Eye. Because his destructive power is really limited. Even the normal version of Clark can hang and beat him at will. And Homelander's laser eyes can't even cut through the building. So, Bai Xi did not hide. Be careful. Queen Maeve was so surprised that she immediately reminded her, but Bai Xi still did not dodge. Homelander nearly swept towards Queen Maeve. But he held back. The laser eye hit Bai Xi with great precision. To Homelander's disappointment, however, Bai Xi remained motionless. His powerful heat gaze hit Bai Xi, but it had no effect at all. It didn't even make Bai Xi's skin a little redder. That's it. Bai Xi looked at Homelander disdainfully. You are too weak. Bai Xi walked over directly against Homelander's hot gaze and grabbed Homelander's head. What? Homelander was scratching his head uncomfortably, and the laser was constantly running around in Bai Xi's palm. However, Bai Xi was not affected in the slightest, not even a tickling. Bai Xi directly grabbed Homelander's head and smashed him to the ground. Bai Xi floated up and looked at Homelander and said, "That's hot sight." After speaking, Bai Xi's eyes turned red. Are you the only one with hot sight? Excuse me. I have that too, and mine is stronger than yours. Homelander felt the crisis instantly. He hurriedly raised his hand to resist, turning his head over. What? Homelander yelled. His blocking arm was instantly melted by Bai Xi's hot gaze. A time. Queen Maeve and Starlight both widened their eyes. This is Homelander, in this world where superhero shines brighter than stars. Homelander is like a god. Wherever he goes, people pay attention, and everything he does will be reported. Anything endorsed will be sold out. Therefore, even if Xinguang hadn't seen him in person, he knew his strength. The strength of Homelander. Every citizen knows he is strong. But now. The powerful Homelander arm was directly melted by Bai Xi's heat vision. His super defense is not worth mentioning in front of Bai Xi. Or it still works, at least not directly. The whole person is melted down. This proves that Homelander's defense is still a little bit of something. Who are you? Homelander cried out in dismay. His whole person seemed to have a mental problem in an instant. Homelander was already mentally ill. It is now fully inspired. In the later stages, Homelander starts to kill. Don't even care about your teammates. There is now a vague tendency to do so. Only Homelander's situation was stopped. Bai Xi directly held him down. I said, "I'm a conqueror, Li Wang Heo." 55. Bai Xi said. Homelander was directly pressed to the ground by him. Bang. 35. Homelander now has only one arm and is completely unable to resist. Kill him. At this moment, Queen Maeve shouted, "Please, kill him." 39. He's a lunatic, a big badass. 95. Queen Maeve cried out to Bai Xi pleadingly. At the moment, she doesn't hide her resentment anymore. She longed for Homelander to be dead. But her strength is too weak to resist Homelander at all. So you can only endure the humiliation. Now, seeing that Bai Xi can really hang Homelander completely, Queen Maeve can't help it. "Maeve, you bitch." Homelander shouted, "If I had known, I would have killed all your relatives, but now damn you, Queen," Maeve exclaimed. Bai Xi immediately grabbed Homelander and smashed his head directly on the ground, leaving him speechless. Unless Homelander is super ventriloquist. Otherwise, now I can only scream. Unfortunately, he is not super ventriloquist. Queen Maeve immediately looked at Bai Xi pleadingly and said, "I beg you, as long as you kill him, I'm willing to do anything." Bai Xi waved at Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve walked over without hesitation. Bai Xi grabbed her head and made her kneel. Queen Maeve almost took advantage of the situation to catch Bai Xi. But he was stopped. "Be loyal to me. Your king is omnipotent." Nyan. Bai Xi grabbed her head and said to the grave, "I am a conqueror, and this world is the world I will conquer next." After speaking, Bai Xi glanced around. Xinguang was so frightened that he lowered his head. But did not dare to resist. Instead, the obedient also knelt down. Bai Xi is so powerful, no one dares to resist. Chapter 164. Bai Xi, I hate scum the most. Diana watched the Olympus fire on TV and knew what was going on. An enemy has invaded, Diana said. She immediately asked for leave and flew back to Paradise Island. The sun never sets. The royal family is aware of her existence, and naturally there is no problem. Otherwise, Diana wouldn't be able to work at the Royal Museum. After all, in modern society, a person's appearance remains unchanged for decades. Still easy to find. When Diana returned to Paradise Island, Queen Hippolyta immediately informed her of the situation. Then, "We need Bai Xi. How to find him, Queen?" Hippolyta asked immediately. "We need other forces." Diana nodded at Queen Hippolyta's words. Bai Xi didn't seem to have told them how to find him. Although he said, "Just call Raw from the bottom of your heart, maybe I have a choice." Diana said. This world originally had superhero. Especially the people like Clark and Bruce Wayne who guard this world. It's easy to find them. Diana went straight to Gotham City. Finding Batman only takes one step, and that is to press the bat light. When bat lights illuminate the night sky, Batman appeared naturally point. It's easier than finding Superman. Definitely, just call Superman by his name point, but whether Clark wants to hear it, I don't know. I know you point. Suddenly, Batman's voice came from behind Diana. I know you too. Diana turned her head point. She has changed into her combat uniform point. Just happened to see Batman wearing a mask. What's the matter with me, Bruce? Wayne knew that the other party must have something to do with him. There is an old saying, after all point bother you for something. Although Bruce didn't know the phrase, it meant the same thing point. When there is nothing to do, people you don't know will not come to you point. Sometimes even friends are like that. An enemy has appeared, Diana said. An enemy that threatens the whole world. Batman suddenly became serious. He knew about Diana's ability beyond mortals, therefore Diana said this, certainly not aimlessly. "Ah, you sure?" Batman asked in a low voice. "Definitely, so I'm coming to you point," Diana said. "We need helpers. The world needs people to protect it. I happen to know some people from 563 Road." Batman Bruce was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's right, 39." Diana nodded point. She looked up at the sky, where the bat lights were still shining in the dark point. In the dark, a huge amount of bats shine in the air. "I am willing to serve you, my king point," Queen Meave said without hesitation. "Very good," Bai Xi said with satisfaction. "Then I will grant your wish." Bai Xi looked down at Homelander, who had lost an arm. Bai Xi's eyes suddenly turned red point. But right now, boom, a man in black armor appeared point blank. He was wrapped up all over. At the moment, the momentum erupted, and it seemed to be 1 point stronger than Homelander, but also normal point, because he is the strengthening version of Homelander, the ultimate weapon. However, he is just a pretense to attract Bai Xi's attention point. A very fast voice ran over, trying to save Homelander. The speed of the locomotive is very fast, just like his name 18. In Bai Xi's eyes, it was too slow point. He's not even as fast as Quicksilver yet, not to mention the Speed Force. Even the Speed Force is the Flash is not that fast in front of Bai Xi. At least, Bai Xi hasn't encountered the kind that makes him unable to react point. In the eyes of the locomotive point, the world seems to be in slow motion. However, Bai Xi turned his head directly and looked at the locomotive with indifferent eyes. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards the fast moving locomotive point. The locomotive saw Bai Xi's big hand grabbing towards his neck point. He turned his head to dodge point, but he found himself moving too slowly point compared with Bai Xi. His speed was at a disadvantage point. It's as if his is slow motion and Bai Xi's is normal speed point. These 3-layer changes are naturally invisible to other people point, because their reaction speed simply can't keep up with the two. Forehead. By the time they reacted, the locomotive had already been grabbed by Bai Xi's neck and made a painful cry point, because his neck stayed in place and his body rushed out because of inertia point. The locomotive, as soon as it appeared with only the head left point. Pawn. Bai Xi threw away the head of the locomotive. AF. Trash. 35 Afterwards, Bai Xi also sneered point. Seeing this scene, Queen Meave and the others were dumbfounded point. But looking at the head of the locomotive in front of him point, Queen Meave only felt relieved point. This guy's also a big badass, has the inferiority of black people point. The others didn't dare to move. Homelander was about to get away point, but it's okay to see this scene point. Hope is directly shattered point. Not even the speed of a locomotive won. What everyone doesn't know is that the black color is actually the most powerful. At the moment, Black was trying to avoid Homelander being killed point. It also flew directly. Boom. Zuan. SE used all her strength to finally push Bai Xi back a step. Homelander immediately flew from under Bai Xi's feet point. I saw him clutching where he broke point. The energy in the whole body quickly condensed. A scar, but not broken limb reborn. Homelander's power comes from injected potions point, rather than the solar energy absorbed like the Kryptonians. The natural effect is also a far cry. Superman's power comes from the energy of the sun. Even if it is blown up, it will be fine to fly to the sun to repair it point. In the New 52, a hand is enchanted and eliminated by the immune system point, but as soon as Superman awakening came, his hand grew point. Therefore, Kryptonians also have the ability of broken limb reborn. Homelander is clearly too far. He can only barely heal the injury, so that he will not be affected by the pain point. However, the lack of one hand really affected his combat effectiveness. You are so strong. Homelander said to Black Point, but Xuanesi ignored him. Usually, Xuanesi is like a transparent person who doesn't say a word. More transparent than truly transparent people. As for the real transparent people, at the moment has run away transparently. He knew that his ability to stay was also courting death. So run away quickly. Superior, Black said dully. The company has sent a message that Bai Xi must be eliminated. Otherwise, they can't escape. There is only one result. Either Bai Xi is dead, or they are all dead. Therefore, Xuanesi flew towards Bai Xi without reservation. 18. When this time Bai Xi grabbed him directly. Before, it was just because some of them were not stable. After all, one foot is stepping on the Homelander, and the other is supporting Queen Maeve. Although nothing bad has happened. One hand resisted Black's attack, and Bai Xi immediately grabbed Homelander, who was rushing over. The two worked together, but found that they couldn't shake Bai Xi at all. Ignorance. Bai Xi shook his head. It is estimated that the Super League clerk can hang these two people casually. Not to mention Bai Xi himself. Therefore, he grabbed the two and collided directly. When sounds like a concussion. Then Bai Xi kept swinging, as if holding two yours in his hands. Not this ship. Thanos stepped on a dilapidated ancient ship, but found nothing. But he didn't care, because it was the first ancient ship they had found. And obviously those interstellar bandits and the like. It is estimated that they have already searched every corner of this spaceship. So Thanos simply didn't search carefully. Because the heart of the universe cannot be hidden. As long as it exists, it will be discovered. That means no one has discovered it yet. So Thanos is not in a hurry. It is enough for him to find the heart of the universe before anyone else. And there are so many people in the dark sect, enough to search in the universe. If only no one dares to betray him. Steppenwolf found a no man's land and used it as his temporary base. He was as far away from the Kryptonians as possible. In this case, even if the Kryptonian wants to come, it will take a while. Then, Steppenwolf put down the mother box. Soon, a passage appeared in front of him. On the other side of the passage is Darkseid and others who are ready to continue. Master, I've got my first mother box, Steppenwolf said. It does not matter, Darkseid replied. It's important that you get their attention. I see 99. Steppenwolf immediately bowed his head. He has already inquired about the whereabouts of the second mother box. Atlanteans. The more noise you make, the better, Darkseid said. Then, countless miscellaneous soldiers flew out from the passage. This is the cannon fodder for Apocalypse. Demons are biochemical weapons transformed by Apocalypse technology. They are the captives taken from the universes by the Apocalypse Star. Since the Apocalypse has conquered countless universes, the natural number of demonoids is infinite. So, Apocalypse Star will not feel distressed. Now let it go directly, and let Steppenwolf attract others. Even if it is consumed, it can still make up for the amount by grabbing the earth. Just make it with Apocalypse technology. Go, and help me find his enemy. Darkseid said. Yes, my master. However, I seem to know who his enemy is. 35. Steppenwolf said suddenly. He, of course, meant Clark. Superman, who, a human named Lex Luthor. Countless kinds of demons flew all over the earth. The invasion from Apocalypse has officially begun. On this side, Bai Xi is still facing the attack of Homelander and Black. However, he remained unhurried. The two were thrown together directly by him. Then he controlled his body in the air again and flew towards Bai Xi. Bai Xi took a breath. Raw. Super. Raw sucks. Homelander was directly frozen in midair by him. Boom. Afterwards, Bai Xi directly punched the black color away. The bad things that Homelander did were actually all faked by Black, because he is a clone. Bai Xi directly, teleportation, came to Xuanesi and grabbed his neck. Bai Xi's hands keep working hard. What? Finally, Xuanesi was no longer dull, but screamed in pain. Bai Xi wanted to crush his head directly. This is impossible, Black said with difficulty. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded. Bai Xi just exerted a little force. He couldn't take it anymore. After all, Bai Xi's current power can drag the planet at will. Could it be that the black head is stronger than the planet? After all, He was nothing more than a clone of Homelander. Maybe Homelander will be a little weaker than him. But the black color is not too strong. Therefore, it was directly killed by Bai Xi. See this Queen Maeve, who was worried about Bai Xi at first, breathed a sigh of relief. Xinguang glanced at Queen Maeve, who was kneeling on the ground, and immediately made a decision in her heart. Such a strong man must be held tight. Haven't seen that a successful superhero like Queen Maeve chose to be attached. Although Xinguang has just debuted, he is not very old. But not stupid. Rather, it makes choices. However, they were relieved. But the group of people from Water International Company, the things in their hands, fell directly to the ground. Bang. They also wanted Black to save the scene. Who would have thought that the company's strongest weapon would be instantly killed as soon as it appeared before it even started? This is too difficult. Hurry up. Let all the super ability be dispatched. Water International finally felt scared. They felt that death had come upon them. Therefore, more than 200 super ability people in the company were sent out. And also make announcements in the community. As long as there are people with super ability, as long as they come to the company, they will immediately become a member of Water International. The super ability people in the society suddenly went crazy. This is a super ability world. Therefore, it is naturally impossible that there are only so many super ability people in the world. It's just that some Water International companies don't like it. Others don't like being watched like a star, or there are others who are not controlled by Water International. But now, the company can no longer manage so much. Just kill Bai Xi. At this time, Bai Xi flew back. He punched Homelander, who was frozen to the ground. The ice on Homelander burst instantly. But Homelander didn't die with the ice crack. His physical strength is still high enough. If there is no Bai Xi, a person who does not belong to this world, even Water International will have a hard time dealing with him. And it is this worry, the fear that Homelander is too powerful. Water International made Black to target the Homelander. But now, Homelander could only look at Bai Xi in fear, watching Bai Xi step on him. I hate scumbags the most, Bai Xi said, especially when the scum is not me. Chapter 165. Step on Homelander, kill Black color in seconds. With that said, Bai Xi began to exert force. He stomped on Homelander's chest directly. But the strong physical quality made Homelander not die directly. Instead, he stared at Bai Xi with wide eyes, as if before going to hell, the appearance of Bai Xi should be deeply imprinted in his mind. Who are you, frightening? Bai Xi sneered and pierced Homelander with one kick. Homelander naturally couldn't die any longer, unless he can be like the Kryptonians, and constantly absorbs the energy of the sun. Homelander, pawn. In the blink of an eye, the group of 7 was half killed by Bai Xi. Except for the transparent man, who didn't know where to go. Queen Maeve and Starlight surrendered. Xinguang knelt in front of Bai Xi and looked at Bai Xi tremblingly. But the eyes said firmly, I'm willing to surrender. 35. That would be best. Bai Xi directly pulled the two of them off the ground. Since he couldn't pull it out, Bai Xi directly pulled his hair. Definitely, no effort. Here comes the dead man. Bai Xi said, it's time to prove your loyalty. Bai Xi showed a devilish smile. This world is doomed to bloodshed. Queen Maeve and Starlight both stood up. Then look at the crowd outside. The super ability of Water International Corporation rushed over like a tidal wave. On Lethe still don't know what's going to happen next. Diana and Bruce Wayne split up immediately. Diana goes looking for a man named Victor Stone. He is Cyborg. However, he was obviously very impersonal. Because he is already grumpy. So in the face of Diana's big long moon retreat, he was indifferent. After all, he is no longer a normal human, but a bit like Nebula. It's just that he wasn't transformed by someone else. But because of the power of the mother box. Therefore, Cyborg knows the power of the mother box better than anyone. In the face of Diana, Cyborg did not communicate much. Diana can't do it either. Fortunately, on the other side, Bruce Wayne is still going well. Although he went to Superman Clark first. Clark had been upset with him before, though. After all, Clark is not completely temperless. Before you came to target me and attacked me. Do you want to reconcile now? Isn't this a joke? So, even after hearing Bruce calling out to him, Clark didn't show up. But Bruce still talked about the enemy. Clark did not appear, but heard it nonetheless. If There is an enemy. I will appear. Clark didn't turn on super hearing for these point, otherwise Steppenwolf would have been discovered by him long ago point, but this is also because Steppenwolf is careful point. Don't even dare to mention the Kryptonian's name. The ability of the Kryptonians is so perverted point. Bruce Wayne left the Met decisively, though not seeing Clark point, but he knew that if there was a problem, Clark would not sit idly by point, because he is Superman point. Then Bruce Wayne was even smoother. He found a lad named Barry Allen, the Flash. The young man was very young, and when he found out that Bruce was Batman, he immediately opened the door and got in the car. What is your super ability? 99 rich, Bruce Wayne answered with his hands in his pockets. Clearly, Barry was stunned point. This is really the money ability point. Still, his admiration for Batman hasn't declined point. For Barry, who is inspired to become a superhero, it is a rare opportunity to be close to his idol point. That's the difference between the DC world and the world of the Black Robe Pickets. The superhero here has various drawbacks though point, but at least not villains. Villain. That's a super criminal. At least the superhero here is a real hero point. Just when the Justice League started preparation, Steppenwolf has found its second mother box. Atlantis Mera, who was guarding the mother box, suddenly opened her eyes not long ago. She knew that someone was working on the idea of a mother box point, so I deliberately stood by myself point. Unexpectedly, the enemy really came point. She also sent people to report to King Orm point, that is Aquaman, Arthur's younger brother. He is now the king of Atlantis, but King Orm has been preparing how to attack the human continent. Regardless of the mother box point, this made Mera extremely disappointed and wished to kill King Orm directly point. When will it attack the human continent? Atlantis has long been accustomed to the underwater world point. What if they attack the human world? Unfortunately point, King Orm doesn't understand this truth at all point, so he was hated by everyone around him point. Only Mera now faces the enemy alone. With the light of the mother box flashed point, Steppenwolf appeared in the sea with his weapon point. His ability allows him to briefly survive under the sea. Definitely, there will still be some limitations, but Steppenwolf doesn't care about that at all point, because he only has the mother box in his eyes. Mama Zebux. He reached for the mother box point when he appeared. Several Atlantis soldiers were swept away by the air current point. It didn't stop his ability at all. Just when he was about to touch the mother box, a stream of water swept over. Boom. The water flow is powerful point. Hit the Steppenwolf directly point. Steppenwolf looked intently, and a red-haired, serious Mera was looking at him point. It's a pity that Steppenwolf and humans have different aesthetics. In his eyes, the beautiful Mera is just a bone in the family point. Therefore, the angry Steppenwolf directly grabbed the weapon and rushed up. Mera immediately swept away the mother box with water. Boom. Mera saw the Steppenwolf coming towards her, immediately blocked him with a water shield. Mera's ability is to control the water element point. This is much better than the pirate guy in the deep sea point. At least in the sea, she is still very strong. Only point, obviously not Steppenwolf's opponent point, although she controlled the water flow for a while and made the Steppenwolf very embarrassed point. Hit and miss, but Steppenwolf saw an opportunity. Boom. Steppenwolf approached Mera, grabbed her directly, and slammed into the wall point. Then he raised his axe high point. Although there is resistance to the flow of water, if it is cut down, Mera will also die point. Fortunately, at this time, Aquaman Arthur rushed out point. He knocked the Steppenwolf away point. Steppenwolf saw that there were two people, and they were still at the bottom of the sea, and they were not interested in fighting in the home field of others. Roll. Steppenwolf spits out a few bubbles. Then Arthur is also sent flying point. He immediately flew to the mother box and picked up the mother box. Call out as he activated the teleport ability of the mother box. The Steppenwolf disappeared here in an instant. Damn it. Mera glanced at Aquaman Arthur. This man is so useless. The sneak attack also sent Steppenwolf flying point. Mera suddenly remembered the sound of the battle with General Zod on the sea point. No, or rather the figure of hanging and beating General Zod. Bai Xi's strength is simply what she has seen in her life point. It also left an indelible shadow in her heart. Who is this? Arthur asked. Mera came back to her senses and said, this is an enemy from nowhere. I'll deal with him. Arthur said confidently point. But Mera just pouted point. You are so confident. Do not know why point. The more I compare Arthur and Bai Xi, Mera thinks Arthur is even worse. Perhaps it was because someone had already broken into her heart. First point, the person who broke into Mera's heart at the moment looked at the super ability who was overwhelming in front of him. Point under his signal, Queen Maeve rushed forward. Point a super ability person rushing in the forefront was directly blown away by Queen Maeve. Point then Starlight directly bloomed its own ability. Point but the two of them are too few in number. It's like a mayfly shaking a tree. Point the two faced a mighty army. Point therefore Bai Xi confirmed that they were loyal to him and immediately flew up. Point hot sight. Bai Xi's eyes turned red and he glanced over directly. Point as he turned around, the swarms of enemies were directly swept in half by the heat sight. What the? Super ability user who rushed behind was immediately terrified by this scene. Point most people stopped immediately. Point then Bai Xi glanced directly at the building next to him. Boom, like a saboteur, the wall of the building next to it was swept away directly and then fell to the ground. Point several super ability users can't escape. Point it was instantly smashed into snowflakes for a time. The whole street seemed to be the end of the world. Point the crowd scattered in panic. Definitely, Bai Xi didn't hurt ordinary people either. He flew up immediately. Point this group of super ability people was instantly killed by him. Innumerable. Point Queen Maeve and Xingguang were not reluctant at this time. Point because they have no way out. Point several people chased and killed all the way, and this group of super ability people was killed not long after zero. At this moment. Point several remaining super ability users immediately hid behind the civilians. Don't come or I'll bury them with them, they said to Bai Xi in horror. Bai Xi sneered suddenly. Point teleport. He instantly appeared behind these power users, then throw them out. Bai Xi said to the civilians who looked at him in horror, you should be fed up with this group of hypocritical hypocrites. Go. Bai Xi waved his hand and several civilians ran away immediately. Point then he directly strangled the necks of these super ability users. Work under the Walter International Corporation. Point there can be no noble character. Even Queen Maeve can only be said to be a little kind. Point all I can say is not a bad guy. Therefore Bai Xi has no mercy for such super ability people whose hearts have been hacked. Point even if he is a bad guy, he doesn't look down on other bad guys. Just like if Thanos met Darkseid, he would probably fight too. Point even if both of them are here to conquer, but not in harmony. What's more, Bai Xi is not a pure bad guy. Point he is bad, but bad is not pure. Let's go. Carrying Queen Maeve and Starlight, Bai Xi immediately went directly to the headquarters of Water International. Point a lot of ordinary people here, but they have money. They control the capital behind it. Point the reason why it has become like this can be said to be inseparable from the relationship with Water International. Point they commercialize superhero. Bai Xi didn't let them go either without even needing him to do it. Queen Maeve solved the hatred in her heart by herself. Point if it wasn't for these guys, how could she be so miserable? Seeing the tragic situation in this world, the little girl Xingguang was a little overwhelmed. Is this over? Starlight asked. Definitely not. Bai Xi shook his head. Point just like this, that's just knocking down one Water International company and another one will appear. This never solves the problem at the source. Point the fundamental problem of this world is there are too many super ability people. Point and their personalities are eccentric for a variety of reasons. Definitely, the most important thing is that the super ability are controlled by capital. Point this is what Bai Xi cannot understand. So how to solve it? Bai Xi doesn't know. Point but someone will find them. Point black robe pickets. The black robe pickets were actually a group of ordinary people. Point although they are ordinary people, they deeply feel the danger of super ability. Point especially those sanctimonious super ability people. Point look glamorous for all ordinary people. Point but it's actually an asshole. Point therefore a black robe picket was established to find out the evidence of these scumbags and then made them public or even destroyed them. Point but it is too difficult for ordinary people to fight against super ability people. Point therefore the black robe pickets were sought after. Bai Xi is also not sure if this group of people can do well. Point because these super ability people are too difficult to discipline. Point on top of that, it's kind of like a world controlled by the mutant. Point a super ability person is a superior person. No wonder Professor X wouldn't let mutant control the world. Point all I can say is he's a really bad guy. Point moreover, Professor X also considers himself a human being. Point soon Billy, not the man, but the leader of the black robe picket team, came to Bai Xi. Point he knew that Bai Xi was different from those simple villains. Who are you, Billy? Asked Bai Xi nervously. I am a conqueror from another world. Bai Xi said, I'm not like other conquerors. I don't like tyrannical rule. I just need people to fight for me. So, I didn't bring my army with me. Then, what do you think of the world, Billy, the middle-aged man, asked Bai Xi. To be honest, I'm very interested in the super ability in this world, but their character is too bad. Otherwise I wouldn't kill them. Bai Xi said disdainfully. Therefore, it is necessary to retrain and gather those super ability people who are like Starlight and have a sense of justice. 39 Billy nodded in agreement. You are right. Walter International has turned the super ability into a tool, and naturally it has lost its original intention. So, I need a spokesperson. Bai Xi said to Billy. Billy is very ability, an ordinary person dares to lead people to fight against the super ability. This was not easy at first. What's more, he has been able to achieve success repeatedly. This made Bai Xi satisfied with him. Definitely, provided Billy agrees. Billion. Chapter 166 DARKSEID and -039 S action. The new Protoss. The largest prison in the Lighthouse country. It's a private prison where big criminals are kept. The identities are amazing. Either rich or otherwise. In short, private prisons provide them with the most comfortable prison environment. Definitely, it's not cheap to charge for this after all. What becomes private is for the purpose of making money. If you don't make money, then do you generate electricity for love? Naturally, the treatment here is very good. But for the rich, a prison is still a prison. Even if everything can be arranged, there is no shortage of tender models. 18. Not free. Lex Luthor just looked outside in confusion. This luxury prison has all kinds of equipment and windows to see the unique sea view. So it's hard to escape. But for the sake of face, they generally do not run away. Anyway, just wait for a while and spend some money to go out. Lex Luthor was bored and didn't know what to think. But this time, boom, a light flashed, and Lex Luthor saw that the windows ahead were all blown. A transmission channel appeared in front of him. There were loud noises and killings outside. But Lex Luthor didn't look back. Instead he was very calm. One of the smartest people in the world. He knew exactly what was going on right now. There are guests, Lex Luthor said. In the teleportation channel in front, a huge amount of figure appeared. He wears armor and is an alien life. Lex Luthor hated aliens at heart. But at the moment naturally doesn't show. 5. 6-3 I need answers. 99 Darkseid looked at the bald human in front of him. He stared at Lex Luthor and said, that Kryptonian you call Superman, who is his weakness? 35 Lex Luthor realized instantly. The alien in front of him can become a short-lived ally. Enemy of enemy. Just friends. And just so, he hates Superman Clark even more. Definitely. Louise. Lex Luthor said. It's not just Batman that Bruce Wayne studies Superman's weaknesses, he will also study. Moreover, Batman will only study how to defeat Superman and subdue him. But Lex Luthor was even more vicious. He not only wants Superman to die, but also to ruin Superman. Just like Joker, he doesn't want Batman to die, but to make Batman break his insistence. Creed. So DC sees the villain. Darkseid's eyes moved when he heard the words. His family was his weakness, and Louise Lois more important to him. 55 Lex Luthor gave a cruel smile. Good. 35 Darkseid smiled. Sure enough, it was his enemies who knew Superman. Sometimes the enemy is more terrifying than you are, because the enemy will keep staring at you until they find an opportunity, and sometimes, I don't know myself. Darkseid's eyes suddenly became strange. A laser appeared. Lex Luthor disappeared instantly. Omega rays. When he first came to Earth, Darkseid had not yet received Omega energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been nearly killed by the god of war Ares with an axe. And now Darkseid, who had Omega rays, met Superman again. I have to say, it was unfortunate. And with the previous experience, the Earth, the painful place, is for Darkseid. Need to be more cautious. It won't be as straightforward as before. This is the experience of the hard lessons of the Earth for him. As Lex Luthor was sent away by Darkseid, Darkseid also left directly. Darkseid admires Lex Luthor, so it didn't kill him. Instead, Use Omega rays to make Lex Luthor travel through the endless universe. It's no different from dying point if he survives. It's pretty much the same point. Darkseid wasn't the only one moving point. If he acts directly, it is easy to be discovered point. So at the moment Steppenwolf was helping him get his attention point. Steppenwolf did not stop. After getting the 2 mother boxes, that's a bit better for Steppenwolf point. In fact, the status of Steppenwolf is not low point. He is the oldest member of the new Protoss. Even Darkseid is just his nephew. However, after Darkseid ordered Desaad to kill his relatives for him and usurped his father's throne, he followed the law of the Apocalypse Star. The strong is the king of the victor, and became Darkseid's subordinate, in charge of the Apocalypse Star. Demon Army point. Originally, the ruler of Apocalypse was Steppenwolf's brother-in-law point. Too bad everything has changed point. Steppenwolf considers himself loyal, but there are some problems, so he was kicked out of Apocalypse by Darkseid point. At the beginning of Apocalypse, apart from Darkseid and his eldest son Kalibak, the most powerful person in power was Steppenwolf point. He co-manages the Apocalypse Star with Darkseid's advisor Desaad point. Both of their names also, or the multi-universe point. Only that was before point. The Steppenwolf now looks like a little soldier, so many people will think he is weak point. It just depends on who you are comparing with point. In fact, Steppenwolf is not weak at all. Now he appeared directly for the 3rd mother box point. Although he didn't know the location of the 3rd mother box, he grabbed the human and asked point. It's like asking the Atlanteans point on Lithus time. The assembled Justice League came to the door. Any team in this world is like that point. When you have a common enemy, you can summon everyone, as long as you raise your arm point. Moreover, everyone has various reasons for having to come out point, just like Victor, who ignored everyone before. At the moment became the most anxious. He sneaked in, and everyone was going to take it slow point. When he saw his father being interrogated by Steppenwolf, he couldn't help it point. In fact, no one will complain about him point, because this is a normal choice. Cyborg rushed up directly, knocking Steppenwolf into the air. When the Steppenwolf saw this scene, not only did he not feel annoyed, but he was also very happy point. It works. However, he was still a little nervous, because Steppenwolf doesn't know whether the Kryptonians are here or not point. As one of the commanders of Apocalypse, Steppenwolf was so afraid of the Kryptonians. It can be seen how much psychological shadow the Kryptonians have caused them point. If the Earth just brought some bad memories to Darkseid point, that Kryptonian can be said to make them unbearable. Boom. Steppenwolf knocks Cyborg away point, but Cyborg's father was also put down in his hands. Steppenwolf looked around and found that there was no strong figure. The breath of Kryptonian point. Immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his self-confidence burst point. Open hit. Steppenwolf swung his battle axe point. Steppenwolf loves to wield a battle axe, but in reality, he's also a master swordsman point, as 4Y sword masters like to use battle axes. This is probably a personal preference point. The strength of Steppenwolf is actually not bad. With the powerful strength of the new Protoss, he can challenge Wonder Woman and Superman. Definitely, try it if you face Wonder Woman point. Facing Superman becomes death and death, but now only Wonder Woman. Call out. Steppenwolf jumped up and slashed an axe towards Wonder Woman point. Although he didn't know Diana point, but he knew that Diana was Amazonian point. She came for revenge. Diana immediately raised her divine shield. When 35 Diana was almost knocked over by Steppenwolf point, but fortunately, the powerful power of the demigod helped her stabilize her figure point. Diana, who is an artifact, is actually not a wasteland wolf point after all. Yes, the god of war at the time almost killed Darkseid with an axe point. It can be seen that the Earth Protoss is also extremely powerful point. What's more, Ares at that time had not become greedy and wanted to devour other people's divine power and divine personality point. So that's not really peak Ares, or that Ares never reached his peak point, but because of the godhead, the more wars he gets, the stronger he becomes. After all, the god of war. Therefore, it is not surprising that Darkseid was almost killed in seconds. You go, Diana said to Batman and the others. This time there were only 4 of them point besides her. It's Cyborg, Batman and the Flash. Aquaman Arthur hasn't arrived yet point except for her. It seems that no one can resist the formidable aggression of Steppenwolf point, so Batman and the Flash ran away immediately point, and Cyborg is full of strength point. But just like the Flash, He is a rookie who just debuted point in the face of this kind of battle. I can't help for the time being point that's why the Justice League obviously looks like a good Linux point. The reason why the strength displayed is such a dish point. Most people have no experience, and Batman has experience, but he has never faced an opponent like Steppenwolf. What's more, Darkseid. So, at the moment only Diana can take on Steppenwolf point. That's why the Justice League later had to rely on Superman Clark to save it point, because Clark has no combat experience point but strong. Diana propped Steppenwolf's axe open. The Amazon Steppenwolf said, "Ah, you here for death." Diana was furious when she heard this. Although her clan was not beheaded by the Steppenwolf this time, her defeat to the Steppenwolf still made her furious. "I'm here to kill you." 99 Diana said angrily, and shoveled directly over Steppenwolf. Jumped away immediately to avoid being kicked down by Diana point. Diana doesn't look as tall as he is, but the strength and fighting skills are not low. The two sides switched positions. Diana immediately pulled out the Vulcan sword behind her. Ken, Vulcan's sword and Steppenwolf's battle axe collided point, made a crisp sound point, and the others were not idle at this time. Batman to deal with the monsters, these minions after all. That's what his ability is. Although combat power is the ceiling of human beings, but at this time it was obviously not enough. The Flash doesn't have any damage ability point after all. He was just a fledgling, and then he was valued by Batman point. If not because he is fast enough, ability is special. Batman really doesn't necessarily like him point after all. If there is no combat power, ability is useless, no matter how strong it is. However, the Flash Bearer's ability is really special point, like right now. Just by point those humans captured by Steppenwolf were rescued by Barry. Cyborg flew out directly with his father. Victor looked at his father and just patted his shoulder point. Not much to say. His feelings for his father are a little complicated point, but now is not the time for complicated feelings. Get rid of Steppenwolf first. It's just that, except for Diana, they can only fight monsters. Batman has a hard time dealing with monsters. You can only turn on your own banknote ability, Chariot, go. They are struggling to deal with countless demons. Diana faces Steppenwolf alone point. Diana has the Vulcan sword in one hand and the divine shield in the other. However, she was suppressed by Steppenwolf point. There is almost only a chance to use the divine shield point, because Steppenwolf seems to have integrated his swordsmanship into the battle axe point. Once the fight broke out, Diana would not have a chance to fight back at all point. As a result, Diana can only constantly defend point, but blindly defending is not enough point. Even if it is defense, it has to add a bit of counterattack as appropriate point. Only then can we see hope of victory point. But at the moment Diana 4.5 na can't do it point. Thena 100 secrets eventually have a sparse point. Diana, who had been defending, was kicked by Steppenwolf and knocked off her shield point. Then the battle axe fell point. Diana could no longer stand still and could only roll to the side point, but this gave Steppenwolf a chance point. Steppenwolf rammed directly, knocking Diana straight off the iron fence. At the moment, the crowd was fighting in an abandoned factory point. Diana fell, but was caught in time by the Flash point, then threw her away point. Diana steadied her body and looked at Steppenwolf with some fear. How can this Steppenwolf be so strong? As expected of an enemy from ancient times, Steppenwolf jumped directly from above. You are too weak. Steppenwolf began to taunt point. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he can find the third mother box or not point. The important thing is to attract the Kryptonians. After all, there is only one mother box on him now point. The mother box is divided into 3, though point, but all 3 fragments have the function of being teleported on Earth point. So Steppenwolf and Darkseid each took one, just to facilitate their actions. After all, for someone like Darkseid who can't even fly, the mother box is still very convenient point. No way point. Darkseid's talk that the new Proteus can't fly is really difficult point, but Steppenwolf is the same as Darkseid point. It has the physiological functions of the new god race and has various abilities that surpass other life forms: strength, speed, endurance, even immortal point. Can live forever one, but not flight point. As a new Proteus, you can live forever, but you can't fly point. This is simply a great irony. Chapter 167 Darkseid, Anti-Life. Being taunted by Steppenwolf point, the 4 of them immediately joined forces to set fire to Steppenwolf point. However, Cyborg was directly knocked out. The Flash is fast though, but he found he had to run around the Steppenwolf point. If he punched in the past, he didn't even know if he could withstand the force brought by the high speed point, then just because of the same speed, he was prejudged by the Steppenwolf and was sent flying point. Even a small soldier like a demon can predict his speed point, not to mention Steppenwolf. Anyway, Bai Xi doesn't understand it now. The Flash is so fast that outsiders can hardly see him, only a flash of lightning point. But how exactly was it predicted by a soldier like a demon? Steppenwolf is the new god point. The speed barely keeps up with the Flash, which is somewhat understandable point, but in the original plot, it was a monster. That's barely a face for Batman and the Flash point. Though said two of them were completely soured point. Fighting a Steppenwolf is all about soy sauce. Let alone facing Darkseid point. The four were instantly knocked down by 2 point. Only Batman and Diana were left in a crab-like chariot point. Diana still wanted to catch her breath. Who would have thought? In an instant, I can only rely on myself point. Because the Steppenwolf jumped down, the axe in his hand was raised above his head and slashed directly point. It was as if he was going to split ocean down. Batman's chariot fired wildly at the Steppenwolf point, but hitting the armor is just a little bit of fire point, and this chariot is so cumbersome, there is no way to dodge it. Boom. Batman jumped in time point, avoid being buried with the chariot. Boom. Steppenwolf's battle axes under the blessing of his super strength points directly split Batman's chariot in half. Batman glanced at it without heartache, just glad that he escaped quickly point. Diana had no choice but to push herself up again. Boom. Diana interacts with both hands. Shockwave from the collision of the Guardian Silver Bracelet point directly to the top of the Steppenwolf point. Steppenwolf fixed the battle axe on the ground and controlled his own body point. Diana tilted her head, realizing that she wasn't doing enough damage point. It's hard to beat Steppenwolf outright point at this moment. She thought of Bai Xi. Maybe only Bai Xi can defeat Steppenwolf casually. At this moment point, a figure appeared behind Steppenwolf point. The turbulent water flowed down from above, and a figure swam directly from the water holding the trident in his hand. He stabbed directly towards the Steppenwolf. Roar. 35 Steppenwolf picked up the battle axe and swept away. When the trident collided with the battle axe, and Aquaman was knocked backwards, but after all, his strength is stronger than others, and he didn't fly out in such an embarrassed manner. However, he is obviously not Steppenwolf's opponent. The Atlanteans. Steppenwolf saw this and said point, humans, Atlanteans, Amazons. It's like going back a long time point. When Darkseid first came to this world, he was besieged by these guys on Earth, and then he left in embarrassment point. Thinking of this, Steppenwolf knew that this was the sad place of Darkseid point. Petite Kryptonians haven't come yet point. With a move, the Steppenwolf started to kill the quartet again. Boom, boom. Aquaman, Arthur and Wonder Woman Diana were knocked away by him one by one. Batman and the others wanted to help, but they didn't know how to do it point. Moreover, an endless stream of demons flew in again point. At this time, Steppenwolf didn't know how to come to the three of them point. He grabbed Batman. Batman was held against the wall by Steppenwolf's giant hand. You will die here point, Steppenwolf said point. He knew that Batman had fought the Kryptonian point, but afterward, the Kryptonians instead forgave him point. Therefore, Steppenwolf can only rely on this hand to force out the Kryptonians. If he went straight to that Kryptonian, it would be too arrogant point. Steppenwolf's axe shone on Batman's face, finally moving Bruce Wayne point. However, soon he became dull point because, in his heart, Raw called Clark. When, boom, just listen properly point. The silhouette of the Steppenwolf was suddenly smashed and flew out like a cannonball point, directly smashed through this abandoned factory point. The Steppenwolf was lying on the ground, feeling a little dizzy for a while point. In the place before him point, a red-blue figure floated in midair. "Ah, you alright, Clark?" asked Bruce Wayne flatly. "I'm fine. Everything is planned point," Bruce Wayne said point. This is not a fitting ratio point, although it looks a bit soy sauce point, but he was Batman after all point. That plan will never slip through the cracks. No matter how deep the secret is, it cannot escape his eyes. Anything, he will stay behind point. No matter how powerful the enemy is, after being targeted by Batman, he will regret it. This is Batman. Bruce Wayne. Perhaps the only one who could beat him was himself, or Black, and if Superman is DC's own son. That Batman is DC's father. Therefore, when he said that everything was under control, no one felt pretentious, and at the moment, Steppenwolf watched Clark's arrival, but also panicked in his heart. Kryptonian. Steppenwolf pretended to panic, and then directly used the mother box to teleport. Clark flew in place. Can't let him go. Clark opened his mouth, and many more. Batman felt that something was wrong and immediately shouted. However, Clark had already soared into the sky, chasing in the direction of Steppenwolf's teleportation. What's wrong? The Flash, Batman's little fanboy, immediately asked. Something's wrong. 35 Batman frowned deeply. He always felt that it all seemed like Steppenwolf did it to draw Superman Clark on purpose. Hard to do. Their purpose is to deal with Clark. Batman admits that Superman Clark is the most powerful fighting force on Earth. Once the strongest one is taken care of, doesn't the Earth mean that there is no way to block it? Bruce Wayne was taken aback. However, Batman only had one layer in mind. Darkseid has more arrangements at the moment. When Clark appeared, Darkseid had found the anti-life formula. The anti-life equation is not so easy to take. There will be a lot of noise when getting it. Otherwise, Darkseid would not have been disturbed and failed the first time he came. At that time, the gods led many people and directly beat Darkseid away. Ares, the god of war, almost killed Darkseid with an axe. Darkseid felt scared after thinking about it. Therefore, now he has more preparations for the anti-life equation. Call out a teleportation channel appeared, and Darkseid appeared on this endless grassland. I don't know where it is, probably an uninhabited island. Darkseid stood in the middle, and there were no creatures around. Not even bigger saplings. The so-called sky is vast and wild, and it is nothing more than that. Darkseid closed his eyes quietly, and began to listen to the sounds around him. There wasn't really any sound around. In addition to the sound of the wind blowing, the grass shook slightly. Other than that, it's nature. However, Darkseid heard a formula. Loneliness plus alienation plus fear plus despair equal anti-life equation. Love equals lies, life equals death. Ego equals darkness. A giant axe suddenly appeared in Darkseid's hand. Then he lifted it high and slammed into the ground in front of him. Boom. The ground seemed to explode, and countless dust scattered. But it was like opening a seal. With the disappearance of countless dust. A series of letters glowing with golden light appeared on the ground. The letters are joined together. It's like a huge amount of formation engraved on the earth. Then, Darkseid began to rotate these letters around himself, and then put them into his body one by one. This is the anti-life equation. This time, after all, no one bothered him. Superman is fast. It didn't take long to track down the location of the Steppenwolf. As long as you are targeted by Superman, you can't escape anywhere. What's more, Steppenwolf didn't even leave the Earth. Steppenwolf just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Superman Clark fly over. He looked at the flying Clark. Continue to send non-stop. After a few times, he finally stopped running away. Because enough time has been wasted. Darkseid estimated that he had already collected the anti-life equation. Also, if he ran again, Superman would get impatient. Definitely. Having said so much, Steppenwolf just thinks, because Superman Clark has been driven to the maximum speed. Almost all can affect the time of the Earth. So Flashpoint. As soon as Steppenwolf appeared at the teleportation position, Clark appeared and knocked him down. Steppenwolf sees the mother box drop next to it. Immediately picked up the giant axe and slashed towards Clark. But for the Kryptonians. It's no use. Clark directly let Steppenwolf cut himself on him. You are so weak, Clark said coldly. Then raw. 35 He blew cold air directly at the giant axe in Steppenwolf's hand. In just an instant, the axe in Steppenwolf's hand was sucked and frozen by super awe. Then Superman Clark just punched. Boom. The frozen axe was smashed to pieces. Steppenwolf stared blankly at this scene. Is this the Kryptonian? He seemed to recall the days when he was dominated by Kryptonians. This is definitely not a good memory for the people of Apocalypse. Afterwards, Steppenwolf was directly punched by Superman. Clark immediately floated over and stepped on it directly. He had heard Batman's warning Batman knew where Superman could hear them point, so I told him directly from the bottom of my heart. Clark was also on the lookout for a trap point, but until Steppenwolf was trampled underfoot. There are no traps. When 35 Steppenwolf struggled to get up. He was punched by Superman. Clark. And then to get up again, one more punch. It didn't take long. Steppenwolf was directly beaten by Clark. Why? Steppenwolf thought to himself. He felt that he had been deceived. Especially at the moment. Clark almost chopped off half of his head with his heat vision. The pain on the outside and the torment on the inside. It made Steppenwolf unbearable. He was tricked by Darkseid. Darkseid says let him attract the attention of the Kryptonians. When Darkseid gets the anti-life equation 563, he will come to his rescue. The two work together to defeat the Kryptonians. The results of it, that's it. Darkseid must have gotten the anti-life formula. But it didn't come. He was a coward. He ran away. Steppenwolf hated his nephew, Darkseid, in his heart. But he dared not tell Superman. Clark all this, because if you don't say it, you will be killed by Superman. Clark. Saying it will die. And still don't know who killed him. If you said it, Darkseid would never tolerate him. Bai Xi talked to Billy and everything was done. Billy's black-robed pickets aren't going to disband. But the effect will change. No more staring at those dark superheroes, because those people have become history. Even the transparent people who escaped the catastrophe, Queen Maeve went after him too. No matter how transparent people run, they can't escape Queen Maeve. In addition to being unable to fly, Queen Maeve's other strengths surpass those of many super ability people. Really. It didn't take long for Queen Maeve to report back. Therefore, the next step for Billy and others is to make the super ability people righteous. This is of course inseparable from a good education. The reason why Walter International makes super ability people become bad guys, it's because of their intentional guidance. Use money and fame to guide the super ability. Put the super ability under their control. What to do. These are all intentional by Walter International. Therefore, those who have super ability naturally become bad guys. So now the black-robed pickets just need to turn around and guide them. Just like Superman. Clark. He was not born so righteous. What if the parents who adopted him were not just beings, but extremely evil? Then the current Clark will definitely not be the righteous Superman, but the biggest evil, the biggest super criminal. So everyone can be guided. Just see what you want him to be like. Then wait until Billy and others guide a well-formed worldview. Like a talent like Starlight. It will be cultivated by powerful super ability users such as Queen Maeve. When it is cultivated, it is the real superhero. You can go to battle the world for Bai Xi. No one was upset about fighting for Bai Xi. Because losers have no say. Unless they want to turn their world into a mess, watching Bai Xi slaughter in every corner of the world. Rivers of blood flowed from every corner. Otherwise, they could only obey Bai Xi obediently. Fighting everywhere for Bai Xi. It's their honor. Queen Maeve and Xingguang, because they were the first to surrender, naturally gained the trust of Bai Xi. Chapter 168. The heart of the universe has been found. Marvel Universe. The dark and boundless depths of the universe. A quaint spaceship lay quietly on the spot, a blue light emitting from time to time. Sudden. A wormhole appeared on the edge of the universe, and a spaceship came out of it. It was almost just for a moment to see that quaint spaceship. Corvus Glaive moved inwardly. He has a feeling what Thanos is going to find. It's up there. Obsidian will be alive except for Supergiant, who is dead. And with Thanos' surge, they all know the heart of the universe. It's more powerful than infinite gems. Whoever masters it will be able to run amok in the universe. So Corvus Glaive was immediately moved. He directly blocked Proxima Midnight, who was about to tell Thanos. Proxima Midnight is his wife after all, and there is no movement for a while. Don't tell him first. Let's find out, or else. Corvus Glaive then threatened all members of the Dark Order. All the people of the Dark Order are heartbroken. After all, the universe is too big. Even Thanos couldn't finish his search in a short time. Therefore, the Dark Order can only be dispersed. Bud is not left behind. But at the moment, Corvus Glaive clearly had a disagreement. Thanos' 5 Obsidian generals, except Proxima Midnight, have no one loyal to Thanos. More or less, they all have their own ideas. Thanos naturally knew, but he didn't care much point, because Thanos is extremely confident in himself. Only came too late after all. When he got the news, Corvus Glaive went straight into the ancient spaceship. Spaceships glow from time to time. Corvus Glaive walked right in. A lump of energy flowed directly in the cabin. Heart of the universe. What are you doing, Corvus Glaive? Just when Corvus Glaive wanted to touch the heart of the universe directly, Thanos' voice sounded. However, Thanos did not arrive on his own. Just a ghost. After all, there are still soldiers loyal to him in the Dark Order. Corvus Glaive's back shuddered. But when he found out that it was just a ghost of Thanos, immediately relieved. I'm just helping you to see if this is the real heart of the universe, Corvus Glaive said with a smile. However, with this obvious sneer, even a fool could hear his abnormality. Son, you are on the wrong path, Thanos said calmly. Child? Corvus Glaive became extremely angry. How strong do you think you are? You take us as adopted sons, but you only take us as tools, Corvus Glaive said. I've had enough of you, selfish titan. After Corvus Glaive finished speaking, he turned around and faced the heart of the universe. He stretched out his hand. Call out, but at this moment, Proxima Midnight suddenly threw the sharp gun in his hand. The sharp gun is divided into 3 parts, with the attributes of aiming and penetrating destruction. This is Thanos' exclusive weapon for Proxima Midnight. Kind of like Odin's Spear of Eternity. Only obviously too much. At least that didn't kill the Corvus Glaive, and more. Corvus Glaive also responded. The blade in his hand directly blocked the spear. Then he looked at Proxima Midnight indifferently. I knew you were his lackey. Proxima Midnight is hidden under a robe. Aren't you the same? She looked at Corvus Glaive sneeringly. Corvus Glaive direct rage. He didn't like being told that he was Thanos' lackey. It would make him seem majestic because of Thanos, but in fact and it does so. Corvus Glaive's broadsword slashed towards Proxima Midnight. Proxima Midnight immediately resisted. But clearly not the opponent of Corvus Glaive. Corvus Glaive, as the head of the Obsidian 5, is very terrifying. At least among the 5 Obsidian generals, he has something unique. And Corvus Glaive goes on, he's not going to die. That's why he's called Corvus Glaive. His war blades can keep him from dying. Unless the blade is broken. Proxima Midnight was directly chopped off by Corvus Glaive and fell into the spaceship. However, Corvus Glaive thought of his old feelings and did not kill Proxima Midnight directly. Instead, look at Proxima Midnight and say, Proxima Centauri, I will prove who is the strongest. After finishing speaking, Corvus Glaive pounced directly towards the heart of the universe. Do not. Proxima Midnight screamed, trying to stop Corvus Glaive. Her affection for Corvus Glaive is not as loyal to Thanos, and Thanos is also livid. One of his most trusted subordinates even betrayed him without hesitation. What about the others, such as Ebony Maw. And the previous Nebula and Gamora, who betrayed him a long time ago. This gave Thanos a feeling of frustration. But right now, when Corvus Glaive was about to touch the heart of the universe, he was directly attacked and sent flying. A group of creatures appeared out of nowhere in front of the heart of the universe. There is also a ray of light that is somewhat similar to the heart of the universe. None of them looked like normal humans. It is an unknown creature in the universe. Whoever steals the heart of the universe is courting death. 5. They spoke. Obviously, these beings are Asgardians of the heart of the universe. Although those who got the heart of the universe disappeared, they left behind the heart of creatures to guard the universe. Don't let the heart of the universe be easily taken away and then go to the universe to do evil. Only those who have truly possessed this energy. Only then did I know how powerful the heart of the universe is. What huge amounts of power. To possess it can do everything. Omnipotent. So, even that group of ancient humans left and disappeared. But still sent people to guard the heart of the universe. Protectors are very powerful. Thanos' figure silently watched as Corvus Glaive was slaughtered. Corvus Glaive was blasted away. Just as he was about to raise the broken blade to fight, he was lifted up. Then, Asgardian directly ablated Corvus Glaive's body. The ability of the heart of the universe directly decomposes the Corvus Glaive. However, Corvus Glaive came back to life with a broken blade. But it also gave Asgardian a clue. Their next step, just before Corvus Glaive could react, was to destroy his broken blade. Do not Corvus Glaive shouted, weakening all of a sudden. His blade is everything. There is his soul in it. So, at the moment with the destruction of the Warglaive, he died directly. Roaming countless planets, killing countless. Corvus Glaive just died. This made Thanos look very solemn. Subsequently, a group of Asgardians began to slaughter the members of the Dark Order. Thanos also began to understand, this is why there are so many people in the universe, but no one has found the heart of the universe. Because even if you find it, you can't get it. Instead, it will be destroyed directly. Just like now, the energy of the heart of the universe makes all the members of the dark sect present disappear almost instantly. Proxima Midnight saw that no one was paying attention to itself and rushed towards the heart of the universe. Do not this time, it was Thanos' turn to yell. Although Proxima Midnight is loyal to him. But this is because of the power gap. Once Proxima Midnight got the heart of the universe, then the power surpassed him. What is the scene then? Thanos is unknown. Proxima Midnight's speed is very fast, and it plunges into the heart of the universe in an instant. That's right. This massive huge amounts of energy directly wraps the Proxima Midnight. Thanos' face was as hen. He was already thinking of other ways. In the next second, the screams of Proxima Midnight came out. A few Asgardians stared indifferently at Proxima Midnight surrounded by the heart of the universe. Because Proxima Midnight was directly wiped out by the energy of the heart of the universe. Obviously. She cannot withstand the energy of the heart of the universe. Can't get it approved. When Thanos saw this scene, he was silent. Although he has long known that the heart of the universe is not so easy to get. I also thought that there would be layers of difficulties. When Corvus Glaive had gone before, his expression had not changed. Just because of speculation. But didn't expect it was harder than he guessed. At least these Asgardians, even if he has the power gem, are not opponents unless he has 6 infinite gems. He can defeat these Asgardians, but if there are 6 infinite gems, he snapped his fingers straight away. Who cares about this? With Proxima Midnight a complete failure of Proxima Centauri disappearing into the universe, Thanos' figure also disappeared. It seemed that he had to plan more for the heart of the universe. He certainly won't give up. If you don't find the heart of the universe, it's okay, maybe you'll back off. But they have already been found, and they are close at hand. Thanos doesn't want to give it up. Darkseid opened his eyes. A circle of golden letters revolved around him. These are all anti-life equations. Anything the aperture touches is immediately swallowed and destroyed. Then, the anti-life equations spread out. But Darkseid took them back. Not the right time yet. Even so, Darkseid felt unstable facing the Kryptonian. Even if he already has Omega energy and an anti-life equation. Therefore, it is necessary to target his weakness. Darkseid activated the mother box, and teleportation appeared to Metropolis. His eyes were locked on Louise Lois at this moment. All the pedestrians looked at Darkseid in shock. They were not afraid. Thought it was a cosplay. Thought it was someone else playing it. On the contrary, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures, but this time, Darkseid stared directly at Louise. You here to find me? Louise understood when she saw the look in his eyes because of Superman. She knew it was definitely not someone else's prank. I want you to help me, Darkseid said with a smile. It's just that his big face is extraordinarily incongruous. Help? You with what? Louise Lois asked with a cup of coffee in her hand. Lend me something. 35 what? Louise took a step back. Darkseid said cruelly. He didn't say too much nonsense directly and sent an Omega ray to Louise. The Omega energy penetrated directly through Louise's abdomen. Louise's life was directly cut off by Darkseid. Instantly fell to the ground. Pobo's blood flowed all over her body. What? Only then did those Melanitas react. Run away to the side. Darkseid watched this scene and stood still. He clearly knew the ability of the Kryptonians, knowing that if you waste a little more time, maybe the Kryptonians will arrive immediately. Therefore, Darkseid is not too much nonsense at all. Finish your plan first. Dacheo was going to kill Steppenwolf directly. Punch after punch. The special armor of Apocalypse on the Steppenwolf has long been beaten to pieces by him. This is the power of the Kryptonian. Steppenwolf felt it again. Apocalypse fought in countless universes, but once again fell into the hands of Kryptonians. Dacheo raised his fist and looked at the Steppenwolf under his feet with scarlet eyes ready to cut off his head directly. But right now, a voice entered Clark's ears. Superman. Clark instantly turned his head and looked into the distance. That is, the direction of the metropolis. Louise is in danger. At the moment is when Darkseid finds Louise. Dacheo has heard it. So his raised fist didn't swing down. Lee Wang Heo, the whole person also soared into the sky. He left. Steppenwolf gasped as he watched the Kryptonians leave. Immediately relaxed. The whole huge amounts of body lay there not wanting to move. Darkseid made his move. Steppenwolf thought to himself. Dacheo became more and more anxious. Becauselos's voice soon disappeared. This was not the case before. Clark could hear Louise's voice wherever he was on Earth. Especially when Louise is in crisis, the sound will be transmitted directly. This is why many people like to find Clark through Louise. Just grab Louise and throw her down on the roof. Then Clark will appear. He will even catch Louise immediately to prevent her from being hurt, because she is Clark's special concern. Whenever there is movement, Clark appears. But now Louise's voice disappeared for the first time. So Superman. Clark accelerates like crazy. It quickly reached the speed of the Flash, activating the Speed Force. It didn't take long. But for Clark, it seemed like a century. He finally returned to the Met. The city where he and Louise live. He floated straight from the sky. I only saw a group of people surrounding a person who was lying in a pool of blood, but no one came forward to give treatment. Blood had flowed all over the ground along Louise's body. Louise, dead. Grave. Dacheo walked over slowly, and his expression suddenly became helpless and gloomy. Do not. Clark fell directly to the ground, then hugged Louise's body, raised his head, and shouted. These people turned out to be targeting Louise. Why? Just when Clark was very puzzled. Chapter 169. Darkseid vs Superman. Control. On the ground of the metropolis, Superman. Clark cried while holding the body of Lois. Lois let her blood soaked all over her body. What? Clark yelled like crazy. No one dared to approach. Because everyone is afraid of Superman going crazy. What happens when Superman goes mad? Nobody knows, but soon the answer will be revealed. Just when Superman. Clark was grieving. A mysterious ray sneaked over Omega Rays. Darkseid didn't know where to hide. He's been watching Superman. Clark. Observe his emotions, his state. When Darkseid discovered that this Kryptonian was really emotionally fluctuating because of a human being on Earth, his defense line collapsed. I knew immediately that I had succeeded. How can a Kryptonian stick to human emotions? Therefore, Darkseid launched a sneak attack without hesitation. Omega Energy. It is one of the most powerful forces. He has swept across countless universes. There are rumors that it is possible that Omega Energy is the origin side. Its ability is more than just a ray. Definitely, the expression is so. But even Superman. Clark couldn't completely resist Omega Rays. Moreover, Clark at the moment is still too big. Invincible on Earth. He believes that there is no attack that he needs to actively avoid. So even if he reacted, he just turned his head to look at Darkseid. Then the figure seemed to be fixed in place. It's Superman after all, and the dodge value is 0. Understandable. What? So Superman turned around and still hit the Omega Rays. The Omega Rays directly locked him, and the source constantly hit Clark with Omega Energy. Clark screamed immediately. He felt a pain he had never felt before, and a force to wipe him away. But the Kryptonian's powerful physique allowed him to survive. It was not directly obliterated by this power, but even so, he became extremely weak. Never before has there been such a feeling of weakness that Clark couldn't even get up. This is Omega Energy. If it weren't for Clark's special identity, he would have been protected by the Wall of Origin. I'm afraid it can't stand the Omega Rays and will be directly erased. To no. Even anti-monitors can be seriously injured by Omega Rays, and Superman quickly stood up. Although 563 is painful, it has no effect. But even Darkseid was surprised. He thought Clark would die directly under this Omega Ray. Unexpectedly, it was just a scream of pain, and then recovered in an instant. It's as easy as getting a normal, hot sight. Before this, Darkseid had never encountered such a situation. Who are you? Superman stood up. It seems that zero dodge can indeed be installed. I am Darkseid. You may call me Lord Apocalypse 33. Darkseid looked down at Superman. Clark flew directly to the same height as Darkseid. You did it all. Superman said expressionlessly. Even a fool knows that Louise was killed by Darkseid. Yes, I'm here to help you get rid of unnecessary feelings, Darkseid said with a smile. Then Superman Clark couldn't help it directly and smashed his fist. 18. Clark's speed is fast, but Darkseid's speed is not slow either. Darkseid leaned back directly and then directly grabbed Superman Clark's neck with his taller and longer arms. There is a saying that an inch is long and an inch is strong. Not just weapons, but even height. Darkseid is a new god with a height of nearly 3 meters, and his arms are naturally longer than Superman Clark's, so it can be done before Clark punches him. With his long arms, he can easily hit Clark first. Even Clark leaned forward to hit him. Darkseid only needs to lean back to avoid it. So, at the moment Darkseid grabbed Superman Clark directly by the neck. Superman Clark didn't feel bad. Because Darkseid's power couldn't even break through his defenses. Darkseid punched Superman Clark with the other hand. Just feel the pain in yourself. Damn. Kryptonians 35. Darkseid whispered. The power of the new Proteus is useless in front of the Kryptonians. This made him hate Kryptonians so much. Every Kryptonian seems to have opened a plug-in point, and it's the best plug-in point. Even Darkseid, who once destroyed heaven. I think Kryptonians are annoying. Sure enough, Superman Clark rushed back immediately. This time, Darkseid was not caught. However, Superman was still beaten because his combat experience was not as good as Darkseid. Boom. Superman was smashed directly into the building. Buildings in the Metropolitan Center were damaged. But the crazy crowd still did not escape. Instead, take pictures constantly. Seeing this scene, Darkseid was also a little annoyed. In particular, Superman Clark's learning ability is very strong, and it seems that he is improving his experience by fighting him. Darkseid, Superman shouted and flew over again. At the moment, Batman and others knew what was going on with the Met. Batman was startled. Sure enough, their target is Clark. If Clark is beaten, we are literally losing our cards. 5. Batman's heavy voice suddenly made everyone else nervous. They both knew they were inferior to Superman Clark. So, if the enemy beats Clark, then they become lambs to be slaughtered. We have to get over there. Wonder Woman Diana said. She had a premonition that something was wrong. As a demigod, she always had some hunch. As if when Bai Xi came, she had a premonition that she was not the enemy. It turned out to be the same. Although Bai Xi defeated everyone, he only conquered them. Let's go. Metropolis at the moment. Darkseid couldn't bear it anymore. He withstood Clark's iron fist, and at the cost of this punch, he caught Clark again. Look at her. Darkseid roared how miserable she is. 35. Where were you when she needed you? So she died and turned into a mummy. It's all because of you. Darkseid's voice resounded in Clark's ears. This made Clark's eyes red. Emotions fluctuated greatly. For Clark, there are only a few people in this world that he will miss, and after his adoptive father left, there are only 2 women who let him care. That is, adoptive mother and girlfriend Louise Lois. But now, Louise is dead. What? Clark couldn't stand the excitement and collapsed. The powerful heat side swept out directly. Darkseid bears the brunt. But he immediately blocked it with Omega rays that collided in the air, making the air seem to be burning. Darkseid sees this. No longer hesitation. A circle of light suddenly appeared on him, and it was full of golden letters revolving around his body. The start of lap after lap affects Superman Clark's mind. Anti-life formula. Ow, Clark exclaimed. His blood red eyes suddenly became strange. He was also influenced by the anti-life equation. And due to the collapse of the psychological defense line, the anti-life equation affects him very quickly. But even so, Superman Clark was still not controlled for the first time. He is doing his best to resist the erosion from the soul. Seeing this scene, Darkseid intensified his efforts to promote the anti-life equation. Darkseid was somewhat grateful for his choice. If it hadn't killed Louise, there is absolutely no way that Superman Clark could be affected by the anti-life equation. AF. It can only be said that Kryptonians are extremely powerful even psychologically. This is Clark is naturally conceived. Have a greater ability to emotionally. If it is other Kryptonians, I'm afraid it will not be so easy to control. Definitely, other Kryptonians have a hard time dodging Omega rays too. Suffice it to say, as Batman thinks, as long as you exist, there are weaknesses. Batman is not the only one in the world who is good at finding weaknesses. It's just that nothing can hide from Batman. However, this time Batman was too late. I don't know how long it took, and Superman Clark's eyes in his normal state also turned blood red. A pair of strange eyes looked at Darkseid. Darkseid put him down. Then patted him on the shoulder. Go, these people are your enemies, Darkseid said softly. At this moment, Superman Clark is completely controlled by Omega rays. Superman Clark looked at all the humans. Scarlet eyes flashed uncontrollably. Hot sight. A hot line of sight swept across the bustling buildings of the metropolis. The screams of countless melon eaters rang out. They finally paid huge amounts of money for eating melons. This moment doomsday is coming. Krypton. A teleportation channel flashed past, and Bai Xi appeared above Krypton Star City. Just a little sense, he noticed that there were a few more lives in Krypton Star City. The Kryptonians are constantly getting stronger. Fortunately, there is an underground base, otherwise the movement will not be concealed. Kryptonians have absorbed the energy of the sun from an early age. This makes it almost impossible for the children to control their ever-growing ability. The most obvious is a heat sight. Almost to that critical point, that is, the eyes are red, which will be emitted uncontrollably. You know, even General Zod couldn't control the heat vision the first time he activated it. Especially these little kids seeing the prosperity of Krypton City. Bai Xi was also extremely satisfied. He saw the busier Stella. Stella was extremely satisfied with her current life. Almost every Kryptonian is like that. And they are the least afraid of multi-universe invasions. Bai Xi looked at the sky, not knowing how long the multi-universe invasion would take. When exactly. After making a move raw, Bai Xi flew directly to the space station of the Xianjian Bureau. Is there any movement? Bai Xi asked Natasha Romanoff and Yelena. No. Both of them shook their heads in boredom. People are always like this when I'm busy. I'm very busy, and I can't wait to rest all the time. But when I rest, I feel very bored. Moreover, even if there is a sword of Damas suspended above his head. They can't be in a hurry. Because the preparations to be carried out have been going on all the time. Bai Xi chatted with them. He also felt a little bored. And chatting with old friends is a very pleasant thing. Remember when Yelena was always crying? 35 Bai Xi teased Yelena. Natasha Romanoff immediately said, yeah, just grabbing a chicken leg and the tears came out. I can't wait to kill me. Yelena blushed when she heard the words. Although this is something I smelled when I was a child, it still makes people feel embarrassed to say it now. It's not that you bullied me on purpose, Yelena said. It's Natasha Romanoff. None of my business. 35 Bai Xi said immediately. I also prepared other delicious food for you. Natasha Romanoff was a little sister at the time, Bai Xi said, and looked at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff shook her hair and said, people change. Who would have thought that Natasha Romanoff liked to dye colorful hair as a child. It will be so positive when you grow up. All I can say is that people do change. And it keeps changing. Bai Xi sighed. Then left. He felt a little bored. Because the world of the Black Robe Picket team is really of little interest to him. In addition to killing a pass to make myself feel at ease. Others are gone. I just don't know if the world can give me what I want. Queen Maeve and Xingguang are not very good people either. In short. The deformed superhero world of the Black Robe Pickets. Jane Bai Xi is not used to it. He just wanted to relax. Bai Xi flew back to Earth. Go back to your home. But they don't know what's going on the other side of the universe. The Dark Order was assembled by Thanos. The group of people in the Dark Order, led by Corvus Glaive, before were all wiped out by the Asgardian, the heart of the universe on the spaceship. So no one but Thanos knows what happened. Thanos didn't tell anyone else either. He indifferently closed the area with everyone. Other weak forces in the universe who saw the Darkseid also immediately avoided it. However, they immediately went to report those powerful people. The Dark Order of Thanos destroyed the Void. The other major forces in the universe suffered heavy losses, and they have long been eyeing him. So, the notorious Dark Order finally provokes those behemoths. Many people started to jump for joy. I want to kill the Dark Order. So, at the moment countless people went to report. Thanos also knew the situation was critical. So at the moment, is extremely indifferent. In his opinion, these subordinates of the Dark Order can be given up. From the beginning, he thought so. He just needs them to give everything for themselves now. Isn't it time for the Dark Order to dedicate his life to him? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Superman vs Justice League. Father, is the heart of the universe inside? Ebony Maw leaned down and asked Thanos, who was sitting on the throne. That's right. 35. Thanos looked at Ebony Maw and said where he couldn't see. The eyes of Ebony Maw, who was bent over, flickered. But what Ebony Maw doesn't know is, Thanos looked him in the eyes, very cold. After Corvus Glaive betrayed him, Thanos didn't believe anyone. Or he didn't really believe in this obsidian general. Just treat these 5 people as tool people and fight for him in the universe. So, betraying him is also in Thanos' imagination. When encountering something like the heart of the universe, who cannot be moved, even Proxima Midnight. Proxima Midnight didn't go all out to stop Corvus Glaive. Just pretending to show him. So, Thanos knew what Ebony Maw was thinking without even having to think about it. This is exactly what Thanos intended. That being the case, then be all cannon fodder. Thanos knew that time was of the essence. Because this will definitely attract the encirclement and suppression of several other major forces. The Void is more important than imagined. The Shur Empire, also known as the Feather Empire. Unlike the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire, the Shur Empire was not made up of a single race. The Shire Empire is a collection of countless alien races, cultures, and worlds, although not a single race like the Skrulls and Kree. But because of its rise, as well as the continuous decline of the Kree Empire and the direct demise of the Skrull Empire, the Shire Empire has become the youngest and most powerful space empire in the universe. It has super strong national strength, super high science and technology. Definitely, the Shire Empire is just a diversification of races, but in fact there is still one major race. The main race is the Shire. The Shires are a cold-blooded humanoid race that evolved from the descendants of birds. The feather crest on the head is exactly where the human hair is, and the Shire look very similar to Earth humans. They have 2 common hairstyles. Most Shires, especially those of nobility, generally have a triangular shape on the head feathers, with 1 horn on the top of the head and the rest 1 on each shoulder. The other is to let the dense head feathers diverge, but the top of the head is flat. Also, the vast majority of Shire don't have any special abilities, although some atavistic individuals have wings and the ability to flight. The escort of the Shur Empire is a very powerful group of people. The captain of the escort is Dalgian, the strongest Dalgian star. The ability of Dalgian is also somewhat similar to that of Kryptonians. Super strength these, as well as heat sight, frozen raw suction. However, fighting sword's ability will change according to his confidence level, and he is not immune to a small amount of radiation. Needless to say, yet another Marvel nerfed Kryptonian. Because of this, the Shur Empire's escort team is very strong. In the comics, even Thanos has been defeated. Now, the escort of the Shire Empire has been assembled as the Void Lands was destroyed. Fighting sword, red and blue clothes, behind a big red cloak. Looks like a live Superman. Our target this time is the Titan. He is the guy of the Eternals. Be careful, Queen. Shia Lilandra reminded. Dow Giant said indifferently, don't worry, mere Titans. He dared to provoke the Shur Empire, but he was only seeking his own death. Queen Lilandra looked at him and said nothing. She was a little worried. Sword fighting is very ambitious and he has become the controller of the escort. It's hard to imagine what he will end up being. Maybe he wants to control the Sure Empire, but this is not possible. The throne of the Sure Empire can only be hereditary. Dow Giant set off with the escort of the Sure Empire to find trouble with the Titan. At the same time, there are major forces such as the Carry Empire. Also go to the trouble of Thanos. Although the land of nothingness is a land of three things, it is precisely because it is special. All the forces have spent a lot of energy there. What? Gosh, Superman is crazy. Please help us, please. Who can save us? This damn Superman. He's crazy. Metropolis all. The Melanitas screamed, and the entire bustling metropolis seemed to have become a purgatory on Earth. Severed limbs and stumps are scattered on branches, street lamps, blood soaked the whole street. Superman Clark can find people hiding anywhere. And when he was found, just a hot gaze swept over it. Went silent. Boom. Clark stretched out his hand and directly grabbed a little boy out of the ruins. He seemed to be struggling. But it was quickly controlled by the anti-life equation again. Darkseid looked at Superman Clark and found that his willpower was immense. He has to watch all the time. Otherwise, Clark would wake up at any moment. Omega rays can't deal with him. Not even the anti-life equation. Darkseid was a little annoyed. Please, Superman, I'm your fan. 95. The little boy pleads to Clark, the Superman who is being controlled. Superman struggled again. He saw the toy in the little boy's hand. Exactly what he looked like. The emblem of the L family is very conspicuous. Let Clark's inner consciousness have been struggling. Kill him. Darkseid walked over and said. Afterwards, Superman Clark did not hesitation, but his eyes turned red. At this moment, the little boy looked at Darkseid and shouted, "You devil, you will be punished by God." 99. God. I'm God. Darkseid sneered. He even destroyed heaven with the apocalypse star. What about God? As soon as Superman's hot eyes flashed, the little boy was directly evaporated. Superman Clark looked a little sullen and then held Louise's body and started killing again. Those super criminals who want to stop him are useless at all. They were surprised to find out Superman usually doesn't use his full strength against them at all. Instead, he kept restraining himself. Now let go of the killing. No one can be his opponent. This scene is naturally known by people all over the world. On the Batfighter, the rest of the Justice League looked a little dumbfounded at this scene. How is this going? Diana asked blankly. We lost. Cyborg Victor said. They both thought the other party wanted the mother box. Who would have thought that the other party was just making noises? What's better than a fully controlled Kryptonian? Should we come up with a plan? At this time, Menks in the Flash asked. Time is running out. Batman Bruce Wayne said. Then he opened a screen. In the picture, the master box has opened the channel. Countless monsters they had seen before flew out of the passage. For a moment, it seemed as if all human beings all over the world had been attacked by demons. No one knows how many monsters there are. Billions. Anyway, there are countless. So Bruce felt that there was no time for them. It's too late. Facing this never before seen enemy, the Justice League was completely defeated. Even Bruce Wayne, who has always thought of everything, is a little tired. What can be done to reverse all this? We have to stop him. Diana said. Wonder Woman's will to fight is the strongest. She will never give up. How to stop it? Bruce asked. No one can beat him. No, someone can. Diana shook her head. You mean? Bruce Wayne immediately thought of someone. Axe. Can you find him? I have to try. Diana said. However, they had just finished speaking and had not yet started to act. Boom. 35 sudden. With flight in the sky, Bruce's Batfighter shook. They walked to the window in shock and looked out the window. A figure with blood red eyes and a flying red cloak floated outside. He lowered his head. Only then did he gradually raise his head. Killing intent. It's over, Bruce Wayne said immediately. Boom. The heat sight directly swept the Batfighter into two halves. The Justice League people immediately acted in panic. The air from the outside blew into the fighter plane, which had been turned into two halves, and at the moment, Wonder Woman Diana flew straight out. Among the Justice League, only she and Clark can fly at will, even Cyborg. In this case, you need to slow down. Diana took the mantra lasso flew into the air and threw it directly at Clark. Superman Clark is still 0 dodge point. It seems like a lasso who looks down on Wonder Woman point, but this time he was guilty point. Even he could not break free from the noose of mantra point. The indestructible properties of the mantra lasso are no joke. Superman was directly tied up for a while, then moved around trying to break free point, but Wonder Woman flies in the air and clings to her. Quick, she shouted behind her. 0 point seeking flowers at the moment. Batman Bruce Wayne finally found the parachute and got himself straight out of the Batman. Definitely, the Flash hasn't been forgotten by him either. The two fell directly below. Aquaman jumped directly at Superman Clark point. Although he is the king of the sea, he can still maintain his shape in the air point only when his trident hit Superman Clark, and Superman was fine point instead. His trident is somewhat shape shifting. Cyborg rushed over, holding the out of control Aquaman, and flying down point. Seeing this, Diana dragged Clark directly to the ground. Clark, wake up, Diana shouted using the mantra lasso point. She wants to wake Superman Clark point on. Life control of the anti-life equation is really overbearing point. Even Superman, with a hole in his mind, can't break free immediately point even with the power of the mantra to help him point. In fact, the lasso of truth is not to let people tell the truth, but to experience the true emotions of people point. But now, cut off by the anti-life equation, Wonder Woman Diana can only take Superman Clark to the ground. Boom. 35 Superman Clark smashed to the ground, directly creating a huge amount of deep pit point. Diana just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief point, but the mantra lasso he was holding directly threw her away. Superman Clark found out point. Although he can't break free, he can use his strength point. Diana is obviously not as strong as him. Diana was thrown out, and the mantra lasso didn't hold, and she let go point. Then Superman Clark grabbed the mantra noose with his backhand and threw it over to tie Wonder Woman Diana point. Diana's weakness is the lasso of truth point. The mantra lasso was especially damaging to her master. Just as soon as she was tied up, she fell to the ground, as if she had completely lost her strength point. Moreover, there is no way to break free point. Not even a bit of power can be used. Wonder Woman Diana was instantly defeated. Because of her artifact point, she lay helplessly on the ground point. Inwardly, Raw shouted Bai Xi's name point. The only way now is for Bai Xi to appear. It's a pity that Diana didn't know whether Bai Xi could hear her or shout after crossing the universe point, and at the moment, Superman Clark just ignored Diana point. His goal is to take out everyone in the Justice League point. Don't let Darkseid's purpose be affected in the slightest. Superman turned to look at the Flash and Batman who had just landed. The Flash and Batman are the slowest to land point. Neither of them could fly at high altitudes, even if Batman has bad wings. Therefore, you can only use the parachute to slowly come down point. It turned out that, as soon as he landed, he was targeted by Superman Clark point. But okay, boom. Cyborg held Aquaman Arthur to block Superman. Superman's indifferent eyes glanced at the 2 point. It was immediately determined that the two men were not at all threatening point. Instead it was Victor. The stress response of his mechanical body caused him to shoot directly at Clark. Superman Clark sneered directly. Boom. In a flash, Cyborg was directly punched through by him point. Straight through. The defensive power of Cyborg's mechanical body is not worth mentioning in the face of Superman's unparalleled power, but okay. Cyborg's vitality is tenacious. He just fell to the ground in agony, but didn't die immediately point. Seeing this scene, Aquaman Arthur wants to attack Superman Clark with some shifting tridents, but Clark turned his head directly when he directly reached for Aquaman's trident. That's it. Superman Clark tilted his head with blood red eyes, as if asking these two words. This made Aquaman Arthur a little embarrassed. 18, but it was directly knocked out by Clark point. Weak chicken. Clark thought so point. He turned to look at the Flash and Batman. Take me away, Batman said decisively point. He made the right choice in an instant point. The only thing to do now is to keep the spark of hope point. Can't be wiped out here, otherwise the world is really over. What? The Flash is still somewhat unresponsive. Batman Bruce immediately scolded, come and run with me. The Flashberry then reacted, and he looked back at the other people who fell to the ground a little embarrassed point. Then I immediately ran in the other direction with Batman in my arms. Billion. Chapter 171 hidden for 28 years. Time Law. Run fast. Berry. Hurry. Up. 99 Batman is like the heroine in Forrest Gump, and the Flashberry seems to be Forrest Gump at this moment. Only the sound of Batman making him run fast, and the Flash seems to be inspired by its own potential. It's getting faster. The surroundings around him were almost invisible to him. Not to mention Batman. By the end he was speechless. The whole person feels to be torn apart. If he wasn't that man. But Batman is always unusual. But at this moment, Barry Allen turned his head. Because Superman Clark's speed is maximumed out. Gradually follow him. 35 The Flashberry yelled. Telling the marching he was looking back. He couldn't control his body and hit something directly. In an instant, he and the Batman on his back both turned their backs. Batman and Barry lay on the ground. Look at the huge figure in front of you. Darkseid. Darkseid looked down at the two of them. He never thought that someone would bump into him, as he who doesn't look very smart. The Flashberry sat on the ground and looked up at the tall Darkseid, speechless. I know you. Darkseid looked at Batman and said, but I don't know you. It doesn't seem fair. Batman is emotionally stable even in this situation. He is never in awe. Unless someone moved the people around him. I am the monarch of Apocalypse, the leader of the new Protoss. 35 Darkseid said proudly. It is your honor that I conquer your world. 563 Batman's expression changed a little when he heard the words. He hated this rhetoric the most. Can man really fight against gods? Even Batman, at the moment, is a bit of a slump in despair. It's not that simple. 35 Batman forced himself to calm down. We will do our best to stop you, even if you control Clark. Hearing Batman's words, Darkseid smiled disdainfully. Then I'll let you disappear now. Darkseid said disdainfully. He just wanted to tell Batman a truth. Ants can't resist destiny. Omega rays. Darkseid's eyes burst out with Omega energy. The Omega rays targeted Batman directly. It's like the Spear of Eternity. Ability with lock tracking. No matter how you dodge it, it's useless. So before Superman even dodging didn't work. But at the moment, Darkseid was immediately shocked. I saw that the Omega rays were sent directly towards Batman. And Batman is just a tumble. Darkseid just sneered at the time. Thought tumbling would help unless you play Dark Souls! 1. The Omega rays hit Batman directly behind. Batman dodged the Omega rays that can track and lock on, or maybe the Omega rays just dodged Batman. In short, Darkseid was shocked. This has never been the case with Omega rays. Even anti-monitors can't avoid it. They can only choose hard resistance. Just like Superman, you can only use your body to resist or use other abilities. But even so, Omega energy can break everything. But now this rule is directly broken. Batman dodged his Omega rays with just a tumble. Although in the heavens and the world. Rolling this skill can dodge all attacks, but it's Omega rays. Darkseid saw this for the first time. Just when Darkseid wanted to say something, the Flash stood up straight. Hold the Batman and go straight to full speed. Godly speed. In just an instant, the Flash disappeared from Darkseid and Superman's eyes with Batman in his arms. For some reason, Darkseid stopped Superman. Never mind. Darkseid snorted. I want to see what they can do. Subsequently, Superman Clark flew directly. Boom. In just an instant, he returned to where Cyborg and others were. However, they also disappeared immediately. Cyborg flew very slowly with Aquaman in his arms. As for Wonder Woman Diana, she just ran away with the Mantralatu and her flight ability. Leaving behind Cyborg and Aquaman too hapless. It's over. The two looked at each other. Fortunately, Diana ran away. 35 They let Diana run on purpose. After all, if the entire army is wiped out, it will not benefit the future at all. It's better to stay alive. Let Diana, a person who can resist a little, live. Call out. Superman was in front of them in an instant. He looked at the two guys with blood red eyes. For these two, Superman Clark didn't waver at all. It's a bad word to say. Not familiar. Hot sight. Therefore, Superman directly rewarded the two brothers with their hot eyes. Almost the temperature of the core of the sun. It directly melted Cyborg's mechanical body. Cyborg could only look at Clark in pain. But this expression did not cause Clark to fluctuate in the slightest. So unfamiliar. Then there is Aquaman. Arthur picked up the trident to resist. But still useless. Clark just swept over, and Arthur turned into a pool of blood. Aquaman became the Blood King. Wonder Woman Diana didn't know how far she flew. My heart turned back with a sense of grief. Bai, where are you? Diana kept shouting, roar in her heart. Los Angeles lighted. The screams of the crowd outside continued to rise and fall. The demonoids of Apocalypse have attacked all over the world. As if it was a blitzkrieg, it would instantly turn the entire earth into a purgatory on earth. However, Lucifer was just drinking his wine calmly. Blood red wine, like blood. Maisie kept looking outside. Looking a little worried. Don't worry, Maisie, this must be another Father's Play 99. Lucifer spoke up. For him, everything was planned by God. Just don't know. What exactly did God arrange this time? Why do it? Lucifer was actually a little puzzled. But if he could figure it out, he would be God Most High. Instead of being taken to hell by the Supreme God, I will become a fallen angel. Where do these beings come from? Maisie asked. Apocalypse star. Lucifer said with a smile. In the endless multi-universe, there is an Apocalypse star in every universe. 5. Lucifer smiled. As if to laugh at the low imagination of the Most High God. Otherwise, how come every created universe is similar? It's just, the development of the world line is slightly different. As a member of the Endless family, Lucifer is the only one. Even other universes have countless Lucifers, but it's all about the relationship between ontology and duplication. Unlike Darkseid, it's a multi-universe variant. Just don't know. Is this Lucifer an ontology or a duplication? Even Lucifer didn't know this question. Because it doesn't matter at all. Maybe it's Baisie's strength. Maybe it's because Diana's roar evokes a role. Bai, who was resting on the earth, seemed to hear a voice vaguely. Diana, Bai Xi, who was basking in the sun, wondered, what's wrong? Wanda walked in front of her dressed as a witch. Oh, on earth, it's Halloween. Bai Xi has also spent Halloween before. It's just that he's not used to this kind of festival. And Lorna is also not used to it, growing up alone. So for their two salted fish, there is no difference. But now, with more people, it's different. Although everyone's life experience seems to be a bit tragic. Except for the invisible woman Susan, all of them are worse than the other, but do as the locals do. They still entered the confines of the festival. Facts have proved that, no matter what festival, the number of people is the most important. What matters is not the festival, but the festive atmosphere. For example, now, Wanda has returned to the beginning. Turned into a witch. This one is pretty good. The red silk, nothing. Bai Xi shook his head. If you have anything to do, you have to wait for the holiday to pass. Wanda spoke up. Yeah, I'm just looking at something. What? A gift, right? Bai Xi was silent for a while, then opened his mouth and said, what? Wanda asked excitedly. Everyone else gathered around. In fact, it is very popular to give gifts to each other here. Precious or not is not important. What matters is a mind. It just seems that Bai Xi has not paid much attention to these before. Of course it doesn't matter. Look. Seeing the crowd around, Bai Xi immediately took out everything. The candy he had prepared a long time ago, and the music box. For different people, he has different preparations. Then, he also received a lot of gifts. It is indeed a special day for Bai Xi. Moreover, he is also looking at the previous gains. It has been 28 years since he came to this world. It passed without a sound before. He didn't care too much either, but when I looked back, I realized that the reward this time was not ordinary. Ding, congratulations to the host, who came to this world for 28 years, and has hidden his strength for 28 years. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Time law. Time law. Time is not about how much you have, but how you use it. Time is not about how much you have, but how you use it. Bai Xi didn't understand. When he saw this sentence. I thought I had encountered a time assassin. But really when he started thinking about time law, he found that he was omnipotent in time, as if he himself had become a time assassin. This is no longer like the time pause waiting abilities that it used to be. Time reverse flow time pause. All these abilities are merged into the time law. This instead makes Bai Xi's time law stronger gradually. Bai Xi understood what this sentence really meant. Point how strong is the time law, just to see how he uses it. Point as long as he can use it, he can think of how to use it. Point so the strength of the time law is entirely up to him. Bai Xi is very satisfied with this reward. Point this proves that he did not hide his strength in vain. Point afterwards, Bai Xi looked at his personal panel. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physique, Demigod, Great Silver. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Lasso of Mantra, Fountain of Youth, Hornet, Pokeball, Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Formula, Gourmet House, Mind Gem, Sword of Odin, Spear of Eternity. Ability, Batman's fighting ability, teleportation, advanced version, serious punch, hot vision, back in time, frozen 1000 miles, mirror space, intense listening, super hearing, omega ray, dimensional teleportation, incredible people, Hell's Gate, god level lucky ability, Odin's power, time pause, endless family, law, time law. Impressively, at the bottom of ability, there is an additional law column. Point and there is only one time law in it. Bai Xi feels the law of time. Point feeling suddenly, does the so-called omnipotence and omnipotence mean the mastery of law? Bai Xi muttered. Point he has experienced the power of time law. Point in time, he can do almost anything. Point he can go to any point in time and make any changes without worrying about backlash. Point also, he can see any change after the change. Point this is the mastery of time. Point 4.5 even Sorcerer Supreme doesn't have as much sense of time as he does now. Point this is law. This gave Bai Xi a vague sense of omnipotence at that time. Point online can barely be omniscient. Now. Point and it is omniscient on the timeline, not true omniscient. Point this means that his grasp of time is not deep enough. Point if he can do that, then he knows everything that is going to happen. That's called true omniscience. Point as for omnipotence, it is not something that time law can do. Point in other words, a single time law cannot make him omnipotent. Point because of the column of law. Point this proves that time law is not the only thing. Point there are other laws. So Bai Xi thought of a question. Point how much law does the supreme god of the DC world have? With just one belt, he made Bai Xi feel like a god. Point omniscient, omnipotent. Point if you want to change anything, just a thought will do. Point and you don't need to go to the river of time to do it yourself. This is omniscience. Point nothing can be hidden from him, nothing he does not know. Point according to Lucifer. Point everything that happens in this world. Point they are all arranged by the most high god. Point this is omnipotence. Bai Xi also longs that one day he will be able to reach the level of the supreme god, true omniscience, omnipotence. Point that is the real god. Point Bai Xi told Tony before that the so-called gods are just stronger people. Point that's just because the gods like Thor have not reached this level. Point for any existence. Point it is no exaggeration at all that the most high god calls it god. Chapter 172 Bai Xi, I'm only a king and -039 S-man. After Halloween, Bai Xi thought of Diana calling him in Raw. Is it too lonely? Bai Xi thought. So point in his opinion, the DC world probably didn't even appear. Doomsday. Oh, the doomsday will never come. Therefore, Bai Xi is not in a hurry. Point he didn't know what the change in the timeline would cause. Point because now it's not just Steppenwolf coming. Point even Darkseid came with him. Point all this is because Doomsday didn't appear, so Superman didn't die. Perceived to have Kryptonian Steppenwolf, naturally dare not venture alone. Point can only tell Darkseid that the mother box is here. Point and Darkseid will naturally not give up the anti-life equation that he has pursued in his life because of a Kryptonian. Point Darkseid has been pursuing the anti-life equation since he was young. Point naturally, it will not give up easily. Point although Bai Xi didn't know about it, he still sent it over the entire Earth of the DC world is mixed into the end times. Superman Clark at the moment doesn't even need a shot. Point because of the innumerable demons it has easily solved the human race. Point Clark sat in the ruins holding Louise's body and the whole person was under control. Point the anti-life equation's control over him is increasingly irreversible. Definitely, there is no way to reverse it. Point unless sacrifice the Flash. If you want to change everything, you can only sacrifice the Flash. Point but point now Batman doesn't know that. Gotham City At the moment, even this Sin City has become a purgatory on Earth Point, although this place was originally called Hell on Earth Point, but compared to now Point it's a far cry point compared with now. It is really a simple and honest Gotham City, and there are many talents in Arkham Point, but those talented people can't face the overwhelming monsters now. Catwoman Selina stood on the windowsill and looked at the countless people who were being hunted down, and she was also a little helpless because she is also being hunted down by demons. The first thing the demons want to kill are these super ability people. Point after all, the threatening power of ordinary 08 people is completely incomparable to them. Catwoman rose into the air, dodging the demon-like attack in the air. Then she turned around and gave the demon directly. Point knock the fiend out of the air, directly interrupted the demon-like wings. Demonoids are cannon fodder, relying on them to be transformed by the technology of Apocalypse to have the ability of flight. Speak. Point why didn't Darkseid install himself a pair of wings? Catwoman landed on the other side of the rooftop. Point somewhat confused. Point so what happened? Also confused is Harley Quinn. Point and countless people in this world. Point Atlantis King Orm has accumulated strength and is ready to counterattack mankind and bring Atlantis back to the land. Point but unexpectedly, they haven't started to do it yet. Point was attacked first. Point the demons completely ignored the environment of the seabed and rushed up like a school of fish. Point King Orm held his homemade trident with a blank expression on his face. How is this going? It's over. These creatures are too many. Only the Trench Clan can resist. King Orm's face turned pale when he heard the words Trench Tribe. It was also a member of the Atlanteans who came to the bottom of the sea. Point however, the Trench people chose to live on a deeper seabed. Point it is well known that the deeper the seabed, the less oxygen there is, and there are basically no giant beasts on the bottom of the sea. They are all deformed creatures. Therefore, the evolution of the Trench race is different from that of other races. The other Atlanteans at least retained their human appearance. Point such as the young and beautiful Mera. Point, but the Trench Clan all turned into real fish, turned into deformed monsters. Moreover, he gradually lost his intelligence. Point because there is not enough oxygen at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, even the Atlanteans were somewhat afraid of the Trench. Point because they are extremely fierce and cannot communicate. Point the Trench Clan can no longer be called humans. They can only be considered monsters. So even in this situation, King Orm didn't want to face the Trench Tribe. Attack. 35 King Orm gritted his teeth and shouted. Point all the Atlantean troops charged towards the fiends. The magic-like strength is not strong, but it is endless, and there are people who lead it. The Atlanteans are gradually retreating. King Orm didn't know that it all started when he didn't pay attention to the mother box. Point Mera, who had been fighting all the time, was naturally disappointed with him. Point it didn't take long. Point most of the people in this world have been transformed into demons. The reason why there are so many demons is that they can be constantly replenished. Wherever the Apocalypse Star goes, it transforms the original inhabitants into monsters. Point in this way. Point no matter how you fight, it is impossible to wipe out the demons. Humanity was gradually wiped out, and at the same time, the Atlanteans were almost as well. Point only Paradise Island is better. Paradise Island has formations and the like left by the gods at that time. They can be protected from being discovered so easily. Point after the Steppenwolf appeared, Queen Hippolyta opened the protective circle. Point therefore, Paradise Island protected the tranquility for a while. Point but that doesn't help either. After both humans and Atlanteans were almost wiped out, Paradise Island was targeted. Damn, Queen Hippolyta said solemnly. Point she never expected the enemy to come so fiercely. Point and the other side. Point the last remaining hope of mankind all gathered together. Batman, the Flash, among other things, Joker. Definitely, including Mera, which was added later. Mera after the sea. Point she is also here. Point the Atlanteans have been defeated and transformed into fiends. Even King Orm was no match for the people of Apocalypse at all. The general of the Apocalypse Star charged with a demon. King Orm and Atlantis were crushed. Mera naturally won't fight to the death. Point taking this opportunity to run away. Point then, she also knew that Aquamanatha was dead, and she was a little helpless. Only those who survived were found. Point the fate of the earth seems to be a little bad. Point a few who survived. Point can only keep running in the ruins, looking for bunkers and dodging the pursuit again and again. Point linger on. Point at this time, Wonder Woman Diana looked forward, call out on A broken road. A red figure suddenly flew down. The controlled Superman Clark lowered his head and suddenly raised his head. Paradise Island. Queen Hippolyta watched as many of the Amazons fell in a pool of blood. Angry in his eyes. But as the queen, at the moment, she has nothing to do but direct the battle. As the queen of the Amazons, she never backs down. Will fight the enemy until the last moment. But, is there any point in fighting like this? Steppenwolf's great axe slashed towards her, although a wolf ear was cut off. But Steppenwolf has finally returned to Apocalypse. Therefore, at the moment is also leading the demons to charge and fight. Somehow, Queen Hippolyta didn't run away. Queen Hippolyta stared closely at the Steppenwolf. Just as the big axe was about to cut off, he closed his eyes. Ended when, but, at this moment, a metal crash sounded. Queen Hippolyta opened her eyes and saw Bai Xi standing in front of her. Bai Xi's sudden appearance gave her a sudden motivation to live. Bai Xi looked back at her and said, "Don't give up so quickly." Then roar. The breath of Bai Xi roar instantly froze Steppenwolf's axe. Super or suck. Then, when 35 Bai Xi slapped it down with a palm, directly smashing Steppenwolf's big axe. And at the moment, Steppenwolf was completely panicked. Another Kryptonian. Under the collapse of Steppenwolf, Bai Xi was kicked away. This time he couldn't even use the mother box. When Bai Xi punched Steppenwolf directly into the ground of Paradise Island. He turned his head to see it all. Overwhelming demonoids and Steppenwolf. It seemed a little different from what he remembered. Never mind. Fix it all first. Bai Xi's eyes turned red, and he glanced over directly. Hot sight. The demons in the sky seemed to have turned into dark clouds and Bai Xi's hot eyes swept over, and the sun was shining. Countless demons fell from the sky and smashed to the ground. Bai Xi floated in midair, and this scene left him indifferent. In just an instant, he solved all the demons for him. The energy in his body is almost inexhaustible. It's too easy to solve these kind of monsters. Then, he floated down. You came. Queen Hippolyta finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. What happened? Bai Xi asked. The mother box was robbed before, Queen Hippolyta said. Bai Xi was even more confused after hearing this. Superman is dead. He was acutely aware that it was not easy. And at the moment, Steppenwolf just climbed up from the ground. Then, Steppenwolf saw the corpse of a demon. This Kryptonian is stronger than Clark. Steppenwolf didn't know that Bai Xi was not a Kryptonian, but a real Earthman. However, his ability is indeed like this. Damn it. 99 shouted Steppenwolf. He looks cute with only one ear. 18. Bai Xi had no idea of taking him as a pet. Bai Xi looked at it at a glance and directly fired Omega Rays. When the Steppenwolf saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Isn't Omega energy only available in Darkseid? Why is there this Kryptonian in front of me? In his eyes, Bai Xi is just a pure Kryptonian. But at the moment, the Steppenwolf was stunned. It's just that Steppenwolf never had a chance to seek answers, because no matter how he dodged, the Omega Rays tracked him and hit him with precision. Unless someone takes the initiative to help him resist. To escape the pursuit of Omega Rays. What? Steppenwolf screamed and was wiped out by Bai Xi. Omega Rays can send people into endless parallel universes, and one world is more miserable than another. Definitely, you can also delete it directly. Afterwards, Bai Xi stopped Queen Hippolyta and Antiope wanted to speak. I'll see what happened. Bai Xi said. Then, a long river of time seemed to appear in front of his eyes. He uses the ability of time law. Bai Xi was surprised by all this, because he has changed everything. General Zod's body was thrown into the sun by him. The Krypton exploration ship was driven to the Marvel universe by Fyra and others. In this way, the DC universe should not be too dangerous. But now Paradise Island almost fell. Fine 563 time will record everything. Maybe everything will deceive you. But one will not. That's the time. The long river of time records everything that happened. Time may be playing with you, but that's because you are playing with time too. However, time will never deceive you. Bai Xi found the answer in no time. I see. Seeing the change in the mother box, Bai Xi immediately went to report Darkseid. When he saw Steppenwolf point, I immediately understood. Was it all his own pot? If it weren't for the fact that he was too arrogant when he came to this world at that time and triggered the mother box would not have changed so easily. Wrong. This is Batman's pot. Sure enough, Batman likes to do things. If not Batman stabbed Clark with kryptonite. Nor will Steppenwolf find out where the mother box is, although this did not result in Clark's death. After all, Lex Luthor couldn't make Doomsday without anything. However, this was the only flaw found by Batman. But he's the only messenger of the Justice League. Batman. It can be said that without Batman, a lot of things can be solved only by the power of the Justice League. But with Batman, the Justice League brain. Sometimes it turns out to be self-defeating. I figured out that Darkseid came here. Bai Xi knew it. However, he continued to watch. Saw everything. Darkseid got the anti-life formula and then easily found Superman's flaw and controlled him. Then the whole Earth has become a purgatory on Earth. I see. Bai Xi said so again. This is time. He can change everything. Queen Hippolyta looked at Bai Xi blankly. She seemed to know what was going on, but she didn't seem to know anything. Bai Xi is much stronger than Zeus. Queen Hippolyta sighed inwardly. I'll fix it all, Bai Xi said with a smile. Because this is a world he conquered, not Darkseid. Queen Hippolyta prayed. That's up to you. Saying that, she put the Amazon crown directly on Bai Xi's head. Bai Xi looked at her puzzled. Queen Hippolyta smiled and said, "You are the king of the Amazons." 99:35. Bai Xi took it off and gave it to Queen Hippolyta. I saw Bai Xi flew up and said, "I don't want to be king. I just want to be the king's man." 66. Queen Hippolyta was suddenly at a loss after that. Bai Xi disappeared directly in front of his eyes and Teope looked at Queen Hippolyta and suddenly looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 173 Instigator, The Truth of Superman. Countless cannon fodders from the Dark Order rushed directly into the spacecraft. Thanos had said before that this ship was in a certain danger, otherwise Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight wouldn't have failed. Such a statement made Ebony Maw and others believe it even more. If Thanos said nothing, that would make Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf suspicious. Thanos looked around and saw that he was still with him. All are not faithful. Black Dwarf had to follow him because of racial survival. As for Ebony Maw, Thanos never dared to really trust him. After all, Ebony Maw can't be trusted as soon as it looks. Moreover, his mind was already very deep. Thanos would rather trust Corvus Glaive more than Ebony Maw. Deceitful, treacherous is the label Thanos gave to Ebony Maw. At the moment, Ebony Maw was hiding in the back, watching the cannon fodder of the Dark Order rush into the spaceship. He looked at Thanos beside him and asked, "Father, when are we going in?" "Let's go." Thanos stood up straight from the throne. He knew that if he didn't go in, Ebony Maw wouldn't even go in. If Ebony Maw was obedient before. But since Thanos failed, he has had a different heart. Thanos and Ebony Maw also approached the ancient spaceship. This ancient spaceship is small. How many people can't be accommodated. After all, the technology at that time was not very advanced. Just get close, although no sound can be heard. But the bloody aura inside also floated directly outside the spaceship. Obviously, the cannon fodder of those dark sects really turned into ashes in an instant. This means that there is absolutely no safety in the spacecraft. Otherwise Thanos wouldn't have called everyone together. The heart of the universe has Asgardian, Thanos said. Ebony Maw immediately said, "Father, Black Dwarf and I help you stop Asgardian." 5. Black Dwarf's two big eyes suddenly looked over. "No need." Unexpectedly, Thanos refused directly. "Deal with Asgardian first." 99. Hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw nodded directly, but his eyes flashed. The group directly boarded the spaceship. Thanos knew that no amount of these cannon fodder was worth it. It's just procrastination. Soon, they saw the Asgardian mercilessly slaughtering. There aren't many Asgardians, but they don't look like living beings. Instead, it is like an energy body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to protect the heart of the universe all the time. It was made by those ancient adventurers with the energy of the heart of the universe. Let them always be the heart of the Asgardian universe, and let it not be taken away by the ambitious. Only those who have really used the power of the heart of the universe know It point how scary it would be once someone got the heart of the universe. Superior. With Thanos' order, Black Dwarf gritted his teeth and got on. Black Dwarf is characterized by strong defense. Power is also great. However, compared with the defensive power, the strength is still a little worse. But Black Dwarf's defense is definitely the strongest. But even so, the Asgardian pierced the Black Dwarf's defenses directly with energy. His thick skin could not provide the slightest protection at this moment. Black Dwarf in front of Asgardian at the heart of the universe. Just got the lunchbox. Ebony Moore's eyelids jumped when he saw this scene. This Asgardian of the heart of the universe is so strong. No wonder Thanos dared not come and get it alone. Superior. At this moment, Ebony Moore heard Thanos' voice. Ebony Moore had no choice but to glance at the heart of the universe protected by Asgardian. You can only attack with your own ability. If you don't get Asgardian away. He also cannot get the heart of the universe. Fortunately, at the moment Thanos also rushed up. Bang. 35. Thanos punched the Infinity Gauntlet's hand. Because at the moment he has a blessing of the power gem. The power is enormous. Even Asgardian of the heart of the universe was smashed into the air by him. 18. Asgardian, who landed on the ship's floor, was unscathed. Thanos did not dare to increase his strength. If the spaceship is penetrated, it will fall short. Ebony Moore controls the items on the ship, constantly smashing at the Asgardians. Thanos kept resisting, fighting back. Ebony Moore is also constantly looking for opportunities, but even so, Thanos was also hanged and beaten. The Asgardian of the heart of the universe defeated them with ease. There are fewer and fewer cannon fodder around. The massive weapons of the Dark Order were completely useless on this ship. It can only ruin everything by relying on the number of constants, but now it is on the verge of failure. Thanos was constantly being pushed back, and Ebony Moore was constantly controlling the object in the rear. Ebony Moore looked at the heart of the universe in the center, a little unwilling. He is an instigator in the universe. He is known as a tongue that spreads lies, and evil everywhere in the comics. Thanos' son Thanos is provoked by Ebony Moore. Abetting Thanos to defeat Thanos and help Thanos to have his own place in the universe. After he was later caught by Corvus Glaive, he threw the whole pot on Thane. He just disappeared. It can be said that Ebony Moore is definitely not a quiet person. As long as he has the opportunity, he will have his own ambitions. Therefore, he is very unwilling to see the heart of the universe in front of his eyes, but cannot get it. At this time, Thanos was directly knocked to the ground by Asgardian. Ebony Moore couldn't take it anymore. No chance. If you don't go. At that time, there will definitely be a constant stream of people coming here. The heart of the universe couldn't hide it. Superman Clark turned his head and reached out with ease to grab the Flash, which was spinning quickly around him. Then, he directly threw him out. White R. 35. The Flash is like a big grey wolf, shouting and disappearing from everyone's eyes now. No one knows whether the Flash will survive or not. Definitely, they know. Lee Wang-heo said. It must be hard to live by myself. Superman Clark flew directly over and held Batman up by the neck. After being controlled by Darkseid, he seems to be black. Darkseid couldn't fully control Clark either. But just know that the current Clark is a bad guy. Clark, you are making a mistake. Batman spoke with difficulty while being strangled. He doesn't understand yet. Why was Clark suddenly in control? And black and died so easily. Louis was killed by you. At this moment, he heard Clark muttering. Although controlled, Clark's mind is still there. The anti-life equation is not so strong against Clark. At this time, Batman Bruce Wayne knew why Clark was being controlled. Because his weakness was found by Darkseid. Chapter 174. Harley Quinn and Catwoman. Not us. Batman spoke with difficulty. If it weren't for his Superman-like physicality, at the moment would have died. But even so, it's not much better now. He is very embarrassed now. As the owner of Gotham City, he has never been so embarrassed. Bruce Wayne thought to himself. At the moment his bat mask was half ruined, barely covering his cheeks. It's you. Superman Clark is indifferent. Then Batman's neck only heard a click. It has been twisted and broken by Superman Clark. He at the moment is like a murderous maniac. Completely ignore too much. Even Batman was just a corpse in his eyes after all. He was already under control. Afterwards, the others didn't get much better. Wonder Woman Diana was knocked out again point, and this time, both hands were twisted and broken by Superman Clark point. Even if she is a demigod point, there will be no recovery from this injury for a while point. Diana lay helplessly on the ground, trying to prop herself up point. But I found that my hands were soft point. Then came Joker. Joker was directly smashed point. As soon as the hot ice passed, Joker had nowhere to hide point. Most of his opponents are Batman. How can 563 play with Superman? Even his nemesis was pinched to death by Superman point. Don't say it's him point. So Joker was directly melted by Superman's heat vision. The true love of Joker and Batman point, it's like going to heaven together. Bai Xi stopped point. There was also a corpse in his arms. Harleen Quinzel point. No, maybe her name is Harley Quinn now point. She thinks she is the queen, not the psychiatrist before point. But she became a corpse in Bai Xi's arms from her shabby dress and baseball bat. Bai Xi can tell who she is, and that pale face point, it's completely different from wearing glasses before point. But now, she has no breath. Bai Xi held her body in both hands in the long river of time point. He saw that Harley Quinn was taken to prison by Batman for making trouble point. Then she took part in Suicide Squad point, just solved the mission to meet freedom point. The end is coming. Harley Quinn is crazy to deal with these monsters, but the inexhaustible number eventually buried her. Then it became the AF corpse in Bai Xi's arms. Bai Xi came to time point. The overwhelming mass of demons rushed towards Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn screamed point. At the moment, a strong arm lifted her up. Bai Xi directly put Harley Quinn on his arm. Harley Quinn, quite heavy point after all. She has a fleshy figure point, but for Bai Xi, this weight is not worth mentioning. It's you. Harley Quinn was stunned when he saw Bai Xi point. At that time, she also saw Bai Xi on the streets of Gotham point. It's only that one side point. She didn't even get into Bai Xi's car after all. Her mother said that girls should not get into other people's cars, but not for long point. But the change has been huge point. She has changed her name to Harley Quinn point. I didn't expect to see Bai Xi again. It's already like this point. And Bai Xi is really not simple at all. Bai Xi did not take any action against these demons, but directly carried Harley Quinn back to the present time point. Harley Quinn in his arms began to recover from his injuries. It didn't take long point, maybe just for a moment point. She went from a tattered look to the way she was before the injury point. However, there is some dust on it. You're awake. Bai Xi looked at Harley Quinn in his arms and said, "You saved me." Harley Quinn took the initiative to hook Bai Xi's neck and said, "Definitely." Bai Xi nodded. "What reward do you want?" Harley Quinn said suddenly and charmingly point. She broke up with Joker long ago point. Actually, Joker has always hated her just toying with her. Harley Quinn, who has reacted, will naturally not be stalking anymore point. I chose to be free. It's not the time yet. Bai Xi patted Harley point. He directly hugged Harley Quinn and flew up. Ha ha ha. Harley Quinn hooked his neck directly and laughed, stamping strawberries directly on his neck point. In this scene, Bai Xi wanted to stop at point because he found his cat point. Fortunately, his cat didn't die point, perhaps because she became a real cat for a while. Selina's survival ability became stronger. Catwoman Selina, when Bai Xi found her, she was shivering and hiding in a ruin point. She was covered in dust, and her black leather coat seemed to turn grey. But even so, it is difficult to hide the elegance of the kitten point. Elegant and timeless. But right now, boom, the ruins ahead suddenly collapsed point. Selina, who was underground, was startled point. This is a subway tunnel point. It is now apparently obsolete point after the demon-like sweep. There is no one here point. So Selina was taken aback point. She thought she'd been found by a demon point. Now is like the end of the world point. Need to eat, need to drink point. Fortunately, the demons would not snatch these, and she could barely survive point. But obviously, Catwoman Selina's willpower has also reached its limit point. She seemed to have become a frightened bird point. I was terrified by Bai Xi point. She looked at the figure in front of her, extremely tall point, and its bloated point, because Bai Xi and Harley Quinn together looked like a monster, especially in poor lighting conditions. So Catwoman Selina chose to go straight to the point. The whip in his hand was drawn. Bitchy. As a result, Harley Quinn got caught point. She turned to look at Selina and asked, "Yes, it's you." Only then did Selina see clearly that it was Bai Xi, suddenly a little embarrassed point. However, looking at Harley Quinn in Bai Xi's arms, she was inexplicably angry. Did Bai Xi come to this world to pick up girls? She still remembers Wonder Woman Diana in the beginning. Looking at Harley Quinn in his arms again, he was even more angry. Definitely, it's also because she's jealous, but Bai Xi didn't give her so many opportunities. Come on. Bai Xi just randomly modified the reality, and Selena turned into a black cat again. Meow. Selena wanted to resist, but soon found himself turned into a cat again. Hateful. Meow. Any of her voices turned into cat meowing. Can only helplessly rushed over Harley Quinn, who had been whipped, grabbed her immediately. Bitchy, you've become a cat. 35 shouted Harley Quinn, and began tormenting Selena. But Selena is not to be outdone. Attacked directly with cat claws. Bai Xi watched helplessly as one person and one cat fought. Then continued to soar into the sky. Chapter 175. Bai Xi faces Darkseid. Everyone fell to the ground. No one could stand, except Superman Clark alone. Batman's body. There is also Wonder Woman Diana, who was beaten to the point of being unable to stand. Superman Clark stood in front of Mera. Mera fell weakly to the ground. Her delicate face was already covered with dust. She felt it was a complete disaster. Fine ended. Mera muttered to herself. She looked up at the dim sky. The sky seemed to be darkened by the invasion of apocalypse. Layers of dark clouds covered the sky. And it's dusty from the vandalism. Looking desperate, Mera felt despair. Superman Clark is ready to take Mera with a hot look. But right now, Mera watched as the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. Sunlight penetrated through a small hole. Right on Mera's body. In Mera's sight, a tall figure gradually became clear. It's him. Mera looked at Bai Xi, and her eyes, that were gradually blurred, instantly brightened. Mera did not expect that at the last moment of her life, she could still see that haunting figure. She thought she was hallucinating. But right now, call out Z. 35. Bai Xi appeared in front of her in an instant, and then resisted Superman Clark's hot gaze. Mera knows how strong Superman Clark's heat vision really is. Once other people touch it, they are directly melted by the heat. Sight. The worst, but also direct penetration. But now, Bai Xi was nothing at all. With his back to Hela, Bai Xi stretched out his hand, as though directly pinching Clark's heat gaze. Incredibly chic. Clark's hot gaze hit the palm of his hand. However, Bai Xi didn't even have red spots on his skin. Clark looked at Bai Xi uncontrollably. At the moment, his controlled emotions started to struggle. Too weak. Bai Xi said. Hot sight. Bai Xi sent a hot sight, and Clark's hot sight was instantly forced back. Both of them have red eyes, but Clark's thermal line of sight energy intensity is not as great as Bai Xi's, so I was directly forced to go back. Clark's eyes were burned by Bai Xi's hot gaze, and he had to raise his head. Boom. Afterwards, Bai Xi punched him away. Clark is completely incomparable to him. Unless you go to the core of the sun, to bask in the sun for thousands of years. Bai Xi turned to look at Mera. We don't seem to have met. Bai Xi said. Although he knew Mera. And Mera surprised him too. I've seen you. Mera swallowed and said. Bai Xi smiled. Under the sea. Yes. Mera was surprised. But just when she wanted to say something, she saw Bai Xi walking towards Wonder Woman. This made Mera suddenly feel a little empty. She wanted to continue communicating with Bai Xi. But it's not an opportunity. This made Mera speechless. Diana. Bai Xi pulled Diana up. Diana looked at Bai Xi and said, how is Paradise Island? It's definitely going to be fine with me. Bai Xi replied. Diana breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Bai Xi began to treat Diana. Just like bone setting, Diana was cured in an instant. In addition to causing damage, heat vision can also be used to heal, especially those bleeding wounds. The other side. Darkseid finally got the news. Another Kryptonian is back. Darkseid moved suddenly. He had received the news that the Steppenwolf had been wiped out before, and he was still wondering what happened. Now the answer is revealed. I have to say, Kryptonians are a group he doesn't want to face. What are we going to do? Darkseid's subordinate asked. Defeat him. Darkseid said indifferently. If he could control two powerful Kryptonians, wouldn't he be invincible? Only this Kryptonian seems to be more powerful than Clark. Call out. Darkseid picked up the mother box. In an instant, he came to the battlefield. At the moment, Superman Clark flew off the ground again. He tirelessly smashed towards Bai Xi. After all, he was controlled by Darkseid. Even if you want to retreat, you can't. When Bai Xi grabbed his hand directly. Then, waving him out, boom, in an instant, it was as if the atmosphere had been broken. And Darkseid at the moment came. Bai Xi made Wonder Woman, Diana and others back. Zero. Ask for flowers. He flew up alone. Ah. You the one who left here? Darkseid asked. You dare to step into the territory I conquered? Bai Xi said indifferently. What about Darkseid? You have only one end, and that is death. 35. Bai Xi said. It's not me who greets death, it's you. Darkseid said with a very calm expression. Ebony Maw took advantage of Thanos to hold off Asgardian. Directly rushed towards the heart of the universe. Thanos saw this scene and did not stop. So do the Asgardians. Ebony Maw is a happy student. Like moths to a fire. He was already imagining what he was going to do with the energy of the universal heart. No one can stop him from ruling the universe. But what? Ebony Maw's fantasy is only halfway through. There was a painful cry. In just an instant, Ebony Maw's fragile body was instantly disintegrated. Thanos frowned when he saw this scene. How can I get the heart of the universe? He didn't believe that no one could get it. Otherwise, how did those ancient adventurers get the heart of the universe? How to make Asgardian with the heart of the universe? There are definitely requirements, but what to ask? Thanos doesn't know. Boom. At this moment, endless flames came from outside. Although no sound came. But looking at this endless explosion, the battleships of the Dark Order were destroyed. Thanos knew in an instant that it was the enemy of the Dark Order. The Dark Order is notorious in the universe. How can there be no enemies? So, Thanos at the moment has no way out. Either choose to be beaten to death or choose the heart of the universe. But even Thanos, there is no certainty to snatch the heart of the universe. Boom. Just then, Thanos was suddenly knocked down. Even with a power gem. He is also no match for these cosmic hearts of Asgardian. These Asgardians are incredibly powerful. All those who entered the spaceship from the Dark Order were dead. Unless you pounce on the heart of the universe. Otherwise, you will be killed immediately. Thanos understood now. The Asgardian of the heart of the universe just want them to rush to the heart of the universe. Otherwise, there is only one way to go. This is choosing a host. 100 million. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.